The sky arched vast and high, not a single cloud in sight. A crimson sun hung motionless at the zenith, dyeing heaven and earth in blazing scarlet. Across the boundless expanse of stony desert a small convoy struggled forward, forcing its way through trackless seas of yellow sand. Aside from the 4 or 5 men in the lead riding mules and camels, more than a dozen others were chained together in irons, dragged along in a single line. Under the drivers' shouted commands and lashing whips, they could only force their exhausted bodies to wriggle forward. The noonday sun beat down with merciless fury. Men and beasts alike were utterly spent. When they caught sight of a solitary post station ahead, the riders burst into a collective cheer and drove the prisoners on with renewed whipping, hastening their pace. An elderly man, clearly the station keeper, came out to greet them. The leading rider spotted him from afar and shouted loudly, "Lao Nian! Hurry and prepare fresh water and fodder. In this cursed weather a man is about to be roasted alive." The rider's face was slashed by a blood-red knife scar that writhed with every change of expression. From a distance it looked as though a second mouth had split open along his cheek. "Everything is already prepared, Dao Yi," Lao Nian called back as he hurried up to meet them. He recognized the man as a famous constable of the Ganliang Dao, nicknamed Scarblade. His real name was known to few. Though this place lay within the borders of Qinghai, Scarblade was responsible for escorting prisoners from the inland to Ganliang Dao, then driving them farther on to Qinghai for hard labor. His route often passed this solitary way station. Over many such encounters he and Lao Nian had grown naturally acquainted. Several Yamen runners swung down from their horses and rushed greedily toward the clear water and steamed buns Lao Nian had prepared. The prisoners, burdened with cangs and shackles, staggered away into the shade, collapsing in crooked heaps on the ground, panting coarsely like fish flung out of water. Lao Nian picked up a bucket of clear water and walked toward the prisoners. Though he knew that those condemned to such desolate exile were mostly vicious criminals unworthy of pity, years of lonely duty at this station had left him starved for human company. In his eyes even prisoners seemed strangely dear. Lao Nian dipped out a ladle of water and the prisoners immediately lunged forward, mouths open to catch it. Just as he was about to feed them, a Yamen runner barked suddenly behind him. "Wait!" Perplexed, Lao Nian turned his head only to see a runner approach with a wicked grin. The man snatched the ladle from Lao Nian's hand and tossed it back into the bucket. Then, planting his feet wide, he yanked open his trousers and urinated into the water with a loud splash. Only when he finished did he pull up his pants and gesture at Lao Nian. "Go," he said. "Give it to them to drink." Lao Nian looked helplessly toward Scarblade. Seeing that the constable made no move to stop it but instead wore a look of amused interest, Lao Nian could only swallow his discomfort. Resigned, Lao Nian dipped out a ladle of befouled water and held it before a prisoner. The man hesitated only briefly, then shut his eyes and gulped it down in one swallow, draining it completely. The Yamen runners burst into uproarious laughter. Amid their coarse jeers, Lao Nian went on feeding them one by one. Some of the prisoners stared with numb, vacant eyes, some wore faces twisted with grief, others glared with barely contained fury. Yet under that extreme hunger and thirst all still drank without hesitation. When Lao Nian reached the last prisoner, however, he saw the man turn his head away with proud defiance. "Drink," Lao Nian urged softly. "In weather like this you cannot go without water." "I am a man. How can I abandon my dignity?" the prisoner replied hoarsely. Though his voice was rasping and parched, it carried a pride that refused to bow to insult. "Dignity." Lao Nian started slightly and could not help but look the man over with greater care. The man was thin of frame and, judging by his eyes, seemed very young. Though grime caked his features, it could not completely conceal the scholarly air etched into his bones. "What is going on?" Scarblade's question rang out behind them before Lao Nian could explain. The constable strode over, snatched the ladle from Lao Nian's hand and spat a thick gob of phlegm into it. Shoving it toward the prisoner's mouth, he sneered, "If you think the mix is too thin, I'll add something extra for you." The prisoner strained with all his remaining strength, knocking the ladle from Scarblade's hand and sending it clattering to the ground. The constable flew into a rage, kicking him flat with one heavy boot and roaring, "Ungrateful wretch! Why won't you drink?" The prisoner struggled upright on the ground and shouted, "I am a man, not a beast." "A man? You dare to call yourself a man?" Scarblade snarled. "You filthy scum!" Scarblade swung his riding whip, lashing each prisoner across the head in turn. "You! A human trafficker! You! A rapist and molester! And you! A roaming bandit! Which of you worthless trash is fit to be called human? I'd like nothing better than to execute you all on the spot so I wouldn't have to slave away in this kind of weather playing tour guide while escorting you to Qinghai." Scarblade finished his tirade, then turned back to stand over the defiant prisoner. Raising his whip, he lashed down and barked, "Especially you. I hear you were once a Xiaocai, yet you committed rape and murder, swindling and abduction. For that alone your crime should be doubled." "I did not," the prisoner cried at the top of his ravaged lungs. "I did not rape and kill, nor did I swindle or abduct anyone. I was framed." "Hoof. Every prisoner says the same." Scarblade scoffed, dipping another ladle of befouled water and thrusting it once more toward the prisoner's mouth. "I'll ask you one last time, will you drink or not?" The prisoner met Scarblade's vicious stare, refusing to yield. "I am a man, not a beast," he answered, each word like a blade. Scarblade suddenly flung the foul water into the prisoner's face. Fine. As long as you survive until tomorrow, I'll acknowledge you as human. Men. Tie him to the hitching post and we'll see how long his stubbornness lasts. Several Yamen runners dragged the prisoner out of the shade and bound him to the hitching post outside the station. The sun blazed overhead, the gravel underfoot scorched like coals. With such roasting from above and baking from below, no ordinary man could hold out for long. The prisoner licked his cracked lips and shut his eyes tight. Under the fiery kiln of the sun, though his expression was drained with exhaustion, a lonely, unyielding pride still lingered on his face. No one is allowed to bring him water. I want to see just how long he can endure. Scarblade declared, then waved Lao Nian over. Prepare dry rations and fodder. We'll set out again at first light tomorrow. As dusk slowly fell, Lao Nian finished feeding the mules. Passing by the hitching post with his lantern, he lifted it for a closer look and saw the prisoner hanging limp against the wood, his whole body slack, life or death uncertain. Lao Nian stepped closer and tested for breath. It was as thin as a fading thread. He knew that if the man did not drink soon, he would not live through the night. He could not forget the prisoner's proud gaze from earlier that day. At last he fetched a ladle of clear water, lifted the man's chin and carefully poured the water into his mouth. A moment later the man's lashes trembled faintly and he slowly returned to consciousness. Thank heaven you woke, Lao Nian muttered, relief in his voice as he finished feeding him the entire ladle of fresh water. Once the prisoner had drunk his fill, his strength recovered a little. Choking with emotion, he said to Lao Nian, old sir, thank you for saving me. If ever I, Luo Wenjia, live to rise again, I shall repay you for this ladle of water. Lao Nian waved a hand. Forget repaying me or not. Speak of it again if you manage to leave Qinghai alive. From all I've seen, no prisoner sent here for hard labor has ever walked away alive. The prisoner froze. Why is that? He asked. Lao Nian sighed. Better to die on the surface than live below the earth. In those mines a man eats food of the living but works a labor fit for the dead. In a single year countless men are buried alive down there. All who are sent there either die entombed underground or are worn to death by the crushing toil. There has not been a single exception. I will live, the prisoner said. I was framed. I must survive, master peerless martial arts, and make those who conspired against me pay the price. Struggling with all his might, he strained against the hitching post. His efforts could not move it an inch and instead sent waves of dizziness crashing over his spent body. His limbs slackened and he fainted once more. I will live. I must live, he muttered even in unconsciousness. On his filthy grime-smeared face a strange light flickered. His mind seemed to sink back into a past too bitter to recall. At the beginning of human life our nature is good, though our natures are alike, our habits grow far apart. As the children recited in clear ringing voices, Luo Wenjia once again began his day. Luojia was a small village on the outskirts of Yangzhou with a clear stream and little bridge before it and rolling mountains embracing it from behind, the scenery exquisitely picturesque. Luo Wenjia was the only licentiate in the village, descended from an ancestor who had once retired from office in the capital. Unfortunately, by his father's generation, a ruinous passion for gambling had not only squandered the family estate but driven him, hounded by creditors, to hang himself, and the Luo clan fell into decline from that day on. Fortunately, Luo Wenjia had a mother versed in books and reason. She never relaxed her discipline over her son and in the end nurtured him into the village's sole licentiate. From childhood, Luo Wenjia had resolved to follow his forebears, excel in learning, then enter officialdom and thereby revive the family name. To share his mother's burden, he not only pored over the classics in preparation for the imperial examinations but also opened a private school in the village ancestral hall, earning a little money to help support the household. The sound of hoofbeats outside the window drew Luo Wenjia's gaze. He saw two young masters from wealthy families surrounded by several attendants riding past the window at a gallop. The two were chatting animatedly. One refined young man in white robes upon a white horse kept gesturing with his whip toward the surroundings, his manner carefree and elegant. Luo Wenjia recognized him as Nangong Fang, the third young master of the renowned Nangong family in Yangzhou city. Most of the farmland of Luojia now belonged to the Nangong clan. Only a few ancestral burial plots remained in the hands of the clan elder. Recently word had spread that the Nangong family intended to reclaim the land of Luojia to build a pleasure estate and a racetrack. The rumor left the villagers deeply unsettled, and everyone hoped that clan elder Luo Zonghan could prevent this from happening. Just as Luo Wenjia's thoughts wandered, he saw a young girl in a green dress approaching from afar with a basket on her arm. Seeing that it was already late, he quickly dismissed the children, sending them home, then went out joyfully to meet her. The girl walked gracefully up to Luo Wenjia, cheeks flushed, and handed over the basket in her hands. Brother Wenjia, these are freshly picked fruits from today. Please share them with auntie and have a taste of the new harvest. Luo Wenjia hurried to take the basket, his own face reddening as he opened his mouth, then closed it again without speaking. Seeing his embarrassment, the girl couldn't help but smile sweetly and waved her hand. You should head home early. I'll be going now. Watching the girl's figure recede into the distance, Luo Wenjia lifted a crimson apple and brought it to his nose, a sweetness blossoming in his heart. The girl was Zhao Xini, daughter of Zhao Fugue, one of the better-off households in the village. Zhao Fugue was an outsider to the village. In search of backing, when he first arrived he had arranged a betrothal with Luo Wenjia's father, promising his daughter to the Luo family while the children were still in the cradle. After the Luo family's downfall, Zhao Fugui had harbored thoughts of breaking the engagement. Yet the two children had grown up as inseparable childhood companions, and Luo Wenjia, diligent and studious, passed the licentiate examinations at a young age, his future seemingly boundless. Only then did Zhao Fugui cease to interfere with their relationship. Luo Wenjia kept watching until the girl's silhouette vanished completely, then reluctantly drew back his gaze and, still breathing in the apple's fragrance, walked home. In truth, the girl had not gone far. She hid behind a large tree at the roadside, secretly watching. When she saw that he did not follow, she silently cursed him as a fool, and her heart pouted and turned to leave. Just as she turned, a sudden sharp neigh made her jump. A spirited horse reared up before her, nearly throwing its rider from the saddle. The rider was about to scold her, but when he clearly saw her face he froze on the spot. It was a long moment before the girl gathered her wits. A moment ago she had been wholly absorbed in secretly watching Luo Wenjia and had not heard the hoofbeats behind her. When she turned she had almost collided headlong with the galloping horse. She was about to apologize when she realized that the rider was staring straight at her, his brazen gaze making her uneasy. Abandoning any thought of apology, she lowered her head and hurried away. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Only when Zhao Sini had walked far away did the rider murmur to himself, who would have thought that in such a remote village there would be an orchid blooming in an empty valley. You have a keen eye, third young master. Tang Xiao at his side hastened to agree. Though Yangzhou is crowded with beauties, it is rare indeed to see such a peerless face untouched by any speck of worldly dust. At the hour of the first night watch, Luo Wenjia began his nightly reading once more. His only companion was a dim yellow oil lamp. Though the Luo household had fallen and their fields were all sold, their ancestors had once served as officials in the capital. The old residence, though dilapidated, still covered a wide area with side rooms and a rear courtyard, and the study was filled with every kind of book one could wish for. If not for this, Luo Wenjia might never have had the chance to study. Just as he finished reading a passage from the Analects, a dull thud suddenly sounded from the rear courtyard, as if someone had leaped down from the wall. Luo Wenjia felt a surge of puzzlement. In such a ramshackle residence, could there truly be thieves coming to call? The weeds at the foot of the wall were trembling slightly. When Luo Wenjia raised his lamp to shine upon them, he saw an old man in black lying amid the grass, drenched in blood, eyes tightly closed, breathing faintly. When the first shock had passed, Luo Wenjia could not help calling softly, "Uncle! Uncle!" The old man answered in a dazed murmur, but did not open his eyes. Kind by nature, Luo Wenjia, seeing the old man so grievously wounded, hurried to support him into the study and lay him properly upon a reclining chair. The old man did not seem particularly advanced in years, yet his temples were already streaked with white. His face was weathered and desolate, his cheeks gaunt and fleshless. Even with his eyes closed, his features retained a certain austere prominence. Noticing how faint the old man's breath was, Luo Wenjia anxiously asked, "Uncle, where are you hurt? I will go and call for a physician at once." He had just turned to leave when the old man's hand shot out and gripped his wrist. The old man's hand was as powerful as an eagle's claw. Even in his grievous state, Luo Wenjia could not break free. The old man pointed weakly to his own chest. "I have medicine here." When Luo Wenjia opened the old man's robe, he indeed found 2 small medicine bottles tucked inside. "How should they be used?" he asked hurriedly. "Pills taken within, powder applied without," the old man answered with difficulty, then was left panting for breath. Following his instructions, Luo Wenjia fed the pill to the old man, then tore open the blood-soaked cloth over his chest. To his horror, flesh and fabric were fused together, and the pain made the old man cry out once and faint away. Luo Wenjia hastily applied the medicinal powder to the wound on the old man's chest, then tore a strip of cloth to bandage it. Only after he had finished did he notice a small bundle in the old man's bosom, pressed close to the skin and soaked through with blood. Fearing that it might be stuck to the wound, he gently drew it out. The bundle was light in his hand, long and rectangular like a book. A lifelong lover of books by temperament, Luo Wenjia instinctively untied the brocade cloth around it and examined it. Inside was indeed a book, half an inch thick, bound in sheepskin. Its appearance spoke of great age, and on the cover, in a rare archaic seal script, were written 4 large characters: Qian Menming Dian, the secret canon of the Thousand Gates. From childhood, Luo Wenjia had read widely, dabbling in the writings of every school of thought, yet he had never heard of such a book. Puzzled, he casually opened to the first page, where he found only a single short sentence, likewise penned in that ancient script. He read softly, "Man possesses neither the claws and fangs of tiger and wolf nor the strength of lion and elephant, yet he can seize wolves and bind tigers, tame lions and hunt elephants. There is no other reason than this wisdom. What kind of thing is this?" Luo Wenjia scratched his head in confusion, just about to turn to the second page when he suddenly felt his collar tighten, his neck locked. A flash of cold light streaked before his eyes as a dagger pressed against his eyelids, and a harsh voice sounded behind him, "You dare to secretly read our sect's secret canon? By rights your eyes should be gouged out." Terrified, Luo Wenjia flung the book away, only then realizing that the old man from the reclining chair had come up behind him and now held the dagger to his eyelids. "Spare me, uncle, I didn't know," he stammered. "What did you see?" "I saw nothing, only the sentence on the first page." "Since you have seen it, your eyes ought to be dug out." As the old man spoke, his wrist tightened and he was about to strike when a sudden sharp crack of a dead branch breaking sounded outside the window. The old man started, then suddenly twisted Luo Wenjia's body around, reversed the dagger, forced the hilt into his hand and drove Luo Wenjia's wrist toward his own chest, plunging the blade into the already wounded flesh. It all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Luo Wenjia could think, he found himself gripping the dagger buried in the old man's chest, and then watched as the old man slowly toppled backward to the floor. Holding the bloodied dagger, Luo Wenjia stood petrified, stammering, I didn't mean to." At that moment the window lattice silently split open and two men in black, swords in hand, slipped into the room. Seeing the scene within, both men blanched. They raised their swords defensively, glaring at Luo Wenjia as they demanded in unison, "Was it you who killed him?" "It wasn't me," Luo Wenjia cried hastily, tossing aside the dagger and pointing at the fallen old man. "It was he." The two men studied the lifeless old man on the floor, then the utterly flustered Luo Wenjia and barked, "Since you killed him, the thing must have fallen into your hands. Hand it over now." "What thing?" Luo Wenjia asked, utterly bewildered. "There it is." One of the black-clad men suddenly spotted the sheepskin book lying on the floor. His eyes lit up as he reached for it, but a flash of cold light streaked beside him. His companion's sword had pierced his side. Clutching his wound, the injured man staggered back, roaring, "You!" The assailant gave a chilling smile. "Qian Men Ni Dian, everyone would hide it for themselves. You cannot blame me for this." With that he thrust his sword again, killing his companion. Just then the old man, who had lain motionless on the floor, suddenly sprang up, chopping his palm at the black-clad man's throat. The black-clad man had never imagined the old man would rise from death. The strike landed squarely at his throat. With a cry of pain he stared wide-eyed as he slowly collapsed to the ground. The sudden assault tore at the old man's wound, sending fresh blood gushing forth, soaking his chest. He slumped to the ground, gasping heavily, and crooked a finger at the petrified Luo Wenjia. "Come here." "I won't." Luo Wenjia, terrified, backed away repeatedly. "Do not fear. I will not harm you," the old man said, picking up the sheepskin book and tucking it into his robe. His tone turned gentle. "A moment ago it was you who saved me. I will not make things difficult for you. If fate grants us another meeting, I will surely repay your life-saving kindness." "There's no need, Luo Wenjia said, quickly waving his hands. Seeing that the old man meant no harm, he ventured to ask nervously, "May I know, uncle, how you are called and why you are being hunted?" "My surname is Yun. You may call me Yunya," the old man replied. "As for such murderous affairs of the Jianghu, the less you know the better." He pointed toward the corpses on the ground. "Help me bury them quickly." Terrified by all the blood in the corpses, Luo Wenjia's mind had nearly ceased to function. At Yun's command he went at once to the rear courtyard, dug a large pit and hurriedly buried the two bodies. When he had finished and returned to the study, Yun was nowhere to be seen. Dang, dang, dang. From the ancestral hall came the sudden clamor of a gong, jarring and urgent in the night. That gong was the emergency signal summoning clan members. Without stopping to inform his mother, Luo Wenjia rushed straight to the ancestral hall. Inside the ancestral hall many clan members had already gathered. Clan elder Luo Zonghan stood proudly upon the high platform. Under the flickering light of lanterns and torches his face was ashen, the short beard beneath his chin quivering slightly, while a resolute icy glint flickered in his eyes. Seeing that most of the clan had gathered, he declared in a loud voice, "Today the third young master of the Nangong Clan in Yangzhou personally came to our door, offering 3 times the price for us to vacate and surrender all the lands of Luo family village. What say you?" "How can that be?" someone immediately objected loudly. "Our Luo family has lived here for generations. Even our ancestral graves are buried here. How can we move?" "Indeed," the crowd chimed in. "It's only the living who can move. Whoever heard of moving ancestral graves?" Luo Zonghan declared firmly, "Today Nangong Fong has laid down the law. If we do not move starting tonight, one person in Luo family village will die every day." "I thought it was just an empty threat, but who would have guessed that as soon as night fell someone in the village indeed died inexplicably. That's why I gathered everyone to discuss this." With a wave of his hand 2 young men carried in a stretcher bearing a hunched corpse. The crowd recognized the deceased as Granny Mei, a solitary old woman who had wandered into Luo family village from elsewhere. "I examined Granny Mei's body," Luo Zonghan said to the crowd. "There were no wounds nor any signs of poisoning. Even if we reported it to the authorities, they would only deem it a natural death due to old age. But I don't believe in such coincidences. It seems Nangong Fong killed an irrelevant person first to warn us. If we persist, the next victim will be a member of the Luo family." The crowd exchanged glances and the ancestral hall fell silent. Suddenly a young man raised his arm and shouted, "We must not back down. We cannot let others bully us." This outcry was echoed by many of the younger generation. A hint of a satisfied smile appeared in Luo Zonghan's eyes. He declared proudly, "From today onward every household will send one able-bodied man to carry a weapon. Upon hearing the gong they must immediately gather at the ancestral hall to handle any emergencies. During the day you will take turns patrolling and keeping watch." As he spoke, Luo Zonghan suddenly noticed Luo Wenjia and quickly said, "Wenjia, your family has few members and you are a scholar. Leave the martial affairs to others and focus on your studies." "Granduncle," Luo Wenjia stammered. "We should report this to the authorities." Organizing our own armed force is a serious violation of the Great Ming Code. Luo Zonghan was taken aback, then said angrily, "You really are a scholar. Why doesn't the Great Ming Code do something about these martial tyrants like the Nangong Clan? In this world it's survival of the fittest. Those without swords for protection are destined to be bullied and slaughtered. Report to the authorities." Nowadays, which official doesn't value money over justice? I think you've read too many books and lost touch with basic reality. Enough. Focus on your studies and prepare for the imperial exams. Perhaps one day you'll secure an official post and then the Luo family won't have to suffer such humiliation. Luo Wenjia wanted to argue further, but seeing Luo Zonghan already assigning patrols and ignoring him, the useless scholar, he had no choice but to leave the ancestral hall and head home alone. Just as he reached the large banyan tree in front of the hall, the lantern in his hand suddenly went out without any wind. Luo Wenjia's vision went black and then he felt his body lift into the air, landing on a high branch several zhang above the ground. Terrified, Luo Wenjia hastily hugged the tree trunk. He opened his mouth to scream but felt a numbness in his back and no sound could escape his throat. Damn it, I didn't expect Luo Zonghan to be so stubborn. If I'd known, I would have killed him first, a hoarse voice complained nearby. Turning his head, Luo Wenjia saw a long-haired man in black clinging to the tree trunk like a snake. His leg was coiled around a slanting branch and he was peering down at the scene inside the ancestral hall from above the banyan tree. The third young master instructed us not to touch Luo Zonghan. He is the clan head. If he yields, the entire Luo family village will be ours. The third young master doesn't want to deal with each household individually, that would be too troublesome. A cloyingly sweet voice sounded behind him, making his ears itch. Turning his head, Luo Wenjia saw a long-haired man in black clinging to the tree trunk like a snake. His leg was coiled around a slanting branch and he was peering down at the She was holding the back of his collar with her fingers delicately raised. The man in black twisted his body and silently flipped onto the branch. He cast a cold glance at Luo Wenjia and complained to the woman, "Why did you bring him up here?" The woman in white let out a soft laugh. "I want to ask him about Luo Zonghan's plans." "Is that necessary?" the man in black snorted. "What plans could these country bumpkins have that would pose a threat to us, the black and white serpents? Caution never hurts." The woman in white turned Luo Wenjia's head and looked at him with a smile. "So, a handsome scholar. From your attire you must be a Xiaocai, right? Tell sister, what is Luo Zonghan up to?" She patted Luo Wenjia's chest and the tightness in his lungs eased his voice, no longer hoarse. By the dim moonlight, Luo Wenjia could barely make out the woman's face. She seemed young, but her eyes held a world-weary wisdom. She had willow-leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and delicate features. When she smiled faintly, 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. If not for her unnervingly pale complexion, she could be considered quite beautiful. Though he didn't know their names from their conversation, Luo Wenjia guessed she was the white serpent of the infamous black and white serpents. Seeing her scrutinizing him with a mocking smile, he stiffened his neck and said, "I won't tell you. Don't even think about forcing me. Don't waste your time." The man in black slithered over to Luo Wenjia like a snake and raised his hand. "Let's just kill him now. We'll have to kill someone tomorrow anyway." "Wait." The woman in white blocked the man's hand. "The third young master said we can only kill 1 person a day. Killing isn't the goal, the main thing is to drive the Luo family away." The man in black snorted again. "I think you, the lecherous serpent, are having wicked thoughts again. Be careful not to mess up the mission. How will you explain to the third young master?" "Shut up." The woman in white scolded, striking at the man. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, Luo Wenjia suddenly screamed, "Help! Help!" The crowd inside the ancestral hall rushed out and quickly surrounded the banyan tree. Though the tree stood alone in front of the hall, it was so thick that 4 men could barely encircle it. Its sprawling crown was like a giant umbrella, completely concealing those within. In the darkness, the crowd couldn't immediately spot the hiding place of the black and white serpents. "All right, let's go. Don't confront them directly," the white serpent said, pinching Luo Wenjia's cheek playfully. "Steady yourself, Scholar Luo. Don't fall. He'll come see you another day." With a flick of her wrist, she produced a soft whip several zhang long. She lightly swung it, coiling it around a distant branch. Her body swayed gracefully, moving through the branches like a nimble serpent. She swung several zhang, then retracted the whip, bent her body, and used the momentum to glide over a dozen zhang, landing lightly on the roof of the ancestral hall. The black serpent followed her, swinging toward the hall. Luo Wenjia watched in stunned silence before coming to his senses. He pointed at their landing spot and shouted, "They're there. They're on the roof." Hearing Luo Wenjia's directions, the crowd below looked up at the roof, but the 2 were nowhere to be seen. The crowd scrambled to rescue Luo Wenjia from the tree. After hearing his account of the events, they were skeptical. In their world, they had never heard of such extraordinary people as the black and white serpents. Only Luo Zonghan looked grim. He said to the crowd, "The martial world is vast and there are many skilled individuals. If what Wenjia said is true and that pair are strange experts hired by Nangong Fong to deal with us, then Luo family village is truly in peril." Unfortunately, Wenjia's words lack evidence. It would be hard to convince the authorities. We must strengthen our defenses. From tonight onward we will operate in groups of 10. No one is to act alone. The crowd agreed in unison and took their leave. At the break of dawn Luo Wenjia heard the gong summoning the clan again. Hurrying to the ancestral hall he saw Luo Zonghan with a pallid face looking as if he had aged overnight. In the center of the hall lay a corpse. It was his eldest son Luo Xiaolong. Seeing the clan assembled, Luo Zonghan looked around and said, after hearing Wenjia's description last night I knew that our strength was no match for the black and white serpents. So early this morning I sent along to the Yangzhou martial arts school to invite the renowned Iron Palm Shakes the South Ding Xianfeng. Master Ding is known for his chivalry. Years ago he suffered a severe internal injury. I carried him over 3 mountain ridges to find a famous doctor, saving his life. He owes me a favor. With his help we could surely deal with the black and white serpents. But who would have thought that as soon as Alone left the village his horse brought him back? There wasn't a single wound on his body, but he was already dead. It seems the black and white serpents have us cornered. They won't let anyone leave Luo family village. Fight them. Let's fight them, the crowd shouted with fervor. Luo Zonghan shook his head and sighed. The black and white serpents are hiding in the shadows. We have no way to fight them. It seems I must go to Yangzhou myself. If I can secure Master Ding's help, Luo family village will be safe. Seeing the worry in his clansman's eyes, Luo Zonghan forced a relaxed smile. Don't worry. I've roamed the martial world before. This 9-ring blade of mine has tasted the blood of many villains. If the black and white serpents try to stop me, even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Wenjia stepped forward. Granduncle, if I take a different route to Yangzhou secretly, wouldn't that increase our chances? Luo Zonghan knew that his own skills were insufficient to defend himself against the black and white serpents. Sending Luo Wenjia on a different path to Yangzhou was indeed a good idea. With this in mind he took a jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to Luo Wenjia. This is a token Master Ding gave me. He said that if I ever faced danger I could send someone with this token to see him and he would go through fire and water without hesitation. When you see Master Ding, just show him this pendant and he will know what to do. Rest assured, Granduncle. I won't let you down. Luo Wenjia quickly tucked the pendant safely into his robe. Luo Zonghan patted Luo Wenjia's shoulder with satisfaction. You are well read and articulate. You are the only one I can trust with this message. I will take the main road to draw away the black and white serpents. You must travel by water to Yangzhou tonight. The lives of several hundred people in Luo family village rest on our shoulders. The Yangzhou Martial Arts Academy is renowned in Yangzhou. When Luo Wenjia arrived here, the disciples were deeply engaged in their morning training. Luo Wenjia handed the jade pendant to the doorkeeper, asking him to pass it to the Master Ding. Before long, a tall and robust elder in brown robe stepped out, flanked by several disciples, and approached Luo Wenjia directly. Young man, did you bring this jade pendant? The government prison is not hell. Besides, I'm only being held temporarily. Once the matter is clarified, everything will be fine. By the way, you need to find a girl named Yi Hong. If she can testify for me, I can clear my name. Luo Wenjia quickly bowed to the ground and said, Master Ding, please save the Luo family estate. What is this about, nephew? Ding Jianfeng hastily helped Luo Wenjia up. Let's discuss this inside. Your granduncle saved my life, so I will never stand by during a major crisis. Once inside the private hall, Ding Jianfeng's expression turned grave as he listened to the details of Luo Wenjia's plea for help. He asked in a serious tone, what is your granduncle's current condition? Seeing Luo Wenjia shake his head sadly, Ding Jianfeng sighed deeply. Rest assured, if your granduncle unfortunately dies at the hands of the black and white serpents, I will certainly avenge him by slaying those 2 beasts. However, noticing Ding Jianfeng hesitating, Luo Wenjia quickly asked, however what? Master Ding, please do not hold back. Ding Jianfeng hesitated and said, if the Nangong family offers a suitable price, I think you should advise your granduncle to sell the Luo family estate to Nangong Fang. What? Luo Wenjia's face turned pale with anger. The Luo family estate is not only our lifeline but also the ancestral grave of the Luo family. How could it be sold? If my granduncle were willing to sell, would I have come to seek your help, master? Are you saying this because the Nangong family is so powerful that even you dare not provoke them? Ding Jianfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. Powerful? How can ordinary people comprehend the true meaning of these words? He gestured around him. Nephew, do you see how illustrious this martial arts academy is? Luo Wenjia nodded, saying, before I came here I never imagined the Yangzhou Martial Arts Academy could be so grand and magnificent. It truly deserves to be called the #1 martial arts academy in Jiangnan. Yet it is the property of the Nangong family, Ding Jianfeng said with a wry smile. Every blade of grass and every tree here, including the instructors, belongs to the Nangong family. I may be called the master, but I am merely a caretaker supported by the Nangong family. Whenever they wish, they can dismiss me at any moment. In Yangzhou, nearly half of the businesses belong to the Nangong Clan. Saying they are as wealthy as a nation is not an exaggeration. Not only that, but they also have connections with powerful officials and various sectors. All the gangs in Jiangnan, big or small, have intricate ties with them, and even local authorities have to act according to their wishes. Saying they are local emperors is not an overstatement. In Yangzhou you can oppose the authorities, but you cannot oppose the Nangong family. This is a common sense for survival here. Luo Wenjia was stunned, then slowly said, I understand now. So the illustrious iron palm that shakes Jiangnan is just a pawn raised by the Nangong family. I dare not ask for your help any longer. Farewell. Where are you going, nephew? No need for Master Ding to worry. Even if the Nangong family holds sway in Yangzhou, I believe there are still places in this world they cannot reach. Seeing Luo Wenjia leave with pride, Ding Xianfeng hesitated for a moment before suddenly gritting his teeth and chasing after Luo Wenjia. Nephew, wait. I cannot let my benefactor down. As he spoke, he took hold of Luo Wenjia and amidst the astonished gazes of the disciples marched out. The carriage rolled away and finally stopped in front of an ancient mansion. Luo Wenjia followed Ding Xianfeng down from the carriage, looking around to see the mansion's walls weathered, the gate dim, and the stone lions beside the gate covered in moss. Though it appeared somewhat old, it exuded a sense of grandeur and dignity that had settled over the years. Where is this? Luo Wenjia asked in confusion. As soon as he spoke, he spotted the ancient vigorous characters above the door, Nangong Mansion. With a heavy creaking sound, the door opened and an old servant poked his head out. It's Master Ding. Fu Bo. I have urgent business with the Nangong clan's leader and need you to inform him. Do you have an invitation or a visiting card? The old servant asked. I came in a hurry and did not prepare a visiting card, Ding Xianfeng said, then stuffed a string of silver into the old man's hand. The old servant weighed the silver in his hand, looking troubled. Master Ding, you know our family's rules. Without an invitation or visiting card, even if the governor of Yangzhou comes, the leader will not see him. I must trouble you, Fu Bo, to convey my message, Ding Xianfeng said with a smile completely lacking the earlier bravado. The old servant sighed as he pocketed the silver. Only Master Ding has the face to do this. If it were anyone else, even if they offered me a mountain of gold, I would not dare to break the rules. As he spoke, he left Ding Xianfeng and Luo Wenjia behind and walked straight inside. Ding Xianfeng breathed a sigh of relief and stood outside waiting patiently. Luo Wenjia couldn't help but complain, this Nangong family really has a huge air. Do they think they are emperors? Nephew, don't speak carelessly. Ding Xianfeng hurriedly said. Given the Nangong family's status in Jiangnan, they are no less than the royal family. When you meet the clan leader, be sure not to speak disrespectfully or you'll ruin everything. Luo Wenjia was about to argue when he saw the old servant quickly emerge and gesture to them. Master Ding, the clan leader requests your presence. The two followed the old servant through the main gate, across the courtyard, through the second gate, and finally arrived outside a side hall. An amiable elder in purple robes stepped out from the hall, clasping his hands and smiling. Master Ding, what wind brings you a rare visit? Ding Xianfeng hurriedly returned the greeting. I hope I have not disturbed the clan leader's tranquility with my sudden visit. Not at all. Nangong Rui smiled, welcoming the two into the hall. What brings you here, Master Ding? Ding Xianfeng quickly said, I heard that the estate is purchasing farmland on the outskirts, including the Luo family estate where my nephew resides. Is this true? Nangong Rui paused for a moment. Indeed, my third son is handling this matter. What about it? Ding Xianfeng hesitated and said, the patriarch of Luo family, Luo Zhonghan, once saved my life. I wonder if the clan leader could spare him, considering my past kindness. Nangong Rui looked surprised. What do you mean by that, Master Ding? Is it possible that my third son is purposely undervaluing the estate, intending to buy it cheaply? It's not about the price, Ding Xianfeng hurriedly said. The Luo family has lived there for generations. My benefactor truly does not want to sell their ancestral land. The Nangong family with their vast fields certainly does not lack for that one barren piece of land. I hope the clan leader can reconsider. Nangong Rui rubbed his hands in difficulty. This is somewhat difficult. We are partnering with the Tang family to build a racetrack on the outskirts. You know that the waterways are dense in Yangzhou's outskirts, making it hard to find such a large piece of dry land. Currently we have invested several 100,000 taels of silver in the vicinity of Luo family estate. We cannot just abandon this project halfway, can we? Moreover, this matter is in collaboration with the Tang family. Even if I wanted to go against the clan's decision based on our friendship, the Tang family would never agree to it. Ding Xianfeng did not expect this matter to involve such large stakes. He looked at Luo Wenjia with a troubled expression, wanting to continue pleading with Nangong Rui but unsure how to start. Nangong Rui then said, however, since Master Ding has spoken, I cannot disregard your face. I will have my third son increase the offer by another 20%. You should also persuade your friend to understand that we are determined to acquire the Luo family estate and everything else is negotiable. Nangong Rui spoke calmly, but Ding Xianfeng still sensed his resolve. He turned his gaze to Luo Wenjia, hoping he would set aside his stubbornness to protect the Luo family estate and aim for a better price. However, Luo Wenjia stood up gracefully and bowed respectfully to Ding Xianfeng. Thank you, Master Ding, for your help. I will always remember your great kindness and virtue. Ding Xianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, about to comfort him, but saw him turn to Nangong Rui and declare boldly, Clan leader Nangong, the Luo family estate is not unsellable, but there is one condition. What condition?
Please feel free to speak, Nangong Rui asked quickly. As long as you are willing to exchange the Nangong family's ancestral grave with us, we will leave immediately.
Nangong Rui's smile froze on his face as he slowly picked up his teacup and said coldly, please leave. Ding Jianfeng's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly bowed and apologized. Young man, your words lack tact. Clan leader, please do not take it to heart. Nangong Rui smiled slightly, I will not hold a grudge against a child.
Master Ding, you need not be so formal. Clan leader Nangong, I am now answering on behalf of my granduncle. Even if there is only one person left, the Luo family estate will never be sold. After saying this, Luo Wenjia turned and left.
I do not believe that there is no law in this world. I do not believe that the Nangong family can truly cover the heavens. Seeing Luo Wenjia leave angrily, Ding Jianfeng hurriedly bowed to Nangong Rui and rushed out the door asking, nephew, where are you going?
Luo Wenjia turned back and said, Master Ding, you have done your best. Although the outcome is not very satisfactory, it can still be considered a repayment of my granduncle's kindness. I remain grateful to you.
From now on you and the Luo family are even and you need not concern yourself with our affairs any longer. Ding Jianfeng stood frozen looking at Luo Wenjia with shame as he walked away with pride. Luo Wenjia stopped at a small stall selling fried dough sticks, bought one and started munching on it, seemingly unaffected by the recent event. Ding Jianfeng slowly approached the stall. The busy vendor paused his work and greeted with a smile, Master Ding, would you like to as well? Ding Jianfeng non-committally murmured, staring silently at the rolling oil in the pot. Just as the vendor turned to grab the fried dough sticks, Ding Jianfeng gritted his teeth and plunged his hands into the scalding oil.
Ah! With Ding Jianfeng's scream, a strange meaty aroma immediately filled the air.
The vendor stared blankly at the scene before him, unsure how to react for a long time.
Master Ding. What? What are you doing?
Luo Wenjia looked in horror at the pale-faced Ding Jianfeng, whose body trembled in pain.
Ding Jianfeng raised his mangled hands from the oil pot and managed a grim smile at Luo Wenjia. Nephew, please tell your granduncle that my iron palms are now ruined and I can no longer help him. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground. People hurriedly helped Ding Jianfeng up and rushed him to a clinic.
Once they were far away, Luo Wenjia still couldn't believe his eyes.
Could it be that the Nangong family is so terrifying that even Ding Jianfeng, known as the Iron Palm that shakes Jiangnan, would rather ruin his own palms than confront them?
He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his hands and feet icy as a wave of coldness penetrated from his heart through his entire body.
I do not believe it.
Luo Wenjia suppressed the fear in his heart and silently swore, I do not believe that there is no justice in this world. I do not believe that the Nangong family can truly cover the heavens. Furiously tossing aside the fried dough stick in his hand, Luo Wenjia strode forward. Not far ahead was the Yangzhou governor's office, where a solemn and dignified gate stood with a huge drum for complaints towering majestically, offering a glimmer of hope to those in utter despair.
Dong dong dong.
The dull drumbeat stirred the lethargic office into activity, and the drowsy officials outside immediately perked up, shouting in unison, who was drumming?
I have a grievance.
Luo Wenjia handed over the hastily scribbled complaint paper.
I want to see the governor. Wait a moment. An official tossed out a line and hurried inside.
Moments later, a loud authoritative voice echoed from within the office, court is now in session.
Luo Wenjia confidently walked into the main hall under the watchful eyes of several officials and saw a well-dressed beardless official sitting behind a desk. By his attire he was evidently the Yangzhou governor Fei Shiqing. Halt! Who is that down there? Why do you not kneel before this official?
Fei Shiqing slammed the courtboard and the surrounding officials instantly shouted majestic in unison, creating an intimidating atmosphere. Luo Wenjia cupped his hands calmly and said, My lord, I hold a degree and according to the Great Ming law I do not need to kneel before any official. So you are still a scholar? Fei Shiqing sneered, bring the complaint paper here. The clerk beside him presented the complaint paper in court, and as Fei Shiqing glanced at it, his expression changed drastically.
He threw the paper down, exclaiming, this is utter nonsense. Get out of my sight. My lord. How is my complaint nonsense? Luo Wenjia questioned loudly. Fei Shiqing coldly snorted, you say that the third son of the Nangong family, Nangong Fong, sent two assassins, the black and white serpents, to repeatedly kill the citizens of the Luo family estate in order to forcefully buy their land. Do you have any evidence for this? It is what the student has witnessed with his own eyes and heard with his own ears. Apart from that, do you have any witnesses or evidence? Luo Wenjia fell silent and helplessly replied, no. With neither witnesses nor evidence, how can we be sure those people died at the hands of the black and white twin serpents? How can we attribute their deaths to the Nangong family? Isn't this nonsense? Luo Wenjia in tears pleaded, my lord. Luo family village is still losing lives. Even if the case presented in this lawsuit is not rigorous enough, you should send someone to Luo family village to understand the situation and ensure the safety of the villagers. How to handle a case is something I do not need you to teach me, Fei Shiqing coldly replied. You can go back and wait for 10 days or half a month. If Luo family village is still losing lives, I will send someone to investigate. 10 days or half a month. Luo Wenjia was taken aback and couldn't help but raise his voice, that means more than 10 people will die in Luo family village. How can you bear to?
Before he could finish, Fei Shiqing had already waved his sleeve and left while the officers shouted in unison, "Clear the court." Luo Wenjia wanted to argue but was forcibly thrown out the door by the officers. Luo Wenjia struggled to get up from the ground only to see the court tightly closed with several officers guarding outside not allowing him to approach. He could only point at the court and shout, "I don't believe it. I don't believe there is no justice in this world. I don't believe the Nangong family can cover the sky with one hand. If the governor of Yangzhou does not take action, I will report it to the Jinling Court of Censors. If the Court of Censors also does not take action, I will go to the capital to file a petition." After saying that, he turned to leave but almost bumped into someone behind him. Looking up, he saw Nangong Fong dressed in white like snow with an elegant demeanor.
Nangong Fong smiled lightly and said, "Scholar Luo is joking.
I, Nangong Fong, have always abided by the law. Why should I fear slander from others? Rather, Scholar Luo should be careful and make sure not to get into trouble and end up in prison. That would be a disgrace and would embarrass the ancient sages." Luo Wenjia let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Nangong Fong watched him walk away, his smile gradually turning into a cold sneer. At that moment, Fei Shiqing hurriedly walked out of the main door. "There's no need for the third young master to worry," Fei Shiqing said with a smile. "The poor scholar who came to report you has already been sent away by me."
"That may not be enough," Nangong Fong said lightly.
"If he truly takes the petition to the capital, although there may be no evidence, it would still damage the reputation of the Nangong family if it reaches the ears of the ignorant masses." Fei Shiqing was taken aback and quickly said, "What the third young master says is indeed correct. I will find a way to stop it." Nangong Fong smiled calmly. "You should send someone to keep an eye on him and be wary of his illicit actions." Fei Shiqing was startled and hurriedly asked, "Has the third young master discovered him committing crimes?"
Nangong Fong smiled sinisterly, "Not yet, but I believe he will soon."
Fei Shiqing understood and nodded. "Rest assured, third young master.
I will send someone to watch him. If we find any misconduct, we will immediately arrest him.
Then I will rely on Lord Fei to diligently maintain local order."
Nangong Fong bowed in gratitude.
The two exchanged knowing smiles, each seeing a promise in the other's eyes. Wandering through the bustling streets of Yangzhou, Luo Wenjia realized he had only a few taels of broken silver left. This amount of money would not suffice to even hire a carriage to Jinling, let alone cover the cost of lodging and food while walking. As he pondered his predicament, a small shop by the street caught his eye. He walked in and came out holding a banner that read, "Writing letters for customers, couplets, and selling ink-wash landscapes and portraits." Holding the banner high with a sense of accomplishment, Luo Wenjia gradually felt more confident. Though he didn't have much money, with his years of hard practice in calligraphy and painting, earning while heading to the provincial capital should not be a problem. However, after walking 5 streets with the banner, his confidence began to waver. Although the streets were bustling, no one glanced at his beautifully written banner, nor did anyone ask him to write couplets or paint. As the sky grew darker, Luo Wenjia's mood also became increasingly despondent. He hopelessly folded the banner and was about to tear it into pieces when he heard a soft voice behind him asking, "Sir, can you paint?" "Yes. Of course." Luo Wenjia hastily replied, turning around to see a young girl in a green dress about 14 or 15 years old, looking extremely adorable. Luo Wenjia quickly unfurled the banner and eagerly declared, "Calligraphy and painting are my forte. I have practiced calligraphy since I was 5 and learned painting at 7, and now it has been over 10 years. May I ask what the young lady would like to paint? Inkwash landscapes or fine brush portraits? Or perhaps flowers, insects, and fish?" The young girl smiled with her lips pressed together and replied, "It's not for me, it's for my young lady. Today she asked me to find a painter to create a portrait. I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I stepped out, so I just inquired." "A portrait? No problem, no problem." Luo Wenjia hurriedly said, "I can go paint for her right now." However, the young girl added, "My young lady has a "What condition?" Luo Wenjia asked eagerly. "You must blindfold yourself and not peek along the way. I will lead you there." The young girl gestured, "You also cannot speak of today's events to anyone, you must swear." Luo Wenjia was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard such a condition. However, he thought to himself that perhaps the young lady from a wealthy family had strict family rules and did not want a stranger to guess her background. With that in mind, he quickly nodded, "No problem, no problem. I swear I will not speak of today's events." Luo Wenjia obediently allowed the young girl to blindfold him and led him onto a fragrant and comfortable carriage. The carriage swayed and stopped after a while, and the young girl cheered, "We've arrived." Luo Wenjia was led off the carriage by the young girl and followed her through a long corridor, finally stopping in a warm and fragrant room. The young girl then said, "You can take off your blindfold now." As Luo Wenjia removed the blindfold, he found himself in an embroidery room warm as spring. In the center on a soft chair lay a languid beauty, her face resembling a peach blossom, her phoenix eyes captivating and her beauty astonishingly exquisite. Luo Wenjia's face turned red as he lowered his head, not daring to look around. While painting the portrait of the lady named Yihong, Luo Wenjia felt his heart racing. If it weren't for the painting, he wouldn't even dare to meet Yihong's mesmerizing gaze. Not knowing how long had passed, Luo Wenjia finally let out a long sigh and stood up after putting down the brush. The young girl Xiao Chui came over and exclaimed, "Wow!
The painting is amazing. You truly didn't boast. Xiao Chui. Quickly reward Master Luo generously.
Yihong called out and Xiao Chui immediately went to the inner room to fetch a brocade pouch, handing it to Luo Wenjia. The pouch felt heavy in Luo Wenjia's hand. Just as he was about to open it to take a look, Yihong pressed down on his wrist saying, Master Luo, you can only open this pouch after you leave. Luo Wenjia nodded dully and Yihong smiled faintly. Xiao Chui, take Master Luo back. Moments later Luo Wenjia was escorted back to the original street corner by Xiao Chui. By now it was late and the surroundings were silent with no signs of people. Luo Wenjia reflected on everything that had just happened, doubting whether he had been dreaming. Fortunately the pouch in his hand was still there, heavy and bulging. When he opened it he found it filled with shining golden leaves. It was the first time Luo Wenjia had seen so much gold and he was startled, feeling flustered. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss but didn't know what was wrong. I'll just keep it for now. Tomorrow I will try to find my way back and return it to that girl Yihong. Luo Wenjia reassured himself. Although he had full confidence in his painting, he knew it was not worth so much money. Finding it inexpensive, and Luo Wenjia paid for a room with his own silver. Just as he lay down he heard someone shout in a loud voice, get up, get up. Everyone get up. It's a night inspection. Luo Wenjia groggily put on his clothes and opened the door to inquire about what was happening. He heard a guest teasing, I heard a major case has occurred in the city and the governor's office has ordered the constables to search the inns in this area. By the looks of it perhaps the governor's wife was robbed by a flower thief. As he spoke several constables arrived at the inn. A fierce-looking captain raised his whip and shouted, everyone stand against the wall and submit to inspection, otherwise you will be treated as thieves. Everyone obediently stood against the wall while several constables barged into the guest rooms and began rummaging through them. Before long a constable came out holding a pouch and excitedly asked, whose is this? At this moment Luo Wenjia sensed something was wrong but still honestly replied, it's mine. Good lad. Finally caught you. Come with us. A constable fastened a chain around Luo Wenjia's neck and dragged him away. Luo Wenjia struggled desperately to explain, but he was no match for the several constables who were like wolves and tigers, and in an instant he was dragged out. Until they had gone far several guests were still asking what happened. What crime did that scholar commit? The court is now in session with a commanding voice. Governor Fei Shirqing, surrounded by officers and clerks, calmly took his seat and suddenly slapped the bench. Defendant Luo Wenjia, do you know your crime? Although Luo Wenjia was shackled he still raised his head and retorted, I do not know what crime the student has committed. Fei Shirqing pointed at the pouch on the case. Is this pouch and the golden leaves inside yours? Luo Wenjia hesitated for a moment and said, that is the painting fee given to me by a young lady who asked me to paint. Nonsense. Do you think this official does not understand calligraphy and painting? Fei Shirqing sneered. Do you think you are Tang Bohu or Meng Haoren? Can just any painting be worth this much gold? The student knows that his painting is not worth so much, Luo Wenjia defended, so I plan to return it to that young lady first thing tomorrow morning. What is the young lady's name? Where does she live? Fei Shirqing asked sternly. Remembering the vow he made to Xiao Chui, Luo Wenjia hesitated briefly and could only honestly reply, I cannot say. I promised that young lady I would not disclose her name to others. Fei Shirqing laughed coldly. Ha. The more you fabricate the more absurd it becomes. If you cannot tell her name and do not know where she lies, how could you paint for her? How could a painting be worth so much gold? I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Bring in the torturers. Two officers rushed forward, grabbing Luo Wenjia's arms and preparing to throw him to the ground. Luo Wenjia suddenly shouted, stop. I have a degree. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty you cannot apply torture to me. Fei Shirqing sneered, I didn't expect you to be well versed in the laws of the Ming dynasty. Very well, I will follow the laws of the Ming dynasty and temporarily detain you. Tomorrow morning I will write to the Educational Affairs Office to revoke your degree and then force you to plead guilty. Clear the court. The officers unceremoniously dragged Luo Wenjia out. After everyone had left, two young men slowly stepped out from behind the screen. One was the graceful and cultured Nangong Clan while the other had a sinister expression, Tang Xiao. Fei Shirqing hurriedly bowed to the two and said, please rest assured, third young master and young master Tang. Once I revoke that young man's degree I will immediately hold him accountable. Nangong Clan smiled meaningfully, my lord must enforce the law impartially and never let lawbreakers go unpunished. Absolutely, absolutely. You can rest assured, third young master. Fei Shirqing promised, and with the clerk he respectfully escorted Nangong Clan and Tang Xiao out. After several people bid farewell outside the government office, Tang Xiao couldn't help but complain in a low voice, I don't understand why in dealing with a rootless and bottomless poor scholar young master must go through so much trouble. Why not just make him disappear? A poor scholar gone from the vast city of Yangzhou, I'm afraid no one would care. Nangong Clan smiled leisurely. In his view, making Luo Wenjia disappear was easy, but Luo Zonghan refused to cooperate. Would he really eradicate the Luo family village? Now that Luo Wenjia has presented himself, if he gets into trouble Luo Zonghan will have no choice but to sell his ancestral property to save this scholar. The two exchanged knowing laughs. As their laughter subsided, Tang Xiao suddenly asked in a low voice, "Third young master, have you heard the rumors in the rivers and lakes? The Chenmen secret code has resurfaced and it is said that possessing it can control the world."
Nangong Fong sneered, "Humph.
Such absurd and nonsensical rumors are completely untrustworthy." Indeed, Tang Xiao agreed reluctantly. The Chenmen secret code has always been just a legend in the rivers and lakes. No one has ever truly seen. Perhaps such a miraculous thing simply does not exist in this world. As they walked and chatted, they gradually disappeared into the night. Above them a dark cloud covered the already dim moon, shrouding the world in increasing chaos and darkness. The daylight outside the window was already bright. Luo Wenjia, who had been eagerly awaiting the magistrate's examination to clear his name, did not see the official he expected but instead was met by his weary mother and the worried Zhao Sini. Luo Wenjia was quite surprised. "Mother. What brought you here?" Lady Luo held back her tears and said hoarsely, "I heard you got into trouble with the law in the city, so came with me early this morning to see you." "What exactly did you do to be detained by the authorities?" Luo Wenjia feigned relaxation and smiled. "Don't worry, it's just a misunderstanding. Soon the truth will come to light." "Mother, you know my character well. Do you not trust me?" "Silly child." His mother shook her head and sighed. "How could you not know the dangers of this world? Even if you are innocent, once you enter the prison you won't come out unscathed." Luo Wenjia laughed dismissively. "It's not that terrifying. The government prison is not hell. Besides, I'm only being held temporarily. Once the matter is clarified, everything will be fine. By the way, you need to find a girl named Yi Hong. If she can testify for me, I can clear my name." "Where does she live?" his mother hurriedly asked. "I only remember it's in the southern part of the city, but I can't recall exactly where," Luo Wenjia replied. "How do you know her?" A glimmer of suspicion flashed in Zhao Sini's eyes. Luo Wenjia quickly recounted his chance encounter with Xiaocui painting for Yi Hong and receiving a purse of golden leaves. Upon hearing this, his mother could not help but stamp her foot and sigh. "Silly child, you've been framed, yet you still want others to come forward and testify for you." Lady Luo quickly said, "I spoke without thinking. I hope you forgive me, young master. All I ask is for your help to rescue my son, and I will ensure my family relinquishes Luo family village." Nangong Fong sighed. "I heard he got into trouble as soon as he arrived in Yangzhou, but I don't know the specifics. Since you have requested it, I will go to the magistrate's office to ask about it. However, this matter is separate from Luo family village and you must not conflate the two. Regardless of whether Luo Zonghan sells Luo family village to the Nangong family, I will do my utmost to help your son." "Thank you, young master Nangong." Hearing Nangong Feng's assurance, Zhao Sini was filled with gratitude and bowed deep. At this moment she recognized the refined young man in white before her as the one who had almost bumped into her not long ago. "There is no need for such courtesy, young lady." Nangong Fong pretended to just recognize her, expressing surprise. "So it's you. Last time I almost knocked you over with my horse. Before I could apologize, you gracefully left, and it's been on my mind ever since. Today our reunion finally fulfills a wish of mine." He then bowed deeply, looking earnest. "No need to be so polite, young master." Zhao Sini wanted to step back but did not want to appear rude, making her feel somewhat flustered. At this moment her impression of Nangong Fong had completely changed and he no longer seemed like the bully who framed her brother Wenjia and ran rampant in Yangzhou. "I never expected such a coincidence. You are actually Scholar Luo's sister. In consideration of you, I will do my utmost to help rescue your brother," Nangong Fong said sincerely. Seeing Zhao Sini dressed as a young lady and so close to Lady Luo, he took her for Luo Wenjia's sister. "I am not." Zhao Sini's face turned red with embarrassment, but she could not explain and had to hide behind Lady Luo. Upon seeing this, Nangong Fong guessed the truth. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, but he maintained a calm expression and said cheerfully, "So you are Scholar Luo's future wife? My apologies. Rest assured I will definitely help rescue your beloved. You can wait for news with peace of mind." Watching the two leave with gratitude, Nangong Feng's smile gradually turned into a cold sneer. Tang Xiao quietly said, "This trick of yours really works. I believe Luo Zonghan will eventually have to use Luo family village to ransom that unfortunate scholar. Let's have Fei the magistrate apply some pressure on that scholar just to scare his old mother a bit." "I've changed my mind." Nangong Fong coldly gazed at Zhao Sini's departing figure. "I want to tear up the ticket." "Why is that?" Tang Xiao was surprised. "Are we giving up on Luo family village?" "I want both Luo family village and to tear up the ticket." As Nangong Fong spoke, the wine cup in his hand shattered with a loud crash. Tang Xiao followed his gaze and suddenly understood, smiling ambiguously. "Young master, you have quite the appetite." "I don't know when I will be able to drink your wedding wine, young master." "You won't have to wait long." Nangong Fong took out a silk handkerchief, carefully wiping his fingers clean of the wine, and coldly said, "Luo Wenjia, you are not destined for such fortune, yet you want to enjoy such great blessings. It will shorten your life. Bring the criminal to the court." With a loud order from the magistrate, several officials immediately brought Luo Wenjia into the court. Fei Shiqing slammed the gavel and shouted, "Kneel. I am a scholar and will not kneel before the authorities." As soon as Luo Wenjia finished speaking, he saw Fei Shiqing sneer and throw down an official document. The Education Department has sent a reply stating that due to the gravity of the case, in order to facilitate the court's proceedings, Scholar Luo Wenjia's title is temporarily revoked. As soon as he finished speaking, two officials struck Luo Wenjia hard on his knees. Luo Wenjia cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Dazed from the pain, he saw Fei Shiqing pick up a punishment token and throw it down, saying, "First administer 40 heavy blows to reduce his arrogance." The officials skillfully pinned Luo Wenjia down, and two officials wielding the punishment rod struck him repeatedly, causing flesh to tear and blood to fly. Luo Wenjia cried out in agony, and before long he fainted. He was splashed with cold water and vaguely heard the question, "Will you confess or not?" I haven't done anything. What do you want me to confess?" As soon as Luo Wenjia finished speaking, he heard another stern shout from the court, still being stubborn. "Prepare the bamboo sticks." Luo Wenjia's hands were restrained and his consciousness was somewhat hazy, but the pain from the bamboo sticks pressing on his fingers still pierced his mind like needles. Luo Wenjia gritted his teeth until he bled and shouted to the heavens, "Even if you beat me to death, I won't confess." "Very good. I was afraid you would confess too quickly and miss out on experiencing many of our torture instruments." Fei Shiqing said, throwing down another punishment token. "Prepare for the whipping." Luo Wenjia wandered between pain and unconsciousness, no longer aware of how many punishments he had endured nor how long this hellish ordeal would last. He could only grit his teeth and remain silent, firmly believing that his integrity would triumph over all evil and darkness. When he awoke from a particularly long bout of unconsciousness, he found himself lying in a dimly lit cell with messy straw underneath him. Dried blood had stuck the straw and flesh together, and a familiar sorrowful voice echoed nearby, "Brother Wenjia, you must wake up." Luo Wenjia struggled to open his eyes and saw his mother and Ear crying outside the cell. He wanted to smile at them but found himself unable to. Summoning all his strength, he finally managed to squeeze out a comforting sentence for his family and for himself, "Don't worry, the dog official wouldn't dare to kill me. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep his official hat. As long as I don't confess, he can't frame me." As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted again. When Lady Luo and Zhao Xini reappeared before him, Nangong Fong was not the slightest bit surprised. Everything was proceeding according to his plan, and he felt a sense of accomplishment from casually manipulating the fates of others. However, he did not let his smugness show on his face, instead wearing a sorrowful expression as he hurriedly said, "Lady Luo. Miss Zhao. I am truly ashamed. Due to the severe nature of Scholar Luo's case, I am helpless in the short term. However, you can rest assured I will think of every possible way to get him out as soon as possible. Young Master Fong." Lady Luo fell to her knees with a thud, holding up the land deed before Nangong Fong, crying, "Please save my son from prison as soon as possible. The land deed of Luo family village is all here. We don't dare to ask for a single coin, just my son's safety." "What is this?" Nangong Fong frowned, displeased. "What do you take me for? I beg young Master Fong to accept the land deed. Otherwise I will have to die before you." Lady Luo spoke resolutely. Zhao Xini also knelt down, crying, "Young Master, please save my brother Wenjia. Get up, get up. Quickly get up." Nangong Fong was at a loss. Seeing Lady Luo's firm attitude, he reluctantly accepted the land deed. "Since you insist, I will temporarily take this deed for you. Sigh. Now that your son is in prison, I have no mood for business. It's a pity Scholar Luo does not trust me. Otherwise I could go see him and have him do as I say, and he would surely be able to clear his name soon." Zhao Xini quickly took off a pendant made of rainflower stone from around her neck and carefully brought it before Nangong Fong. "Please take this to Brother Wenjia. It is a gift he gave me. Once he sees this rainflower stone, he will surely believe you." Nangong Fong was overjoyed, taking the rainflower stone and saying, "You can go back with peace of mind and wait for my good news." After sending the two women out, Nangong Fong carefully stored the rainflower stone and turned to instruct his attendants, "Send my message to Magistrate Fei, telling him not to let anyone visit Luo Wenjia again. Scholar Luo, you have endured hardships." A rare greeting awakened Luo Wenjia from his daze. Looking up, he recognized the person as the secretary beside Magistrate Fei. He sat down outside the cell, softly speaking to Luo Wenjia through the bars. "If you confess early, why must you suffer such torment? I am innocent, what is there to confess?" Luo Wenjia coldly laughed. "I have been calculating the days. Since the day I was detained, it has already been the 12th day. According to the Ming law, if I am not convicted within 15 days, I must be released. Even if you torture me, I will fight that dog official to the end with my life. I want to go to the provincial capital to accuse him of colluding with Nangong Fong, abusing torture and framing the innocent." The secretary shook his head with regret. "Scholar Luo, your temper will sooner or later cost you your life. Now that you are under someone's roof, do you still refuse to bow your head? Even if you endure these 15 days, if the case is serious, the magistrate can still apply to the criminal court for an extension of your imprisonment." Luo Wenjia knew the secretary's words were not false, but he was unwilling to show weakness and insisted, "So what? No matter how serious the case is, it can only be extended once. That dog official cannot keep me imprisoned forever, nor would he dare to let me die in court. Otherwise his official hat might be in danger." The secretary sighed lightly. "Scholar Luo, why risk your life to confront Magistrate Fei?
I suggest you confess. In fact, your case is not serious, it is merely theft of property. Although the amount is not small, fortunately it has all been recovered. You are a first-time offender, and even if you confess, it is not a serious crime. With good luck, spending some money will resolve the matter. With bad luck, you might just serve a few months of hard labor. We are both educated men, and I truly cannot bear to see you suffer because of your stubbornness, which is why I am pointing you toward a clear path. Luo Wenjia let out a cold laugh. You are so kind. The secretary took out a crystal-clear rainflower stone from his pocket and quietly asked, You don't trust me, but do you not trust this? Luo Wenjia's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly grabbed the stone, turning it over in his hand. This is the gift I gave her. How did it end up in your hands? Why hasn't she and mother come to see me? The secretary sighed. Your mother has fallen ill because of your situation. Miss Xiao has been seeking help everywhere while also taking care of your mother. How could she have the time to visit you? She even came to me for help. I sympathized with you as a fellow scholar and agreed to assist her. This is the token she asked me to give to you. How is my mother's condition? Luo Wenjia asked anxiously. The secretary sighed deeply. Lady Luo has been seeking help everywhere without success, and her anxiety has caused her to faint multiple times. If she does not see you come out soon, I fear. He shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with sorrow. Mother! I am unfilial and have caused you suffering. Luo Wenjia cried out to the heavens. After a long while he wiped away his tears and asked hoarsely, Thank you for informing me, sir. If I confess immediately, will it be? Will we be able to get out soon? You are well versed in the great Ming laws, so you must have an idea, the clerk said as he took out a document from his pocket. I have drafted the complaint and reduced the penalties to the lightest possible. This is all I can do. Take a look first. If you find it acceptable, then sign and seal it in the hall. Otherwise I will have to inform Miss Zhao and Madame Luo that there is nothing more I can do. Are you asking me to confess even my mother in a year? Luo Wenjia asked in a hoarse voice. The clerk comforted her, saying, Do not be upset. Both Madame Luo and Miss Zhao know your innocence, and I also believe in you, which is why I am trying my best to help. Are you asking me to confess even my mother in a year? Luo Wenjia asked in a hoarse voice. The clerk comforted her, saying, Do not be upset. In the imposing shouts of the officials surrounding them, the governor's hall was solemn and dignified. Fei Shiqing looked down at Luo Wenjia, who was kneeling in the hall, and sternly asked Defendant Luo Wenjia, Do you wish to confess? Luo Wenjia, feeling wronged, lowered her head and muttered like a mosquito, I am willing to confess. Louder, I cannot hear you. Fei Shiqing calmly replied. I am willing to confess. Luo Wenjia bit her lip until it bled, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Fei Shiqing laughed heartily, saying, Now that you are in my hands, even if I accuse you of patricide and matricide, you must confess. Poof. Even if you are willing to confess, you cannot escape this round of punitive lashes. Bring it on, give him 20 lashes first and then let him sign the complaint. Several officials immediately forced Luo Wenjia to the ground, whipping her brutally. She writhed in pain. By the time the 20 lashes were finished, she was dizzy and her vision blurred. At this moment the clerk approached with the document and said, Sign it. Once you do, everything will be fine. Luo Wenjia trembled and took the brush handed to her by the clerk. She wanted to examine the document closely, but her eyes were blurred with tears and sweat, and under the clerk's urging she could only sign where he pointed. The clerk immediately presented the document, and Fei Shiqing quickly glanced at it before returning it to the clerk, ordering, Read it according to the complaint. The clerk held up the document and calmly read, Defendant Luo Wenjia, on the evening of September 27th in the year of Jiashan, hired by the courtesan Yihong, painted for her. Seeing that the woman was exceptionally beautiful and wealthy, the defendant suddenly developed illicit intentions, attempted to deceive her but failed, and then forcibly seized her, subsequently committing heinous acts and fleeing. The defendant's methods were brutal, the amount of property seized was enormous, and the crime was utterly intolerable. You are deceiving me. Luo Wenjia finally realized she had fallen into someone else's trap again. She glared in anger but was firmly pinned to the ground by several officials. The clerk continued to read calmly, The defendant is extremely vicious and the circumstances of the crime are particularly heinous. I hereby report to the Ministry of Justice for the death penalty. It's a miscarriage of justice. Luo Wenjia cried out loudly and fainted. After the news spread, Madame Luo was devastated and fell ill. Zhao Fugui strictly prohibited his daughter from having any more dealings with the Luo family. But Zhao Xini couldn't let go of her beloved, and by then the Luo family's land had all belonged to Nangong Fong, and Zhao Fugui had sold all his property to Nangong Fong, preparing to move the family to Yangzhou. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos of the family's move, Zhao Xini secretly escaped and hurried to Yangzhou, clinging to the last glimmer of hope to seek Nangong Fong. Miss Zhao. Nangong Fong looked guilty, saying, I am truly powerless. This case has already been solidified into an ironclad case by the governor's office, and it is nearly impossible to overturn it. Young Master Nangong. Zhao Xini knelt down in tears. Please think of another way. As long as you can save Wenjia, I am willing to repay your great kindness with my life. What are you doing, Miss Zhao? Get up quickly. Nangong Fong said, lifting Zhao Xini without hesitation, shaking his head in difficulty. Alas. It's difficult. It's so difficult.
Seeing that even the renowned young master Nangong was powerless, Zhao Sini's tears flowed like a spring consumed by sorrow. Nangong Fong, seeing her like this, took out a silk handkerchief with affection and gently wiped away her tears, softly comforting her. Miss Xiao, do not be like this. Seeing you in such a state makes me feel very troubled.
Grief dulled Zhao Sini's senses, and she did not realize she had been gently embraced by Nangong Fong.
Just as he was about to kiss her lips, she suddenly became aware and hurriedly pulled away.
I'm sorry.
Nangong Fong said, his face filled with shame, repeatedly blaming himself. I really shouldn't have acted this way, but I couldn't help myself. Since our chance encounter at the Luo family estate, your voice and smile have often appeared in my dreams, leaving me powerless to extricate myself. I have thought many times about proposing through someone, but I feared you would refuse, thus burying this longing in my heart. Just now, seeing you in such despair, I could not bear it and foolishly offended you. I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths.
I am willing to accept your punishment.
He said this and knelt down.
Nangong Fang's self-reproach slightly eased Zhao Sini's heart.
Looking at the renowned third young master of the Nangong family, her expression was complex as she hesitated for a moment. Finally, gritting her teeth, she made a painful yet helpless decision.
Nangong Fang's self-reproach slightly eased Zhao Sini's heart.
Looking at the renowned third young master of the Nangong family, her expression was complex as long as you can save Wenjia's life, whatever you request, I will comply. Besides that, even if I were to enter a monastic life and never marry, I would not dare to accept your good intentions. Nangong Fong hesitated slightly but still gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. I will do my utmost to save his life. In a moment he had made up his mind. Even if he were to spare Luo Wenjia's life, he would ensure he was exiled thousands of miles away, sent to a place where he could never return, somewhere closest to hell. Outside the west gate of Yangzhou, several heavy criminals sentenced to exile were saying their final goodbyes to their families amidst the mixed sounds of weeping and shouting, creating a very chaotic scene. Luo Wenjia, shackled and covered in dirt, wore a blank expression. Only his eyes still held a flicker of life, anxiously searching among the crowd. Stop looking. No one will come again, said his uncle, who had come to send him off, looking dejected. He was the second son of Luo Zonghan, and although he was Luo Wenjia's uncle, he was only a few years older than him and was usually the closest to him.
What about my mother? Why didn't she come?
What about Luo Wenjia asked anxiously, but saw his uncle lowering his head in sorrow, saying, your mother fell ill because of your matter and passed away 3 days ago, harboring resentment. Your father is also on the verge of death due to this blow, and am afraid. As for Miss Xiao, you should not ask about her anymore.
Mother.
Luo Wenjia called out softly but could no longer shed a single tear. After a long pause he suddenly asked, tell me.
Why didn't come?
His uncle hesitated for a moment and said resentfully, she has already married Nangong Fong as a concubine and will not come again.
Luo Wenjia's body trembled, and the doubts in his heart finally turned into a terrifying reality.
He angrily raised his head, wanting to question the heavens. Could it be that she was truly tempted by Nangong Fang's family background and appearance, conspiring with him to deceive him? Just then he saw a familiar figure in the distance, both hauntingly memorable and filled with love and hate. Struggling to take off the rainflower stone that compelled him to confess, Luo Wenjia suddenly dashed out of the crowd, stumbling towards the tearful girl in the distance. He wanted to question her why even the most trusted family member had to cruelly deceive him. The criminal is escaping, someone shouted. Several officers immediately chased after him, beating him down to the ground. Luo Wenjia struggled to crawl forward, holding up the rainflower stone with the character heart engraved on it, screaming, why? Why did you deceive me? A heavy baton struck Luo Wenjia's wrist, sending the rainflower stone flying. Several officers seized the opportunity and beat Luo Wenjia mercilessly. At that moment a voice called from afar, stop hitting. You will kill him like this. Several officers turned to see a group of escort riders approaching along the road with a large shoe character on their banner. Under the banner a girl in a red dress about 14 or 15 years old rode gracefully, slowly approaching. Though the girl was young, she possessed a natural boldness. Despite being travel-worn, her inherent beauty and spirit, which only exist in the martial world, could not be concealed. The reprimand just now could only have come from her, a girl from the martial world who knew nothing of etiquette and propriety.
Who the hell is talking too much?
One of the officers cursed. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl lashed out with her whip, sternly chiding, mind your language. The officer instinctively leaned his head aside, dodging the blow to his face, but the whip still struck his shoulder hard, causing him to cry out in pain and raise his baton to retaliate. The girl immediately dismounted and prepared to fight, brandishing her riding whip.
Yanan, stop.
A middle-aged man with a weathered face stepped out from the escort team and shouted to the girl. He then turned to the officer, smiling and clasping his hand, saying, gentlemen, please do not hold it against my daughter. I was wondering who it was. The leading officer replied with a smile, returning the salute. Turns out it's head escort Shu. You must properly discipline your daughter. She has suddenly grown up after a few years and unexpectedly has become even more unruly and willful. Indeed, the middle-aged man sighed, it's all because her mother passed away early and I have been busy escorting goods, leaving no time to discipline her. I could only let her mingle with those boys on the street, resulting in her developing this reckless temper, frequently getting into trouble. So I had to bring her along on this escort journey.
He turned to the girl. Why don't you put away the whip and apologize to these gentlemen? But Dad. They spoke first impolitely. The girl pouted, looking displeased. All right. I have watched her grow up and I know her temperament well, don't I? The officer laughed and waved his hand, turning to his subordinates to put away their batons, then clasped his hands in a bow to the middle-aged man, saying, Head escort Shu, take care. We should be on our way now. Let's part here and come to your place for a drink another day. Of course. Head Shu welcomes you. Head escort Shu quickly bowed in return. On the road. The officer shouted, beckoning his subordinates. Ignoring the cries and pleas of the families, they escorted the prisoners onward. Luo Wenjia was oblivious to everything happening around him, only lying on the ground searching for the lost rainflower stone. When he finally spotted the stone and was about to crawl over to pick it up, he was forcibly lifted by two officers, dragged away without further ado. Luo Wenjia kicked and struggled desperately, shouting, My heart! My heart! The girl in the red dress watched sympathetically as Luo Wenjia was dragged away. Just as she was about to turn back to mount her horse, she suddenly noticed something crystal clear beneath her feet. She picked it up to take a look, and it was a beautiful rainflower stone. Holding it in her palm and examining it closely, she immediately spotted the naturally formed character heart and became enamored, casually putting it around her neck. At that moment she suddenly heard her father shouting, Yanan, we need to leave. Coming. The girl sweetly replied and quickly mounted her horse, flicking the whip. Her chestnut horse galloped swiftly, soon catching up with the departing escort team. A splash of cold water was heavily thrown on Luo Wenjia's face, finally waking him from the nightmare. He opened his eyes bewildered and surveyed his surroundings, which were filled with endless yellow sand and the desolate small post station. After a while he remembered that he had traveled from Yangzhou for thousands of miles to Gansu and was now being escorted to Qinghai. Good lad, you've made it through all this. The scarred man lifted Luo Wenjia's face to scrutinize him for a moment, then suddenly gave him a thumbs up. Incredible. You are a bastard, but also an impressive bastard. I have seen many notorious thieves and bandits, but none as tough as you. From now on I will treat you like a person and will no longer make things difficult for you. I will safely deliver you to your destination. After saying this, the scarred man turned to the others and shouted loudly, Pack up, let's hit the road. A small team of shackled prisoners driven by several officers with whips and batons continued their arduous journey under the fierce sun of the Gobi Desert, headed towards an unknown destination. In the dimly lit hall, the prison warden perused the case files while appraising the prisoner below, speaking in a detached tone. So you were a scholar once. I care not what you were in the past. Here you have but one identity, a prisoner. A death row convict condemned to a lifetime of hard labor. I Yan Luowang am the warden of this prison, representing the court and His Majesty. Before me and the guards you shall show absolute obedience without a single complaint. Should you do otherwise I will punish you without mercy. This prisoner understands. Luo Wenjia lowered his head woodenly. Having endured countless hardships, he had gradually learned the truth of bowing one's head when under another's roof. It seems you are a man of reason. The warden nodded with satisfaction and said flatly, In that case, do you have any tribute to offer? Luo Wenjia shook his head with a bitter smile. This prisoner has been exiled for 1,000 li. Even if I had any wealth, it would have been stripped by the escorts along the way. How could I have any tribute for you, sir? No matter. The warden nodded understandingly. You can write a letter. I will have it delivered to your family. If they wish for you to live comfortably here, they will not begrudge such worldly possessions. Luo Wenjia lowered his head in dejection. This prisoner's father died long ago and my mother passed away not long ago. I have no family left. A flicker of disappointment crossed the warden's face, but he asked patiently, Think again. Are there any friends or relatives willing to help you? Luo Wenjia shook his head numbly. No. The warden's expression darkened. I kindly remind you that there are two main types of labor here. One is odd jobs like cooking, tending fires, bookkeeping and laundry. The other is the hard labor of mining underground. Seeing you are a scholar, I intended to give you the easy task of wielding a pen to keep accounts. Do not be ungrateful. Luo Wenjia said indifferently, This prisoner truly cannot offer any tribute to you, sir. I beg you to understand. Very well, send him to the mines. The warden finally lost his patience. At dusk, Luo Wenjia was led to the mining site. With a shout from the escorting guard, a burly man covered in scars came out from the workshed, bowing and scraping obsequiously. The guard pointed at Luo Wenjia. Scarhead, Harace, a new one. He's yours. Though a prisoner himself, Scarhead was far more robust and well-groomed than the others. He nodded with a fawning smile. Rest assured, officer. You'll teach him to be obedient. The guard unlocked Luo Wenjia's shackles and barked, From now on he's your foreman. You will obey him in everything. With that he left the two of them striding away amidst Scarhead's farewells. Luo Wenjia surveyed his surroundings. On the barren hillside were scattered over a dozen worksheds of varying sizes with rammed earth walls and bamboo and wood roofs, crude and simple. There seemed to be no special restraints around the mining camp. But recalling that the area for hundreds of li was a desolate, uninhabited Gobi Desert, he felt resigned. Leaving here would be nothing short of suicide. What crime did you commit? Scarhead sized up Luo Wenjia with keen interest.
Hesitating and not wanting to be pitted by a fellow prisoner, Luo Wenjia replied, "Murder, rape, swindling." A flicker of surprise passed through Scarhead's eyes. "I didn't expect a seemingly refined bastard like you to have committed such serious offense, but let me warn you, no matter how tough you are outside here, you'll be docile and obedient to me."
"Do you know the rules?"
"What rules?"
Luo Wenjia asked blankly. "You'll find out soon enough."
Scarhead grinned sinisterly. "Now follow me inside." Luo Wenjia followed Scarhead into the shed, which was cramped with dozens of bunks.
The miners had just returned from their shifts, filling the place with a noisy, chaotic din.
When they saw Scarhead bringing in Luo Wenjia, the men gathered around, eyeing him with malicious glee, their eyes sparkling with the excitement of a cat toying with a mouse.
"Boss, this kid's got delicate skin. Could he be a little catamite?" one prisoner joked, sparking roars of laughter. Another added, "Then let's call him Kitty from now on."
"Boss, how do we want to play with this kitty this time?" Scarhead chuckled. "Same old rules, first a welcoming gift, then through the 18 caves.
"Great. 1 gift per person." A prisoner threw a punch at Luo Wenjia's jaw.
Caught off guard, Luo Wenjia was knocked to the ground. The prisoners swarmed him, kicking and punching. Luo Wenjia instinctively curled up, shielding his head, silently enduring the beating. It was a full quarter of an hour before the men stopped, satisfied. Before Luo Wenjia could catch his breath, a prisoner dragged him before Scarhead. Scarhead sneered, spreading his legs and pointing to his crotch. "Crawl through.
Pass the 18 caves and he'll let you off tonight."
Several prisoners lined up behind Scarhead, legs apart, and chanted in unison, "Crawl." Seeing this, Luo Wenjia finally understood the meaning of the 18 caves. There were exactly 18 prisoners in the shed, each with legs spread, forming what looked like 18 caves beneath their crotches. Though beaten bloody from the mouth and nose, the naturally stubborn Luo Wenjia raised his head and glared at Scarhead defiantly. "Don't even think about it.
I'll ask you one more time, will you crawl or not?"
When Luo Wenjia shook his head firmly, Scarhead flew into a rage, grabbing him by the hair and shoving his head toward his crotch. Luo Wenjia's innate pride erupted. He seized Scarhead's wrist and bit down, refusing to let go. Scarhead screamed in agony.
The prisoners frantically pinned Luo Wenjia down, punching and kicking him, some choking his neck.
It took a long while to free Scarhead's hand from Luo Wenjia's mouth, revealing it to be a bloody mess with bone visible. Scarhead's face was pale with pain, and it was some time before he recovered. He kicked Luo Wenjia viciously several times, then turned to whisper to a few companions, "Kill him."
The prisoners nodded knowingly.
One fetched a fist-sized round stone from a hidden spot, wrapped it tightly in a rag, and advanced on Luo Wenjia with it in hand. Seeing the man's expression, Luo Wenjia instantly realized his peril and opened his mouth to cry for help. But he only managed half a shout before someone covered his mouth and nose, silencing him completely. Others pinned down his limbs, rendering him unable to struggle. He could only watch helplessly as the prisoner raised the cloth-wrapped stone and struck him heavily on the chest. Once, twice, thrice. Luo Wenjia felt as if all his internal organs were being shattered, his mouth and nose filling with a salty, bloody fluid. In despair, he stopped struggling, glaring at this dark, demonic world.
"Enough."
Just as Luo Wenjia's consciousness began to fade, a lazy voice of restraint came from the innermost bunk of the shed. A hunched figure slowly sat up. Scarhead hurried over to support the man. "Master Yun, are you feeling better today?"
"Much better."
The man slowly got down from the bunk with Scarhead's help, walked over to Luo Wenjia, bent down to study him for a moment, and nodded slightly. "So it's you.
Who would have thought we'd meet again here?"
A vaguely familiar voice forced the nearly unconscious Luo Wenjia to open his eyes. He immediately recognized the gaunt, weathered old man as the mysterious figure who had been injured and fled from the Luo family estate half a year ago, the resourceful martial arts master who called himself Master Yun.
Luo Wenjia's heart surged with emotion.
He tried to rise and acknowledge him, but dizziness overwhelmed him and he blacked out. When Luo Wenjia awoke again, he found himself lying on a bunk. The shed was empty, with not a soul in sight. A ray of sunlight streamed through the crack in the door, offering a faint warmth. "Awake!" A soft greeting came from beside him. Hearing that indifferent, weathered voice, Luo Wenjia ignored his bodily pain, struggled to turn over, knelt and kowtowed. "Master Yun, I beg you to teach me peerless martial arts.
I want revenge."
"Poof." Master Yun sneered, "You saved my life once and now I saved yours.
We're even. On what grounds do you make extra demands?"
Luo Wenjia quickly said. "Master Yun, you are a martial arts master who roams the world. This worthless life of mine was saved by you. I dare not make any further requests. I only ask that you accept me as your disciple. I will serve you as a father for life, devotedly and obediently, without the slightest defiance." Master Yun sneered. "Here you have one foot in the grave. It's questionable whether you'll even survive. What can you offer me?" Luo Wenjia said proudly, "Though I am penniless and weak as a kitten, I still have a sincere heart."
"A sincere heart?"
Master Yun's face twisted in mockery. "Have you read too many books and gone mad? What good is a sincere heart?
Show it to me."
Luo Wenjia was speechless. Master Yun handed him a pill and said coldly, "First strive to stay alive. I despise bookworms like you who speak so arrogantly, all talk utterly useless.
If not for my healing elixir, even if you survived, you'd be crippled for life. Keep your sincere heart rotting in your belly. It's of no use to me. Luo Wenjia took the pill with a face full of shame, swallowed it silently and bowed his head. Master Yun, though you regard me as worthless as grass, I still see you as a master and father. Once I recover, I will serve you with all my heart. Master Yun snorted but said nothing more. He sat cross-legged in a corner and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing that he was unwilling to engage, Luo Wenjia dared not disturb him further, but his mind was still scheming on how to get Master Yun to accept him as a disciple. He had resolved to learn peerless martial arts. Only then could he possibly escape from this place, and only then could he seek justice from the Nangong Clan. Master Yun's healing pill was indeed miraculous. In just half a month, Luo Wenjia's internal injuries were mostly healed. During this time, the guards assigned him no labor, and Scarhead did not trouble him. Moreover, the other prisoners let Master Yun and him eat first. Clearly Master Yun was the true ruler here, and even Scarhead had to defer to him. As soon as Luo Wenjia could barely get out of bed, he attended to Master Yun with the diligence of a junior serving an elder. Master Yun accepted his service without comment but ignored his pleas to become a disciple. After 10 days or so, Luo Wenjia finally lost patience and his pent-up resentment erupted. I think I've come to the wrong person, he sneered. You're trapped here yourself, barely able to survive. How could you possibly teach me anything? Even if you were to. You impart all your skills to me, yet you yourself remain trapped here. How could I possibly escape? Even if I learn your paltry tricks, at best I could bully Scarhead and be a jailer for life. Such skills are not worth learning. Lord Yun finally opened his eyes and asked calmly, I hear your voice full of vigor. Has your wound healed? Luo Wenjia sneered, thanks to your elixir, Lord Yun, my body has at least not been crippled. In that case, we owe each other nothing from now on. Lord Yun closed his eyes again. Tomorrow you must go to the mine. I cannot care for you forever. Luo Wenjia bowed with clasped hands. Thank you for your care, my lord. I will repay you doubly in the future. Arrogant nonsense. Though his eyes were shut, a trace of mockery appeared on Lord Yun's face. Once you're here, how much future do you think you have left? Descending into the mine with the other convicts for the first time, Luo Wenjia finally understood what it meant to eat the food of the living while doing the work of the dead. The pitch-black mineshaft was narrow, damp and fathomless. Illuminated by a few dim lanterns, the convicts hunched over like dogs, filing one by one through the low tunnel into the mountain's belly, dozens of feet deep. There they dug out earth and are dragging it out bit by bit in baskets on their backs. At the entrance, wardens kept records. Each convict had a mandatory quota of ore to extract. Failure to meet it meant no food. Only then did Luo Wenjia realize that the barely edible daily rations had to be earned with sweat or even life itself. No wonder several frail convicts had vanished without a trace. They must have been eliminated by the brutal labor and starvation. Deep in the mine it was as dark as night and the air was stifling, soon making one's chest ache. There were several such mines, and Scarhead was the foreman of this one, responsible for assigning workers. Picking up a shovel for the first time, Luo Wenjia was noticeably slower than the others. Scarhead raised his whip toward Luo Wenjia, but it didn't fall on him. Instead it struck another convict. Still uncertain of Luo Wenjia's connection to Lord Yun, he dared not beat him freely, so he made an example of someone else. After an unknown time, the gong for mealtime sounded outside the mine. The convicts dropped their tools and scrambled out. The wardens distributed cornbread and pickled vegetables according to each person's output. Most received 2 or 3 pieces of cornbread. Luo Wenjia, having fallen far short of his quota, got none. As he fretted, someone tapped his shoulder. Here. Lend it to you, remember to pay me back. Luo Wenjia turned and recognized a fellow prisoner. The man handed him a dark, unremarkable cornbread, but in Luo Wenjia's eyes at that moment it was more precious than any delicacy. His eyes reddening, he silently took the cornbread and whispered, thank you. No trouble. The man waved dismissively. Anyone can see you're a greenhorn not used to hard labor. This work needs endurance, never go too fast or too hard. If you collapse after 2 trips you'll never earn your cornbread. Also load more gravel and less mud, it'll be lighter. Luo Wenjia nodded gratefully. He remembered that this man had once beaten him, but now he saw a kind sight. Chewing the cold hard cornbread in silence, Luo Wenjia looked around. The convicts sat in small groups on the ground, enjoying their rare leisure and exchanging crude jokes. Their faces shone with simple smiles like ordinary people. Gradually Luo Wenjia realized they weren't all born criminals, they too had a good side. Back to work. At the warden's shout, everyone re-entered the mine. Following the man's advice, Luo Wenjia finally earned his first cornbread by dusk. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Wenjia gradually adapted to the grueling labor. Though still often hungry, he could at least barely sustain himself compared to the beginning. All convicts had to earn their cornbread through labor, except Lord Yun. He lay in the shed all day recuperating, yet ate better than anyone. Over the month his wounds seemed to improve greatly. Occasionally he would come out of the shed to stroll and bask in the sun. The jailer's attitude toward him was delicate. They neither interfered with his movements nor acknowledged him as if he didn't exist. Luo Wenjia had abandoned all hope of becoming his disciple. Instead he carefully observed his surroundings, plotting an escape. The mine often caved in, burying prisoners alive. Watching companions die silently, Luo Wenjia could no longer endure the hopeless labor. During a work break he seized the warden's inattention and fled the mining area, plunging recklessly into the vast desert. Though he knew success was nearly impossible, he preferred to die of thirst or hunger in the desert than to be worked to death like an ox. By dusk the next day, exhausted Luo Wenjia was caught by hunting dogs. The wardens dragged him behind a horse back to the camp and locked him in a solitary cell. The cell stood on a hillside. Through a window the size of a bowl he could see the sheds below and even hear the gong for the convicts' meals. At this point Luo Wenjia's mind grew calm. But when his eyes adjusted to the darkness he was horrified by what he saw. Countless twisted skeletons filled the cell, glaring white even in the gloom. He immediately understood this was the death cell for escapees. Once locked in here there was nothing to do but wait for death. For 3 days no one answered his calls and no one brought water or food. Tortured by hunger and thirst his consciousness slowly faded, leaving only despair and unwillingness. Late on the third night faint footsteps approached outside. A thin figure quietly opened the door, came to his side, gently lifted his head and brought a water flask to his lips. Luo Wenjia recognized the visitor. Though his expression was still indifferent and his eyes cold at this moment, he seemed more kind than anyone else. Luo Wenjia couldn't help but let out a hoarse sob. After feeding him water the man left the flask and some cornbread and turned to leave. Luo Wenjia struggled to kneel and wept. "Master." The man sighed. "It's not that I'm unwilling to teach you martial arts, but you simply lack the physique for it and you've missed the developmental stage for initiation. Even if you train desperately now your skills will never amount to anything. Mindful of your past kindness, I'll save you one last time. Endure a few days here, I'll find a way to persuade the warden to spare you." Luo Wenjia felt no joy at the old man's promise, only inexplicable despair. Staring blankly into the void he suddenly wailed, "If I can't learn martial arts to avenge myself, living on would make me a walking corpse. Better to end it now." He lowered his head and slammed it against the stone wall, but too weak to muster force he only broke the skin. Ignoring the blood streaming down his face he struck again, cursing himself. "Luo Wenjia. You call yourself a man yet you lack even the strength to die. What use are you in this world?" The old man didn't stop him until he collapsed in exhaustion. Then he said, "You don't even understand a person's true power. What makes you worthy to be my disciple? Think about what truly makes your enemy formidable. Without understanding that, how can you speak of revenge?" The old man turned to leave. "He'll come back in 2 days. If you can figure it out, there may still be hope for you." The old man's words struck like lightning, tearing through the chaotic veil of ignorance. Luo Wenjia's eyes seemed to brighten as he glimpsed the truth of the world beneath that sky. But the lightning's flash was too brief for him to fully see that world. He stared blankly into the void, sinking into deep thought. With the old man's cornbread and water, Luo Wenjia was temporarily free from hunger and thirst. He began pondering why Nangong Fong had toyed with him so easily and why the entire Luo family, even Iron Palm Ding Jianfeng, was so weak and insignificant before the Nangong clan. On the third night the old man returned to the death cell. Before he could speak, Luo Wenjia said eagerly, "Lord Yun, I understand. The Nangong clan runs rampant in Yangzhou because of their influence and wealth. With these two things they can bribe officials above and hire assassins below without even showing their faces to destroy a rootless commoner like—" "Where does their influence come from?" asked Lord Yun. "The Nangong clan has entrenched itself in Yangzhou for a century, amassing a vast fortune from their ancestors. Now their power is even greater. Half the businesses in Yangzhou are tied to them." Luo Wenjia said, "Even the local authorities have to defer to them." Lord Yun shook his head slightly. "You know the what but not the why. No estate is born from nothing and no power appears out of thin air. They rise and fall like the tides, like the movement of stars and moon, like the changing seasons. The world's changes are governed by nature, but the gathering and dispersal of power are determined by people. Don't be narrow-minded, fixated only on the Nangong clan before you. Think of the dynastic changes over millennia, the rise and fall of kingdoms, what governs those shifts." Luo Wenjia's eyes lit up. People. A few extraordinary figures seizing the currents of their times have created one astonishing miracle after another. From Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi to Tang Taizong and Song Taizu, all are examples. Did any of them conquer the realm through martial prowess? Lord Yun asked again. Not one. Luo Wenjia immediately shook his head. "You must be well read in the classics and histories," Lord Yun said calmly. "What inspiration did you draw from the great achievements of the past?" A thought stirred in Luo Wenjia's mind. He suddenly recalled a line from the secret manual of the Thousand Schools. He nodded. "Humans have neither the claws of tigers and wolves nor the strength of lions and elephants, yet they can capture tigers and wolves, tame lions and hunt elephants, nothing else but wisdom." Exactly. Humans are strong because of wisdom, not family background or martial arts. Lord Yun finally smiled and nodded. "Understanding this, at least you haven't been completely ruined by books. If you can grasp the true function of wisdom, I might consider taking you as a disciple. He'll return in 3 days. I hope you won't disappoint me." With that, Lord Yun set down his flask and cornbread, locked the cell door and drifted away. Luo Wenjia sat cross-legged once again, sinking into deep contemplation. In the pitch-black death cell, Luo Wenjia felt an unprecedented clarity in his heart.
During the past 3 days aside from eating and sleeping he had been pondering the question Master Yun posed. When Master Yun returned he had already sorted out his thoughts. The role of wisdom is to assess the situation and find the optimal solution to a problem. Luo Wenjia spoke confidently under Master Yun's gaze. Compared to wolves and beasts, humans are naturally disadvantaged physically. Even the most inept hunter wouldn't be foolish enough to hope overcoming this inherent disadvantage by training in martial arts to fight beasts hidden. Instead he would use tools like bows, traps and snares, exploiting the beast's natural habits and weaknesses to cleverly hunt them. A wise hunter often captures his prey without any risk or bloodshed. What if your prey is as intelligent as you? Master Yun asked with keen interest. Then one must assess the situation and skillfully navigate various circumstances, Luo Wenjia replied. Individual strength is always limited. In ancient times the overlord of Western Shu could lift a tripod and was unmatched in valor, yet he was defeated by Liu Bang's schemes and forced to take his own life at the Wu River. Wisdom may not increase one's strength, but it reveals where strength should be applied. If your opponent is overwhelmingly powerful and after assessing the situation you find no way to deal with them, what then? Master Yun asked again. Then one must endure. Luo Wenjia felt the classical texts he had read come alive in his mind. Wait patiently for the opponent to show weakness while gathering your own strength until a fatal flaw appears, then strike like a snake aiming for a lethal blow. In ancient times Gojian held the reins and tasted the excrement of the king of Wu. Emperor Gaozu of Han risked the feast at Hongmen. Emperor Taizong of Tang even submitted to the Turks. These were all acts of endurance after assessing the situation. Such actions do not diminish a hero's glory but instead highlight their wisdom and strength. Master Yun nodded with satisfaction. It seems you are not beyond redemption. To glean such insights from the classics means your reading was not in vain. In ancient times Gojian held the reins and tasted the excrement of the king of Wu. Emperor Gaozu of Han risked the feast at Hongmen. Emperor. Take the history of officialdom for instance. Those who thrive are often mediocre talents, while learned scholars are sidelined, even ostracized by peers, envied by superiors, living in frustration or dying young. Luo Wenjia was taken aback, replying in confusion, perhaps intelligence and wisdom are two different realms. The intelligent may lack wisdom, but wisdom can only come from an intelligent mind. Master Yun shook his head slightly. That is because some things are easy to know but hard to do. Talented individuals know that officialdom requires flattery and sycophancy, yet they refuse or disdain to do so, hence their frustration. Knowing the power of wisdom is not enough, you must also be adept at wielding it, casting aside all constraints to put it into practice. Only by achieving unity of mind and body can you truly harness wisdom's power. Luo Wenjia looked bewildered, clasping his hands and bowing. Disciple still doesn't quite understand. I seek Master Yun's guidance. If one falls into a cesspit and cannot climb out, what should they do? Master Yun asked abruptly. Seeing Luo Wenjia's blank shake of the head, Master Yun said coldly, learn from the maggots, feed on the filth and struggle to claim a rich patch of excrement. Even if I tell you this wisdom that maggots possess, can you do it? Luo Wenjia thought for a moment and dejectedly shook his head. I cannot. Master Yun sneered. That is why it is easy to know but hard to do. If one cannot change the world around them, they must better adapt to it, gradually becoming strong. Only when you are strong enough can you ultimately change the world. Among gentlemen be more gentlemanly than gentlemen, among scoundrels be more despicable than scoundrels. If you act like a scoundrel among gentlemen or a gentleman among scoundrels, you will die miserably. In the eyes of the wise, being a gentleman or a scoundrel has nothing to do with morality, it only relates to the environment. The ancient sages, ignoring worldly realities, insisted on making people docile and virtuous gentlemen, unknowingly causing the deaths of countless inflexible filial sons and descendants. Luo Wenjia heard such heretical views for the first time and was profoundly shaken. He didn't fully agree with Master Yun's words and wanted to refute them but didn't know where to start. Then Master Yun asked, you have thoroughly read the sage's books. Besides historical allusions, what else have you seen? Luo Wenjia thought and replied, loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, integrity, and a sense of shame. Nonsense. Master Yun scoffed. Reading without using your mind is worse than not reading at all. If you cannot see the truth behind the words, you will forever be an unenlightened fool. What right do you have to be my disciple? Loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, integrity, and a sense of shame. Count the many influential figures throughout history, how many meet these standards? Suddenly struck by inspiration, Luo Wenjia fell to his knees and bowed. Master's lesson is correct, your disciple will keep it in mind. Master Yun neither stepped aside nor helped him up, only said, if you wish to be my disciple you must first learn to be rebellious, enduring, and otherwise how could I, Yun Xiaofeng, the dignified leader of the Qian sect, save face? Though Master Yun's words were harsh, they sounded like heavenly music to Luo Wenjia's ears. He hurriedly kowtowed 3 times and said excitedly, Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. I will strictly follow your orders and never bring shame to you. Don't rush to become my disciple, it's not certain if you are worthy yet. Master Yun snorted coldly, suddenly spreading his legs and pointing to his crotch. Crawl through. What? Luo Wenjia was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Crawl through. Master Yun said sternly. I am now teaching you the basic skill of our sect, shamelessness. Luo Wenjia hesitated, his heart churning like a stormy sea. After much deliberation his desire for revenge finally overcame the shame of the humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and slowly crawled through Master Yun's parted legs. When he stood up, his face was flushed with shame. Master Yun, ignoring his embarrassment, asked calmly, "Back then when Scarhead made you go through the 18 holes, you refused even at the cost of your life. Why are you so quick to crawl now?" Luo Wenjia raised his head proudly. Han Xiang once endured crawling between someone's legs. Bah! Before Luo Wenjia could finish, Master Yun spat a thick glob of phlegm onto his face. "Don't flatter yourself." The Marquis of Huayin could have avoided the humiliation but chose to endure it. "What right do you have to compare yourself to him? Right now, whether you want revenge or to survive, you have to beg me. Even if I told you to eat shit, you would have to do it. How dare you boastfully compare yourself to the Marquis of Huayin?" Luo Wenjia lowered his head in shame, knowing Master Yun spoke the truth. Han Xiang could have drawn his sword and killed the thug who blocked his way, but he chose to bow his head and endure, which instead showed his magnanimity and forbearance. As for himself, whether he wanted to survive or seek revenge, Master Yun was his last hope. As long as he wanted to live to avenge himself, he had no choice but to endure any humiliation. Thinking this, he bowed and said, "Thank you for the lesson, Master. Your disciple knows his mistake." Master Yun's expression softened slightly, nodding. The Marquis of Huayin did not regard the humiliation as shameful. That is the true realm of shamelessness. If you cannot reach this state, then strategies and plans are merely empty words on paper. Let's stop here for today. First, figure out what is truly recorded in the ancient historical texts. I'll return in 3 days to see if you truly understand their profound meaning. 3 days later, when Master Yun came to the prison again, Luo Wenjia immediately knelt down. Master Yun spread his legs in a commanding pose, and without needing a signal, Luo Wenjia lowered his head and crawled through. After he stood up, Master Yun asked calmly, "I have humiliated you, so do you harbor any resentment?" "I dare not." Luo Wenjia bowed. "Master is helping your disciple cast aside shame. Only by enduring what others cannot endure, doing what others cannot do, can one fully unleash one's wisdom. What do you see now in the classical texts? Intrigue, cunning, rebellion, tyranny, and shamelessness. The child is teachable." Master Yun nodded with satisfaction and sat cross-legged on the ground. "Since you wish to become my disciple, you should know about our sect. Do you understand its origins and foundations?" Luo Wenjia shook his head. Last time Master called himself the leader of the Qian sect. Is our sect called the Qian sect? Correct. But do you know the meaning of Qian? Qian means deception. Southerners also call swindlers old Qian. Is my understanding correct? Swindling and cheating are but the lowliest branches of the Qian sect, and I am ashamed to be associated with them. Master Yun said proudly, "The highest realm of our sect is the great form without shape, the great sound without voice, maneuvering for power and state without a trace. Using deception to gain a coin is fraud, using deception to gain a state is strategy. Countless military strategists and founding emperors throughout history have been well versed in this art. Even the military strategies praised by the world are but offshoots of the Qian sect. Do not look down on our sect because of lowly street swindlers. Do you know who the founder of our sect is?" Seeing Luo Wenjia's blank look, Master Yun's face showed a hint of pride as he bowed to the distant sky. "It is the divine Yu. The great Yu of ancient legend who controlled the floods." "Great Yu?" Luo Wenjia was astonished. "He is one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a saint known to every household." Master Yun nodded. "Indeed. Though he stole the realm with deception, people still revere him as a sage. That is the supreme realm of our sect. The world only knows of Yes flood control achievements, not his cunning and scheming. He used schemes to eliminate rivals, weaken tribal forces to become the true ruler of the world, abolished the ancient abdication system in favor of passing the throne to his son, and founded China's first dynasty, the Xia. From then on, the rivers and mountains of the state became the private property of a single family, a deer and cauldron for all to contend. Throughout Chinese history, every dynastic change has seen the shadow of our Qian sect predecessors. They were ministers or generals, each using their cunning and strategy to enact the legendary history of China for millennia. As long as human intellect remains, this legend will continue." Luo Wenjia was well versed in the legends of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but he always believed those mythical ancient records were unreliable. Hearing Master Yun revere Great Yu as the founding ancestor of the Qian sect, he was somewhat unconvinced. Master Yun saw this and asked coldly, "You don't believe me? Your disciple dare not." However, the history of Great Yu and his son Shi founding the dynasty is too distant, and later generations cannot verify it, Luo Wenjia quickly said. "Hoof. Can history not recorded in detail in texts be dismissed as fabrication?" Master Yun snorted. Han Xiang loafed around in a remote village for half his life, yet upon emerging he could command thousands of troops and win every battle. Do you think he was a born general? Zhuge Liang, a poor scholar from a remote mountain village, stepped into the world and helped Liu Bei divide the realm into 3. Do you think he was a god descending to earth? Why do some scholars study all their lives only producing a few arrogant poems and memorizing some 4 books and 5 classics, while others with their frail bodies can overthrow dynasties and rewrite history with their own hands? Master, are you saying they were all members of the Qian sect? Luo Wenjia was astonished. Master Yun did not answer directly but asked instead, "Can reading military manuals make one a great general?" Can working behind closed doors produce a master strategist?
That. Probably not.
Your disciple is foolish, please instruct me. Luo Wenjia sweated profusely, suddenly realizing that in his past reading he had indeed failed to think deeply. Master Yun smiled proudly. Throughout history many mysterious figures who rose like meteors were meticulously trained and cultivated by Qian sect hermits. In an era of countless heroes, figures such as Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Sun Bin and Pang Wan all emerged from the teachings of Guguzi, while Zhang Liang learned from Huang Shigong. Although the secret techniques of the Thousand Schools are not widely known, they have been passed down through generations, influencing and shaping the tides of the world. In times of peace, masters of the Thousand Schools must remain hidden, but once chaos descends upon the world, these masters quietly reveal themselves, showcasing their skills and inscribing the grand history of dynasties rising and falling. Originally I thought the Thousand Schools were merely a collection of tricksters wandering the world, but I never expected them to boast such a glorious history. Luo Wenjia was lost in reverie. The thought of the various legendary figures recorded in historical texts filled his heart with hope. Since numerous individuals of humble beginnings have established remarkable achievements through their cunning and strategies I compared to them may not be foolish, can I not seek vengeance using my intellect? With this thought he felt a sudden clarity in his heart and excitement began to show on his face, nearly making him dance with joy.
Don't get too excited too soon.
Yun coldly regarded the overly excited Luo Wenjia, saying even a 3-year-old child understands how to use their fists, but that does not make them a master of martial arts. Everyone knows schemes and tricks, but true heroes are few and far between. Whether in martial prowess or cunning, specialized training is essential to rise above the ordinary masses. As for whether one can become a hero far beyond the current age, that depends solely on talent and fortune. As he spoke, Yun took out an item from his bosom and spread it on the ground. Luo Wenjia looked closely and found it was a hand-drawn Go board. He was somewhat puzzled. Master, do you wish to play a game of Go with me to test my intellect? Yun shook his head, saying, with your current cultivation you have no right to play against me. Though Go is a lesser path, it is a study of strategy often used in the Thousand Schools as a tool for training the mind. I will let you start with 4 stones and see how great your potential is. Luo Wenjia complied and set up 4 stones, feeling somewhat unwilling. The Luo family has a history of scholarly pursuits and Go is one of the 6 arts, so he has known how to play since he was young. Although he did not consider Go a serious study, his natural talent made him the recognized best player in Luo Village. Being given a handicap of 4 stones at the start felt like an insult to him. Though he said nothing outwardly, he secretly vowed to defeat Yun decisively so he would not underestimate him. The two played quickly, laying down more than 10 stones in a short time. Yun commented, while placing stones, playing Go is like traversing 1,000 paths. What I can teach you is fixed patterns, but the changes on the board are endless. The depth of Go lies in each person's understanding. The same applies to the Thousand Schools. Although many classic strategies are recorded in various texts, the changes are nearly infinite. Only by adapting and having no fixed methods can one cleverly apply and integrate these strategies. Luo Wenjia focused entirely on the board, unable to grasp what Yun was saying. As they gradually entered the middle game, Luo Wenjia became increasingly alarmed. The advantage of 4 stones began to dwindle while the opponent's position remained subtly dominant, unknowingly taking the lead. Within a meal's time, Luo Wenjia helplessly conceded defeat. Just as he intended to review the game, Yun had already smashed the board to pieces. Learning Go is merely a training method. Winning or losing is not important. You must not become ensnared in this losing sight of what is essential. With your current skill level you may play blindfolded against me in the future without the need for a board.
Thank you for your guidance, master. Luo Wenjia hastily bowed.
Do not rejoice too soon, Yun said, turning to leave. Whether you can become my formal disciple still requires another test. Luo Wenjia watched as Yun walked away, reflecting on his words. He felt a new sense of power stirring within him, filling him with hope for the future. 2 days later, Yun returned to the prison, this time bringing gambling tools such as pai gao dice and horse racing items. Upon seeing these, Luo Wenjia instinctively felt repulsed, recalling his father's experience. Yun noticed his aversion to gambling and said, gambling is a study of cunning and strategy within a confined space. To ordinary people it seems to be about skill and luck, but for those in the Thousand Schools it is a battle of wits. This is the most fundamental knowledge within the Thousand Schools, and you must practice it until you master it. If you cannot even defeat an opponent of equal skill in this confined space, how will you conquer formidable adversaries in the vast arena of life who possess better backgrounds, higher starting points, greater wealth and more experience than you?
Master, you speak wisely.
Luo Wenjia said as he slowly picked up an unfamiliar pai gao tile, silently vowing, I will never repeat my father's mistakes and will not lose to anyone in this confined space.
Let's begin.
Yun deftly arranged the pai gao tiles. What I will teach you is not fair play, but how to create unfairness in a fair game, which is to cheat, commonly known as outsmarting or shady tricks. Thus Yun frequently visited the death row, imparting skills of the Thousand Schools Go and gambling while employing various unique methods to train Luo Wenjia. Relying on his natural intelligence, he progressed rapidly in Go gambling and the skills of the Thousand Schools. 3 months later, Yun told Luo Wenjia, though you have learned much, it is still mere theory. Whether you can skillfully apply this knowledge in practice will depend on your talent and adaptability. I have bribed the jailer and tomorrow you will return to continue your hard labor.
Thank you, master. Luo Wenjia replied calmly.
Although he had longed to leave this prison now that the day had come, the thought of losing the opportunity to listen to Yun Xiang's teachings alone made him feel a tinge of melancholy. Through these months of interaction, the strategies and cunning he learned were secondary. More importantly, Yun Xiang taught him to observe and think, abilities he had previously lacked. Through these months of interaction, the strategies and cunning he learned were secondary. More importantly, Yun Xiang taught him to observe and think, ability. Luo Wenjia replied with calmness, recalling the childish and crude schemes used by Nangong Clan to frame him. He wondered why he had fallen for such obvious tricks. However, he was also grateful for that experience. Without being wrongfully accused, he would never have had the chance to reunite with Yun Xiang and would have remained a bookish fool. Yun Xiang did not inquire about Luo Wenjia's wrongful experience, simply saying, the first thing you must do upon returning to the labor camp is to take the position of foreman from Scarhead. Why is that? Luo Wenjia asked in confusion. After training you for so long, if you cannot even accomplish this small task, your cleverness will forever remain theoretical and you will not be worthy of being my disciple. Yun Xiang warned, remember, I will not interfere with your actions. If you encounter trouble, you must resolve it yourself. Do not expect me to help. I understand, master. Luo Wenjia realized he was about to become a member of the Thousand Schools. He felt somewhat bewildered by this new identity. To better adapt to the survival environment, his future actions would surely contradict the teachings of the sages. He did not know whether to feel happy or sad. When Luo Wenjia left the death row and stepped into the sunlight, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes and dizziness in his head. Months of living in darkness had left his body weaker than before. When Luo Wenjia left the death row and stepped into the sunlight, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes and dizziness in his head. Months of living in darkness had left his body weaker than before. Transformation mentally. As he returned to the labor camp with the guards, he immediately attracted astonished looks from the other laborers. Luo Wenjia was the first escapee released from the death row. Everyone rushed to congratulate him. Luo Wenjia thanked each person individually, calling out the names of his fellow laborers. Their faces lit up and they stood a bit taller. Laborers usually called each other crude nicknames. Now, for the first time, being referred to as uncle or brother filled them with fondness for Luo Wenjia, and they no longer felt comfortable calling him rabbit, instead addressing him as Luo brother. What's all this noise? Scarhead felt neglected and shouted at everyone. The crowd dispersed and Luo Wenjia hurried to Scarhead, saying, Scar Yi, I was young and ignorant in the past and offended you greatly. This time I had the audacity to attempt an escape implicating you, and I truly deserve death. I never expected that after one stint in the death row you've become quite clever. For the first time, being called Yi, Scarhead felt a bit elated. As long as you don't cause any more trouble, I won't make things difficult for you. Thinking about the fact that the other party was released from the death row, Scarhead guessed that this kid had some backing and did not dare to offend him easily. The sound of the meal bell rang out and the laborers rushed to the entrance to receive their steamed buns. Then each brought one bun to Scarhead. Luo Wenjia also offered his bun, but Scarhead waved his hand, saying, you need to take care of your health. Let's set this respect aside for now and discuss it later. Thank you, Scar Yi. Luo Wenjia said as he turned back to the other laborers, giving the spare bun to a newcomer who had lost his. The laborer looked up in confusion at Luo Wenjia, who smiled sincerely and softly said, no need to be polite, we are all brothers under. The laborer's eyes turned red and he lowered his head to accept the bun, swallowing it in a few bites. Taking advantage of the mealtime, Luo Wenjia engaged in pleasant conversation with the laborers, sharing amusing anecdotes from history. Gradually many gathered around him, listening intently. From then on, listening to Luo Xiaofeng tell stories became a rare joy for the laborers. Freshly released from the death row, Luo Wenjia's body was very weak and he nearly fell several times while working in the well. At this moment someone beside him whispered, Luo brother, let's team up. You take care of the loading and he'll handle the carrying. Well, split the buns we earn. Recognizing the person as the friend who had lent him a bun last time, Luo Wenjia gratefully nodded. Thank you, brother Wang, I truly benefit from your kindness. Between brothers there's no need for such words. The man snatched Luo Wenjia's carrying basket and whispered later, tell me the story of the heroes of Liangshan, I love to hear it. All right. Luo Wenjia quickly agreed. Loading was much easier than carrying and their teamwork improved their efficiency significantly. Due to their effective collaboration, Luo Wenjia and his companion named Wang Ji each received 8 buns. Holding the buns, Luo Wenjia quietly said, Brother Wang, I have a humble request. I wonder if you would agree. Wang Ji eagerly responded, Luo brother, there's no need to be so polite, feel free to speak. I wish to emulate the heroes of Liangshan and become sworn brothers with you. Would you allow me the honor of calling you my elder brother? Wang Ji was overjoyed. As long as Luo brother doesn't mind that I'm an illiterate rough man, Wang Ji would be thrilled. As he spoke he was about to kneel to swear an oath, but Luo Wenjia stopped him, saying, let's keep this between us brothers for now, we can skip the formalities to avoid raising suspicion. Wang Ji nodded in understanding. The two quietly confirmed their ages. Wang Ji was 7 or 8 years older. Luo Wenjia quietly called him elder brother, which made Wang Ji overjoyed and filled him with a sense of responsibility to protect and care for this younger brother. Elder brother, I have another humble request. Luo Wenjia said again. Speak freely, brother, no need to be polite, Wang Ji quickly replied. I want to share some of these 8 buns with the elderly, weak, sick and young fellow laborers, Luo Wenjia whispered. I have a small appetite too, will be enough for me.
You have a bigger appetite, so eat 4. The remaining 2 can go to our starving companions. How does that sound? That won't do.
Wang Ji hurriedly replied. You just came out of the death row, you must replenish your strength. The elder brother's physique could afford to skip a couple of meals, but you cannot miss even one. When the old, weak, sick and young laborers received the buns from Luo Wenjia, they were moved to tears. Luo Wenjia softly said, within the 4 seas we are all brothers. From now on, as long as I Luo Wenjia have a bite to eat, there will be no shortage for you. The laborers nodded repeatedly, feeling touched. If it weren't for the watchful eyes of Scabby Head and the guards, they would have eagerly bowed in gratitude to Luo Wenjia. Before sleeping at night, the laborers usually made vulgar jokes, but after hearing Luo Wenjia recounting historical tales and strange anecdotes, they gradually lost interest in the monotonous chatter about women and preferred to listen to Luo Wenjia's thrilling stories of legends. Yesterday we talked about Lin Xiong, the leopard head who was framed by the Grand Secretary Gao Qiao and sent to the wild boar forest. Had it not been for his sworn brother, the monk Lu Zhishan, secretly protecting him, he would have long since lost his life to the officials. Luo Wenjia suddenly stopped. The listeners, deeply engrossed, eagerly asked what happened next. Before sleeping at night, the laborers usually made vulgar jokes, but after hearing Luo Wenjia recounting historical tales and strange anecdotes, they gradually lost interest in the monotonous chatter about women and preferred to listen to Luo Wenjia's thrilling. We the rootless common folks, if we do not support each other and treat each other as brothers, I'm afraid that none of us will survive for long. As he said this, he turned over from his bedding and declared loudly, from now on, whoever treats me Luo Wenjia as a brother, I shall share my heart and life with him. Those who wish to be my brothers, please come forward and pledge with me. The laborers fell silent for a moment. Although they were willing to respond, they dared not act rashly under the oppressive presence of Scabby Head. Seeing this, Luo Wenjia gestured to Wang Ji beside him, who immediately understood and jumped up. I wish to be your brother. He boldly stepped forward to shake Luo Wenjia's hand.
I wish to be one too. Count me in.
Once someone took the lead, several laborers who had benefited from Luo Wenjia's kindness also came forward, joining Luo Wenjia and Wang Ji in a handshake. In an instant 7 or 8 people gathered around Luo Wenjia and they all proclaimed in unison, from now on we shall support each other, sharing life and death.
Good. Are you all planning a rebellion? Scabby Head charged over, whip in hand, trying to disperse the crowd.
But the hands that held tightly together conveyed confidence and strength. They silently endured the lashes. Not a single person flinched, glaring fiercely at Scabby Head.
Stop.
With 7 or 8 comrades sharing life and death, Luo Wenjia felt an unprecedented strength surge through him, an aura of authority radiating from him.
We do not wish to rebel, we only want to survive.
The gaze of the crowd instilled some fear in Scabby Head, who reluctantly lowered his whip, sneering, want to survive?
Fine. Just work obediently and you can live.
Luo Wenjia ignored Scabby Head and turned to the tightly holding crowd, saying, regardless of what wrongs we have committed in the past or any grudges we hold against each other, from now on we are brothers who share life and death. Everyone nodded vigorously, seeing an unprecedented strength in each other's eyes. Crazy. Scabby Head grumbled as he returned to his bedding. Do you really think you are heroes from Lianshan? A bunch of scum gathered together thinking they'd become something special.
Hoof. Ridiculous. That night passed quietly amidst the unrest.
When dawn broke and the laborers received their buns from the guards, Scabby Head as usual took out his oversized bowl and placed it in the center of the workshed, waiting for the collective tribute. After a moment, when the tributes were completed, there was noticeably less than usual.
What's going on? Scabby Head angrily shouted. Who hasn't paid tribute yet? It's me. Luo Wenjia stepped forward, followed immediately by 7 or 8 others and me.
Are you trying to break the rules?
Scabby Head scolded with a fierce demeanor.
Rules are made by people, Luo Wenjia replied calmly. You can set rules and so can we. From now on we will no longer pay tribute to anyone, this shall be our rule. Scabby Head glared at the 7 or 8 men gathered behind Luo Wenjia, begrudgingly nodding. Fine.
Just wait, I will make you regret this.
Some laborers watching with cold eyes saw Scabby Head retreating in front of Luo Wenjia and hurriedly asked, Brother Luo, may we also become your brothers? Of course. Luo Wenjia smiled. We are all fellow sufferers in this world, our meeting makes us good brothers. Go retrieve your buns, my brothers do not need to pay tribute to anyone. Encouraged by Luo Wenjia, several laborers bravely took back their buns. Scabby Head glared at the crowd but did not stop them. Luo Wenjia loudly declared to the crowd, from now on our food will only be shared with the old, weak, sick and young in need of care, and not given to the bastards who whip us. The crowd cheered in unison, their faces radiating joy they had never felt before.
Scabby Head amidst the cheers glared at Luo Wenjia with a sinister look, retreating silently to a corner.
After this bun dispute, except for Scabby Head's 2 trusted aides, everyone became Luo Wenjia's brothers. They supported each other, united like real brothers, which made Scabby Head dare not lash out at them anymore. For the first time in this prison they regained a sense of dignity as human beings. A few days later, one morning, as the laborers finished breakfast and prepared to work, 2 jailers arrived at the door with chains, shouting towards the workshed, Luo Wenjia, come out. The laborers exchanged worried glances and quickly gathered around Luo Wenjia. He calmly shook hands with everyone to say goodbye and walked out confidently. The 2 jailers shackled him and dragged him away.
Scabby Head sneered from the side. See.
This is the fate of those who oppose Scabby Head.
If he manages to come back alive it would be a miracle. So it's you.
In the dim hall the chief jailer recognized Luo Wenjia at a glance, as scholars were quite rare.
He lazily waved his hand. Take him away, punish him with 20 lashes first.
Several jailers pinned Luo Wenjia to the ground and stripped him of his clothes, beating him mercilessly. Luo Wenjia almost fainted from the pain but gritted his teeth without uttering a word.
Chief jailer Yan Luowan coldly remarked, I didn't expect you, a frail scholar, to be so defiant.
At the gates of hell you still dare to play tricks with the king of hell. You must have listened to Scabby Head right.
Luo Wenjia knew this was a critical moment that would determine his fate.
Despite the pain making him dizzy, he dared not relax his mind. He forced himself to raise his head and said, Scabby Head is the head of the class prison, is now using your hands to deal with a mere inmate.
Do you think he is still fit for this position?
Bold. Yan Luowang shouted sternly, you dare to slander your own head.
My lord.
Luo Wenjia's filthy face revealed a hint of calmness in your eyes. Whether inmate or head, we are all like ants. The reason to establish a head among inmates is only to use them to supervise the mining work. However, if a head cannot increase your mine output and instead severely affects the laborer's work, is there any reason for him to exist? Seeing that Yan Luowang did not scold him, Luo Wenjia knew he had touched the other's core. His confidence surged as he continued, do you know why Scabby Head slandered me? Because I no longer pay tribute to him. He and his trusted aides rob everyone's food, eating more while doing no work, while the laborers who actually work find themselves without food, which severely affects our ability to generate wealth for you in the court. Yan Luowang's face showed a hint of mockery. You as a laborer still think about the court.
I dare not deceive you, my lord. In fact, I also have my selfish reasons. I just want to fill my stomach.
You actually do not care who becomes the head as long as the mining output increases. If that's the case, without Scabby Head as the head, I guarantee our mining output will increase by at least 30%.
If you speak without shame.
Why should I believe you? I am but a worthless life and am not deserving of any guarantee, but my lord can at least give it a try.
If the class prison does not increase its output by over 30%, I am willing to accept any punishment.
Yan Luowang grunted non-committally. The head arises naturally and is not appointed by me. If you can really increase the output by 30%, it wouldn't matter if I dismiss 1 or 2 people. He then fixed a sharp gaze on Luo Wenjia. However, if your promise is not fulfilled, I will take your life as payment.
Thank you for your grace, my lord. Luo Wenjia was overjoyed. With Yan Luowang's tacit approval, he knew he had finally regained the initiative.
When Luo Wenjia was thrown back into the work shed by the 2 jailers, Wang Ji and several laborers rushed over. Scabby Head grinned as he examined the bloodied Luo Wenjia and coldly mocked, how does the taste of the whip feel?
Daring to oppose me, you still have a long way to go.
Luo Wenjia's eyes flashed with a mysterious smile. Supported by the others, he returned to his bedding. Once the others dispersed, he suddenly grasped Wang Ji's hand. Elder brother, can you trust your brother?
Is that even a question?
Wang Ji replied, puzzled. Luo Wenjia pulled Wang Ji close and whispered a few words in his ear.
Wang Ji's face showed surprise. Is that true?
Luo Wenjia smiled calmly and said softly, if you trust me, quietly contact a few brothers and listen for my signal tonight. If you do not trust me, pretend I said nothing. Under Luo Wenjia's confident gaze, Wang Ji gritted his teeth. All right. Elder brother, I'll follow your lead. At night the work shed was filled with the sound of snores.
Suddenly, amidst the snores, a distinct cough rang out.
Several dark figures quietly slipped down from their bedding, some surrounding Scabby Head's bed while others retrieved the hidden stone from secret places.
Attack! Someone quietly called out.
The dark figures pounced on Scabby Head, pinning him down while a tattered quilt was thrown over him. One man raised the stone wrapped in rags and struck it heavily against Scabby Head's chest. In the darkness, dull thuds and muffled cries echoed. The other laborers woke up quickly, soon understanding what was happening. They could not intervene but surrounded Scabby Head and the assailants, preventing Scabby Head's 2 aides from coming to his rescue. The dull thuds finally stopped. Aside from Scabby Head's faint groans, the work shed fell silent. Then Wang Ji asked, brother, should we leave him alive? Luo Wenjia remained on his bedding and his cold reply came from the darkness, do not spare him. After a few more heavy blows, everything fell silent.
The prisoners, not satisfied yet, converged on Scabby Head's 2 trembling aides.
Seeing the crowd stance, they hurriedly crawled in front of Luo Wenjia, kneeling and repeatedly bowing, brother Luo, spare us, Lord Luo, spare us. They had barely uttered 2 pleas when the crowd's fists and feet came raining down on them.
Enough!
Luo Wenjia finally shouted to stop them. You 2 have aided Scabby Head, subjecting us to countless humiliations, and deserve to die together. However, considering you are also fellow inmates, the past grievances are hereby wiped clean. From now on, I, Luo Wenjia, will still regard you as good brothers.
Thank you, Lord Luo. Thank you, brother Luo.
The 2, disregarding the blood on their faces, struggled to crawl in front of Luo Wenjia, bowing repeatedly. The unexpected death of the scarred head was soon discovered by the prison guards. As the crowd examined the body, they noticed that apart from the large bruise on his chest, there were no obvious external injuries. The guards were seasoned veterans and could tell what had happened at a glance. However, under the direction of the prison officials, they treated the scarred head's death as a sudden illness and hastily dragged the body away to bury it. Once the other laborers had gone to the mine, only Master Yun and the injured Luo Wenjia remained in the shed. It was only then that Luo Wenjia reported to Master Yun about the incident involving the scarred head, and he tentatively asked, "Master, how did I do this time?" Master Yun snorted coldly, "You were lucky this time, turning defeat into victory. But I want to see how you fulfill your promise to Yan Luowang."
Don't underestimate Yan Luowang. The prisoners refer to him as the King of Hell.
If you dare to speak carelessly, your fate will be worse than that of the scarred head.
Thank you for the reminder, Master. I understand. Luo Wenjia seemed unconcerned.
Without the scarred head, who took more than he gave and did no work, everyone could eat a little more. If they further coordinated labor, he was confident he could do better than the scarred head.
The next day, when work began, the still injured Luo Wenjia arrived at the mine and divided the laborers into two groups. The old and weak would handle the digging and loading, while the young and strong would carry the loads. This division of labor indeed significantly increased efficiency.
At noon during mealtime, everyone received more food than usual, and they were all wholeheartedly convinced by Luo Wenjia. After a few days, the mining output from Selby had indeed increased greatly, and the guards tacitly accepted Luo Wenjia as the new head of the cell. This way he had more opportunities to learn various skills from Master Yun without worrying about being disturbed. One day Luo Wenjia, as usual, led people into the worksite. The mine extended downwards along the ore vein, having already penetrated deep into the mountains, nearly 100 zhang away from the entrance. Vague strange sounds echoed through the mine, and the laborers paused their work to listen closely, only to feel the noise growing louder, heavy like thunder.
Suddenly someone shouted, "It's a collapse!"
The crowd immediately dropped their tools and scrambled to crawl out of the mine.
"Brothers, hurry!"
In the chaos, someone grabbed the bewildered Luo Wenjia and dragged him along. Confused, Luo Wenjia followed him toward the exit. When he was finally pulled out of the mine, he realized it was his sworn brother Wang Ji who had rescued him. Just as the two burst out of the mine, they heard the sounds of collapses within, along with the vague screams of the laborers.
"Quick, save them!"
Luo Wenjia wanted to rush back into the dusty mine, but Wang Ji desperately stopped him.
"Are you crazy? No one can save them now. We can only think of a way after the collapse has completely ended."
The prison official also arrived at the disaster site, and once the collapse noises subsided, a guard bravely entered the mine entrance to check. Moments later he came back and regretfully shook his head at Yan Luowang. Yan Luowang immediately waved his hand at several guards seal the mine. Seeing the guards directing laborers to fill the collapsed mine with soil, Luo Wenjia rushed in front of Yan Luowang. "My brothers are still down there, sir. Please order to dig open the collapse and rescue them."
"Do you understand, or do I?
If it were easy to dig through the collapse, would I willingly give up this mine?" Yan Luowang said, then turned to his subordinates. "What are you waiting for?
Fill it in."
"You bastard!"
Yan Luowang's cruelty infuriated Luo Wenjia.
He angrily lunged at the prison official but was knocked down by two guards. He struggled to get back up but was firmly held back by Wang Ji. "Brother, such incidents happen often at the mine. There's nothing we can do." "But they are my brothers." Luo Wenjia glared at Wang Ji with bloodshot eyes. "Can we just watch them get buried alive like this?" As he spoke, he picked up a shovel. "Come with me to save them." There were very few laborers who escaped the mine, and once the others calmed down, they also picked up their tools and rushed back towards the mine. Suddenly a figure dropped from above and blocked their way. Before Luo Wenjia could see clearly, a slap landed heavily on his face. Stunned by the slap, Luo Wenjia covered his face and exclaimed, "Master Yun." Master Yun glared at Luo Wenjia with hatred, whispering harshly, "Do you want to be a hero or 1,000 heroes?" Luo Wenjia was taken aback, suddenly recalling Master Yun's teachings. Although the difference between a hero and 1,000 heroes is just one word, their methods of action are fundamentally different. Heroes must sacrifice their lives for others at any moment, while 1,000 heroes can afford to lose everything except their own lives. As the saying goes, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel weak all over, slowly kneeling on the ground and helplessly watching the guards fill the mine with soil. In a fit of anger and anxiety, he suddenly fainted. When he slowly regained consciousness, he found himself lying in the shed, and outside the window was pitch black. It was already late at night. In the familiar shed there were no sounds of snoring, only silence. Looking around, apart from a few companions, the shed was empty and he could no longer see the familiar figures. Luo Wenjia recalled everything that had happened that day. He struggled to get off the lower bunk, only to find that even Master Yun's bed was empty. The cold moonlight streamed in through the cracked door, casting a dim light in the empty shed. He wandered to the door, which opened easily. He did not know when the lock outside had been twisted off. Outside, the door was eerily silent, with no one in sight. The patrolling guards were perhaps hiding to take a break from the wind. Apart from the howling of the northern desert wind, there was not a sound to be heard. Luo Wenjia was worried about his buried companions, and without thinking he ran towards the mine on the hillside. Stumbling, he reached the site of the incident, only to see that the entrance had been completely filled. With a pang of pain in his heart, Luo Wenjia picked up a shovel and began to dig furiously. After just a few strikes, the shovel broke and became useless, so he began to claw at the tightly packed earth with his bare hands. This was the only way he could temporarily forget his grief and helplessness. He did not know how long he had been digging. His fingers were already bloodied and mangled, and his nails were nearly all broken, yet he felt no pain at all. Amidst the northern wind, faint voices reached his ears, catching his attention. Listening closely, the sound seemed distant, likely carried by the wind because he was downwind. Following the direction of the voice, Luo Wenjia slowly crawled over. Climbing over a rise using the moonlight, he finally saw the two people talking. One was a tall, thin figure. Although dressed in prison garb, his bearing was still graceful and free, and it was none other than the missing Master Yun. Opposite him stood a graceful woman draped in a light blue cloak, her face veiled in white silk, leaving only her eyes exposed. Even under the moonlight, those eyes sparkled like stars, revealing a hint of affectionate beauty. The two were less than a zhang apart, almost within reach, yet they stubbornly maintained that final distance. "Senior brother," the woman sighed softly, "I never expected you would abandon the life of luxury and hide in this labor camp far from the central plains. It was so hard for me to find you." "This is my fault," Master Yun replied, his voice filled with sorrow. "I remember you have always lived in comfort, never enduring any hardship, yet you came to this desolate and barren land to find me. It truly moves me, Yun Xiaofeng. Today, to see you again, I have no other desires in this life." The woman replied with a tinge of bitterness, "Senior brother, when did we start speaking so politely with each other? After years apart, have we become so strange? I remember you used to call me Aro. Aro." Master Yun's voice became hoarse, his expression stirred as if he was unable to contain himself. "Xiaofeng," the woman said with glistening eyes, slowly extending a delicate hand towards Master Yun, "hold Aro once more." Master Yun trembled all over, instinctively reaching out to grasp the woman's hand. The distance between them closed and they embraced tightly, not wanting to part. Luo Wenjia felt embarrassed to eavesdrop any longer and quickly retreated behind a stone sheltered from the wind, contemplating whether to quietly leave so as not to make Master Yun uncomfortable. After waiting for a moment, Luo Wenjia peeked at the two again, only to see that their positions had not changed. They remained quietly in each other's embrace. He found it strange and looked closely, noticing that the two embraced figures were trembling slightly. If not for Master Yun's heavy panting, he would have mistaken their shivering for a natural reaction to emotional turmoil. "Ah!" They suddenly cried out in unison, their bodies instantly separating. Luo Wenjia saw the woman sway as if about to fall, a spot of crimson suddenly appearing at the corner of her lips, staining the white veil with a shocking red. Master Yun's face turned pale, his hair slightly trembling. They stood still for a moment before Master Yun finally breathed, "Aro, I never expected you to master the soul-consuming bony roding art. Unfortunately, it still cannot compare to your timeless charm." The woman smiled with regret, fixing her slightly disheveled hair. "Senior brother, please don't blame Aro. Although I know your feelings for me are true, my heart has already been filled by another. He wants me to live, I will live. He wants me to die, I will die. If he asks me to take your life, Aro will not hesitate to agree. Although I know this is unfair to you, senior brother, I am no longer in control of my own life. I can only hope to repay your deep feelings in the next life. Unfortunately, you will never understand this feeling in my heart." "I understand." Master Yun lowered his head in pain, sighing gloomily. "I, Yun Xiaofeng, the leader of the Thousand Gates, ultimately am not as good as that guy. He is the true generation of 1,000 heroes. Since you understand Erao's feelings, why not comfortably sleep forever in Erao's embrace?" The woman smiled sweetly. "It seems your feelings for Aro have not yet reached the level of sacrificing your life for her, which makes Aro feel quite disappointed." "Master." Master Yun smiled bitterly, slowly extending his hand towards the woman. "Aro, let me experience your soul-consuming bony roding once more, then I will have no regrets in this life." "Senior brother, you're trying to trick me again." The woman suddenly jumped back a few steps, laughing lightly. "I never expected senior brother to use tricks on Aro. I won't fall for it again." With that, the woman swayed and in the blink of an eye was dozens of zhang away. Her playful voice floated back, "Aro will let senior brother die comfortably, but that will have to wait until next time." Once the woman's figure completely disappeared into the vast night, Master Yun's body swayed and slowly collapsed to the ground. Luo Wenjia hurriedly emerged from his hiding place and rushed to help Master Yun. He saw that his face was deathly pale and blood was gushing from his mouth, instantly soaking his clothes. "Master!" Luo Wenjia panicked and fumbled. What's wrong with you?" "I can't go on." Master Yun gazed sadly at the sky, murmuring, "Yun Xiaofeng, the leader of the Thousand Gates, can never overcome the obstacle of love. Knowing full well that Erao's heart is like iron, I still foolishly fly into the fire, ultimately hurt by her soul-consuming bony roding art. If not for her fear of me, my lifelong reputation would have been buried right here." "Don't be discouraged, Master." Luo Wenjia hurriedly began unbuttoning Yun Xiaofeng's clothing, hastily pulling out a medicine bottle from his pocket. "Don't you have a healing elixir? Quick, tell me which bottle it is." "Don't waste your effort," Yun Xiaofeng said with a bitter smile. "There is no miracle cure in this world. I know my injuries best." "Master, you don't need to be sad. I have been defeated time and again by that kid, forced to retreat to this remote and savage place to survive. I have long lost interest in living. Now that I can die beneath Erao's soul-consuming bony roding art, it is also a form of liberation. Unfortunately, I cannot continue to nurture you carefully." "Master, who is he?" Luo Wenjia's eyes flashed with a chilling light. "Don't think about avenging me. You are not his opponent at all." Master Yun's eyes flashed with both jealousy and admiration. "Although he is my junior brother, his schemes and strategies far surpass that of this leader. It is entirely my fault for being obsessed with martial arts in the past. Although I have cultivated excellent skills, I neglected the true secret techniques of our sect. Unlike him who disregards martial arts but is devoted to strategies diligently studying human weaknesses.
How clever and proud Aro is, yet she wholeheartedly follows him, unwilling to defy him even slightly. This shows how thoroughly he understands human nature.
Even though I ultimately died at his hands, I cannot help but admire him. He is the true generation of 1,000 heroes.
Who exactly is he?
Why is he relentlessly pursuing you, not sparing even this remote savage place?
Luo Wenjia pressed on.
Master Yun smiled bitterly. His original name is Jin Wuxuan, but apart from me and my junior sister, few people likely know that name. He is after this. He pointed to the package in Luo Wenjia's arms. As long as he doesn't obtain it, he will never be at peace.
What is it?
Luo Wenjia, following Master Yun's gesture, pulled out a long rectangular package from his arms.
Untying the wrapped silk cloth, 4 familiar characters immediately came into view.
The Thousand Gates Secret Manual, said to be authored by the founder of the Thousand Gates. You can be used to plot the world. Master Yun's eyes sparkled with a glimmering light. It has been passed down through generations of Thousand Gates leaders. Many predecessors used it to call the wind and summon the rain in history-changing dynasties.
Unfortunately, by the time it reached my generation, its secrets had been lost to time.
I have studied it my whole life, yet still cannot fathom its mysteries, leaving me with lifelong regret.
Luo Wenjia, half believing, casually opened a page. The preface, which had left a deep impression on him, immediately came into view.
He wanted to flip further when he heard Master Yun's voice turn cold and stern. The Thousand Gates Secret Manual, those who gaze at it shall have their eyes dug out and tongues cut off. Luo Wenjia was startled and quickly closed the leather book. He saw Master Yun take off a dull ancient white jade ring from his thumb and hold it up in front of Luo Wenjia. Thousand Gates disciple Luo Wenjia, kneel.
Luo Wenjia, bewildered, knelt down as instructed.
He saw a solemn and dignified expression on Master Yun's usually pale face. I, Yun Xiaofeng, the 131st leader of the Thousand Gates, hereby pass on the Thousand Gates Secret Manual and the luminous stone ring representing the identity of the Thousand Gates leader to disciple Luo Wenjia. From now on you will be the 132nd leader of the Thousand Gates.
Luo Wenjia was taken aback. I am just a foolish disciple. I fear I cannot bear this heavy responsibility. Stop pretending to be modest with me.
Elder Yun glared at Luo Wenjia with displeasure. While you may not yet be a master of the Thousand Gates, I am aware of your potential.
This sect does not uphold loyalty and righteousness as its legacy. The position of sect leader belongs to the capable.
Accepting this ring does not grant you power from thin air, rather it will make you the target of many. If you cannot subdue your fellow disciples with your own abilities, you will not hold the position of sect leader for long. If that is the case, you might as well present the secret manual and the ring to Jin Wuxuan now and let me die with my eyes closed. Though Luo Wenjia was reluctant to take on the role of sect leader, he was even less willing to let it fall into the hands of a treacherous villain who would kill his master. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely accepted the ring. I, the disciple, will obey. I will ensure my master does not die with regret. Elder Yun nodded in satisfaction, suddenly pushing Luo Wenjia away. You must leave here quickly.
If Aro has found this place, there are surely others nearby. She will return before dawn.
You must not let her discover our connection. Until you become a true master of the Thousand Gates, do not let them know of your existence. I hope you become a leader of the 1,000 heroes rather than a hero yourself. As a leader you can sacrifice everything except your own life, remember that well. Luo Wenjia's face showed a trace of difficulty. But how can I escape from here? Elder Yun gasped. The local prison officer Yan Luowan once received my guidance on how to safely seize the wealth of the court. He has leverage over me. Take this ring to see him. As long as he does not know my whereabouts, he will not dare to make things difficult for you and will ensure your safe departure.
The disciple understands. Luo Wenjia hurriedly replied.
Elder Yun continued. You do not know martial arts. This is your shortcoming but also your strength. The martial arts in this world are as numerous as the stars, and many profound techniques are difficult to master even in a lifetime. Rather than wasting energy on martial arts, it is better to delve deeply into our sect's secret techniques, employing the world's masters for your own use. A person's energy is ultimately limited. Even if one devotes an entire life, they may not master several profound techniques. However, a person's wisdom can be limitless as long as it is used correctly. One can gather the world's masters under their command. Rather than wasting energy on martial arts, it is better to delve deeply into our sect's secret techniques, employing the world's masters for your... The Langya Pavilion of the Morong family, the Sutra Depository of Shaolin, the Momin's Wraith's Paradise, all gather the secrets of various sects. If you can obtain any one of these, you will understand the martial arts of the world to a great extent. How can I subdue the masters of the martial world? I am a fool. I still need my master's guidance.
Luo Wenjia asked.
Everyone has weaknesses, and the unruly people of the martial world are no exception. Elder Yun took a breath. These weaknesses may be loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, profit, power, and so on. As long as you differentiate your approach and make good use of them, you will surely achieve remarkable results. Just as lions and tigers have their weaknesses, only those who are smarter than them can effectively utilize and seize those weaknesses. Luo Wenjia had many more questions, but seeing Elder Yun's increasingly pale complexion, he dared not ask further and could only bow his hands and say, "Thank you for your guidance, master. I have learned a lot." Elder Yun, having concluded his important business, wearily fell back. Luo Wenjia hurried to support him. He saw a trace of kindness in Elder Yun's dim eyes gazing at Luo Wenjia with a complicated expression, sighing, "It is a pity that my son Yun Xiang died young. If he were alive now he would be the same age as you." Luo Wenjia felt a sharp pain in his heart as he saw the anger in Elder Yun's eyes gradually dissipate. Recalling all the kindness and earnest teachings he had received, Luo Wenjia could not help but kneel on the ground. "Master, if you do not mind, please take me as your son. I am willing to take on the name of your deceased son and change my name to Yun Xiang from now on." "Really?" A sudden glimmer of joy flashed in Elder Yun's dying eyes. "Father above, please accept your son Yun Xiang's bow." Luo Wenjia turned and knelt down respectfully, bowing 3 times. At that moment in Luo Wenjia's heart, owing to Elder Yun's saving grace and guidance, he could fully regard him as a second father. This call of father came from the depths of his heart, sincere and profound. "Xiang-er." Elder Yun excitedly grasped Luo Wenjia's hand, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Father." Luo Wenjia held Elder Yun's gradually cooling hand, suppressing the sorrow in his heart, forcing a slight. Elder Yun's lips moved slightly as tightly grasped hands slowly relaxed, his gaze gradually dimmed, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he finally passed away with a smile. Holding Elder Yun's gradually cooling body tightly in his arms, Luo Wenjia's tears flowed like a fountain. At this moment in his heart, Elder Yun was far more deserving of respect than his own biological father, who was a debauchee. Since leaving Yangzhou he had not felt such care again and had not encountered a benefactor like Elder Yun. His death made Luo Wenjia truly understand the pain of losing a father. Not knowing how long had passed, Luo Wenjia finally let go of Elder Yun. He remembered Elder Yun's last instruction and immediately carried his body, hurrying to the mine that had been filled in during the day. He had just dug a large pit there which was just suitable for Elder Yun's burial. Once the mine was filled it would be declared abandoned and no one would disturb Elder Yun, while the newly filled earth would not attract anyone's attention. The east began to show a bit of light. Luo Wenjia bowed 3 times at Elder Yun's burial place, silently vowing, "From now on the obedient Luo Wenjia will be considered dead. From this moment on I will be called Yun Xiang, 1,000 gates, Yun Xiang, who regards loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, integrity, and the laws of the land as nothing." After taking one last look at Elder Yun's grave, Luo Wenjia resolutely turned back and strode down the mountain. Just outside the prison gate he saw Yen Luowang coming with several prison guards, who without saying a word pinned him to the ground. Several prison guards angrily shouted, "You little brat! Dare to escape prison!" "I didn't. I want to see the prison officer," Luo Wenjia shouted desperately while raising the ring. Upon seeing Luo Wenjia, Yen Luowang's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly ordered someone to bring Luo Wenjia to the hall, dismissing the onlookers before he discreetly asked, "Why has Elder Yun gone missing? How did his ring end up in your hands?" "Elder Yun has encountered some trouble and temporarily left here to avoid it. He asked me to bring this ring to see you, hoping you would assist me so that I and my few brothers can safely leave." Luo Wenjia spoke calmly. "Hoof. Has Elder Yun gone too far?" Yen Luowang scrutinized Luo Wenjia with fluctuating emotions. "I can let you go, but only you alone." Luo Wenjia raised the ring in his hand. "If I cannot leave with my 3 surviving brothers, I will not leave alone. If I do not leave within 3 days, Elder Yun will know." Yen Luowang pondered for a moment before coldly asking, "What are the names of your 3 brothers?" After Luo Wenjia recited the names of the 3, Yen Luowang immediately summoned a prison guard to come in, whispering for a moment. The prison guard nodded in understanding and left, soon returning with a burlap sack, nodding to Yen Luowang before throwing the sack onto the hall. "You can take your 3 brothers away now." Yen Luowang pointed at the sack, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Blood was seeping from the sack, and when Luo Wenjia trembled while opening it, he found 3 bloodied and mangled heads inside. Luo Wenjia glared at Yen Luowang, wishing he could pounce on him and fight to the death. But a sliver of rationality still urged him, "Stay calm. You must remain calm. Do not fall for the other party's tricks." Taking several deep breaths, his emotions gradually settled. He understood that Yen Luowang actually did not want him to leave, but dared not ignore Elder Yun's token, so he killed his brothers to keep him detained. As long as he caused trouble due to the tragic death of his brothers, it would fulfill Yen Luowang's wishes, and even if Elder Yun were to blame, he would have reasons to evade responsibility. Thinking this, Luo Wenjia bowed 3 times to the burlap sack, secretly vowing, "I will not forget the blood debt you have left me. One day I will seek justice for you." After bowing, Luo Wenjia wiped away his tears and stood up calmly, bowing distantly to Yen Luowang. "Thank you for your consideration. My humble self can finally leave without any burdens." Yen Luowang looked at Luo Wenjia with some surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand to the prison guard beside him, "Let him go." After watching Luo Wenjia leave, a subtle cold smile crept onto Yen Luowang's lips as he muttered to himself, "Thinking of escaping from my hands, it won't be that easy." Luo Flag Town is a transportation hub from Qinghai to Gansan. Although the place is small, it is bustling with people. With the increase of merchants, a new profession of swordsmen has naturally emerged. They are temporarily hired by people serving as bodyguards and occasionally taking on tasks such as killing and smuggling. In this rough little town, as long as one is willing to pay, they can always buy what they want, including the lives of enemies. The largest tavern in town, Fragrant Rest, is a gathering place for swordsmen and merchants. At this moment, in a corner of the tavern, a dozen swordsmen are engaged in a fierce game at the gambling table, often erupting with loud shouts. The largest tavern in town, Fragrant Rest, is a gathering place for swordsmen and merchants. At this moment in a corner of the tavern a dozen swordsmen are engaged in a fierce game at the gambling table, often erupting. A hurried passerby squeezed into the crowd and quietly asked the young swordsman, "May I ask if you are the famous Yun Xiang?"
Did you not see that I am currently gambling?
The swordsman glared at the person with displeasure. Seeing the other person retreating in embarrassment, he turned back to the gambling table and shouted, "Leopard! Leopard! Damn it, another loser, this is really unlucky. I refuse to believe in such bad luck, bring it on." However, in just the span of a meal the young swordsman lost everything and left the gambling table in frustration. The person who approached hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his hands. "May I ask if you are Yun Xiang?" "That's me." The swordsman glanced at him. "What do you want?" The newcomer pushed a brocade pouch in front of Yun Xiang. "I am here on my master's orders to deliver some gambling capital to you."
"Do you know my worth?"
the swordsman asked coldly. The newcomer smiled flatteringly. Who doesn't know that Yun Xiang from Luo Flag Town never charges less than 10 taels of gold? Everyone among the merchants who traveled this road knew that the young man with the scarred face was the best swordsman in Luo Flag Town. However, his price was far too high, at least 10 taels of gold for each job, which earned him the nickname Yun Xiang, known far and wide. However, his love for gambling and drinking meant that he spent all his earnings at the gambling table and bar, making him perpetually live like a vagrant. Seeing the newcomer's respectful demeanor, Yun Xiang's expression softened slightly. "Since that is the case, what does your master want me for?"
"To kill someone."
However, his love for gambling and drinking meant that he spent all his earnings at the gambling table and bar, making him perpetually live like a... The target is an unknown weak scholar. The newcomer unfolded the portrait in his hand. He does not know martial arts and has no background. Killing him will pose no trouble.
The only requirement is that you must act outside of Luo Flag Town, disguising his death as an accident. Is there any problem?
Yun Xiang looked puzzled. "Spending 50 taels of gold to kill such a person, isn't your master being too extravagant? To ensure nothing goes wrong, spending a little more is warranted." The newcomer rolled up the portrait and pushed it along with the deposit toward Yun Xiang. "Among the many swordsmen in Luo Flag Town, only you, Yun Xiang, have never missed your mark, so my master specifically requested you. But who knows if Yun Xiang is willing to take it?" Yun Xiang finished the remaining wine in his jug and asked, "Where is this person?"
"He will pass by here in a few days."
The newcomer stood to leave. "I will be at the E-Pin and across the street waiting for good news from you, Yun Xiang."
The day after Yun Xiang accepted the deposit, a young man with a dejected expression arrived at Luo Flag Town.
He spotted Yun Xiang, who appeared bored and dozing on the street corner. At a glance he was the target, worth 50 taels of gold in the portrait. However, no matter how Yun Xiang looked at him, the other person was just an ordinary, utterly impoverished person worth less than 5 taels of silver in total. Yun Xiang could not understand why someone would offer 50 taels of gold to kill him.
After following him through 2 streets, Yun Xiang finally noticed that the young man was indeed a bit different from the rest.
Whatever he did was methodical and unhurried. Although he was a poor man, he exuded a pride and confidence that were uncommon for someone in his situation. Yun Xiang watched as he turned into a pawnshop, and when he came out his coat was missing.
He must have exchanged it for some money.
Yun Xiang followed him from a distance, seeing him stop in front of a street gambling stall, watching for quite a while.
Finally he placed a bet and surprisingly won.
Curious, Yun Xiang moved closer to observe and found that he was extremely cautious, only placing a small bet after the stall owner had set up several rounds. However, Yun Xiang was astonished to discover that this kid had incredible luck, winning every single time. This gambling stall was a common street game where the stall owner would toss a handful of seeds into a bowl, immediately covering it with a cup, allowing the gamblers to bet on whether it was even or odd. After everyone had placed their bets, the stall owner would reveal the cup and count the seeds. Those who guessed correctly would win and the stall owner would pay out accordingly, while those who guessed wrong would lose. Among the surrounding gamblers, some won and some lost, but this seemingly unperturbed young man was winning every single round. Yun Xiang noticed that the stall owner's movements were not particularly quick. With his keen eyes he could see the number of seeds almost every time. However, what puzzled him was that the even or odd result did not always match what he saw. After several rounds he could not help but doubt himself and placed a few bets only to lose every time. Meanwhile, that kid continued to win without revealing any emotion. Yun Xiang, perplexed, wanted to observe further, but the young man had already left the stall and entered the only gambling house in town. In the noisy gambling house he remained cautious, winning every time he placed a bet. In a short while he had quietly won 5 or 6 taels of silver, then redeemed his old rope from the pawnshop and bought plenty of food and clean water. Only as night fell did he settle down at a cheap inn in town. To ensure nothing went wrong, Yun Xiang also checked into the room next door, and the next morning he saw him leave the small town and continue eastward. Yun Xiang quietly followed, patiently tracking the target out of Luo Flag Town, arriving at the vast desolate grasslands 100 miles away, where Yun Xiang finally caught up to him and quietly made his move. Observing the young man who fell in response, Yun Xiang sat down beside him. The young man lay on his back, seemingly unconcerned about the changes happening to him, yet he looked at Yun Xiang with great interest. Yun Xiang remembered he hadn't sealed the young man's mute acupoint, yet he remained silent, neither begging for mercy nor calling for help. Yun Xiang, curious, couldn't help but ask, "Do you know what I intend to do?" "I suppose you want to kill me," the young man said, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips.
I'm just a bit curious why you're not making a move yet.
I want you to die as if it were an accident, Jin Shiliang replied with a Katanma smile. If a person doesn't eat or drink they would probably die in 2 or 3 days, wouldn't they? The young man blinked in agreement. Without water a person can last at most 3 days.
Aren't you afraid? You don't want to beg for mercy.
Jin Shiliang found the other party's calmness strange.
Can fear help you live longer?
Does begging for mercy even work? The young man seemed to find the question amusing.
Of course it doesn't work.
Jin Shiliang suddenly realized this kid was quite interesting. Chatting with him could help pass the boring days ahead.
What is your name?
This was the first time he asked his target's name.
Yun Xiang. And you?
The young man lay on his back, his acupoint sealed in a rather ungraceful position, yet his demeanor was as relaxed and natural as if he were chatting with an old friend. My original name is Jin Biao, but everyone calls me Jin Shiliang, the swordsman side.
Don't blame me. I'm just doing my job for the money.
If someone offers 50 gold pieces for your life, you should complain to the king of hell. 50 gold pieces, Yun Xiang said in surprise. I didn't expect I was worth that much. Had I known this I might as well have sold my life to him.
I also find it strange. No matter how I look at you, you don't seem worth that much.
Jin Shiliang chuckled. Have you seduced someone's wife or have you violated someone's sister? It must be why someone is willing to pay such a high price for your life. Yun Xiang revealed a wry smile on his face. If I had enjoyed such a fortune I would die happily.
You don't seem like a flower thief to me.
Jin Shiliang didn't care about the reasons for his employer wanting to kill. If he had to guess the reasons for every target that died at his hands, wouldn't that be exhausting? After toiling for half a day he felt a bit hungry and pulled out some jerky and strong liquor from his saddle to eat and drink. Seeing Yun Xiang licking his lips in hunger and thirst he comforted him. Just bear with it. It might be a bit uncomfortable at first, but you'll get used to it.
I say, big brother.
Yun Xiang protested loudly. When you are enjoying your food and drink, could you please move a bit farther away? Don't you know that watching others eat while you're hungry is one of the most torturous things in the world?
That won't do. I have to keep an eye on you to prevent you from playing any tricks.
Jin Shiliang suddenly remembered something and awkwardly asked, by the way, I've noticed that whether at a street gambling stall or a town casino you always win every bet without fail. Is there a trick to it? Yun Xiang's eyes flashed with cunning. Of course there's a trick, but don't ask me. Even if you do, it would be pointless. Anyway, I'm about to die, so why would I tell you this secret?
What kind of trick is that?
Jin Shiliang scoffed, but recalling the incredible way the other party won every bet he couldn't help but ask, what exactly is the secret behind it?
As long as you tell me, I might let you live a little longer.
How about I trade a piece of jerky and a jug of good wine for that secret? Yun Xiang laughed. Although people's personalities vary greatly, they can generally be divided into 9 types. One type of personality is stubborn and obstinate. Once they set a goal they won't rest until they achieve it. Such individuals often become top figures in various fields, but they are also frequently harmed by this obstinate nature, engaging in actions that seem unreasonable to ordinary people. From my observations, Brother Jin is one of those people.
What do you mean?
Jin Shiliang was somewhat perplexed. Once you become curious about my secret you will not leave without uncovering it. As long as I don't reveal this secret you will continuously raise the stakes, trying every possible means to uncover it. Yun Xiang smiled brightly. Unfortunately I am also of that nature. Once I make up my mind, no matter how high you raise the price, I won't tell you. I want to make you suffer from this secret for the rest of your life. Poof. I don't believe you're more stubborn than me, Jin Shiliang. Jin Shiliang threw down the fine wine and jerky. His stubbornness was well known. It was also why he had become the best swordsman in the town with the worst temper. He didn't believe he couldn't make this young man submit. In fact, he was merely curious about the other party's secret to winning every bet and had no intention of learning the trick for gambling. However, the other party's words stirred his stubborn temper. He placed water, liquor and jerky in front of Yun Xiang and said fiercely, you'll trade these for your secret to winning every bet. Even if you refuse now, I won't believe you won't agree after 3 days of hunger. 3 days quickly passed and Yun Xiang's lips had dried up with blood, his face shrouded in a layer of gray. If this continued he would definitely die of thirst. Jin Shiliang finally lost his patience, grabbing his neck and shouting, fresh water and food, fine wine and delicacies are right in front of you. Since you can't escape death, why not tell me the secret and gain a few more days of life? Yun Xiang forced a faint smile from the corner of his mouth but closed his eyes and remained silent. Jin Shiliang forcibly pried open Yun Xiang's mouth and poured water into it. When the other party regained a bit of strength he angrily said, good. You've got guts. I've never met such a tough guy like you before. It's a pity you encountered Jin Shiliang. If I can't extract the secret from you, we'll write the name Jin Shiliang backward from now on. As he spoke he pressed his hand against Yun Xiang's back, channeling his internal energy into him, employing the 1,000 ants piercing heart. Yun Xiang felt as if thousands of ants were crawling inside him, the itch spreading throughout his organs, and moments later that itchy feeling turned into sharp pain like being pricked by needles. Every part of him itched and hurt. This pain far exceeded any torture he had ever endured, and he let out a terrible scream before losing consciousness. Cold water splashed on his face and Yun Xiang slowly awoke. Although his consciousness was somewhat hazy due to hunger and pain, he still held on to the last bit of his intellect, constantly reminding himself, hold on.
You must hold on. To survive you must persist to the end.
Jin Shiliang, panting heavily, looked at Yun Xiang, who showed no signs of resistance, and suddenly felt a sense of defeat. He couldn't understand what material this kid's nerves were made of. Although he could easily eliminate him physically, he could never defeat him.
He helplessly said, you hold on to the secret hoping to sell it for a good price, right? Speak. As long as you don't ask me to spare your life, any condition is negotiable.
Seeing Yun Xiang ignoring him, Jin Shiliang hurriedly said, don't you have any unfulfilled wishes? Anyone you need to take care of? Although I can't spare your life, I can help you fulfill your wishes, take care of your loved ones, and even help you kill your enemies.
I won't tell you the secret, but you can follow me. Whenever we come across a similar gambling stall, I will place bets for you.
Yun Xiang closed his eyes and said, you need to rely on your own eyes to discover the secret.
That's my condition.
Although he knew the other party was buying time to delay his death, Jin Shiliang's stubborn character made him unwilling to be tormented by this secret.
Moreover, the other party was utterly defenseless, and taking his life was as easy as pie.
The employer hadn't set a deadline for this job, so he was starting to waver.
Seeing Jin Shiliang hesitating, Yun Xiang smiled and said, aren't you lacking in confidence in your intellect?
Jin Shiliang instantly became furious, lifting him off the ground. Good.
I agree to your terms.
I don't believe that I can't see through your little tricks after observing a few more times. You should pray to the heavens that I never discover the secret, otherwise you will die a horrible death. So horrible that you'll regret being born into this world. Saying this, Jin Shiliang hoisted Yun Xiang onto his horse and slowly headed east. 100 miles ahead is Yangzhou, where there are countless gambling dens. He had already made up his mind that once he saw through this kid's tricks, he would torture him to the point of unbearable pain before killing him to vent his frustration. Standing by the Yellow River, Yangzhou City is a must-pass route for those traveling to the western regions, bustling and lively as ever. By the time Jin Shiliang and Yun Xiang arrived here, the sky was nearing dusk. The two found an inn and rented a room to rest. To prevent Yun Xiang from escaping, Jin Shiliang would seal his acupoints every night, which Yun Xiang had grown accustomed to. The next morning, Jin Shiliang dragged Yun Xiang out of the inn feeling somewhat impatient. However, Yun Xiang leisurely wandered about for a while before finally turning into a bustling gambling den. Unlike other gamblers who rushed to the gaming table, he casually looked around with his hands behind his back, eventually stopping at a betting. The dealer at this table was a rare sight in the casino, a red-clad girl about 18 or 19 who was quite beautiful and exuded an unrestrained demeanor completely different from the gentle and demure women of Jiangnan. Her boldness attracted many gamblers, making this table the busiest spot in the entire casino.
Come, place your bets quickly, once bought never can be returned.
The girl skillfully shook the dice cup, occasionally joking with familiar gamblers, which did not stop her from raking in more than she lost, and in a short time hundreds of taels of silver piled up in front of her. Although she was thriving in the casino, a trace of unshakable worry lingered in her brows. Yun Xiang quietly observed for a good while before squeezing into the crowd to place a bet of 1 tael of silver. This table was playing big or small with rules that were quite simple and clear. When Yun Xiang won the first round, Jin Shiliang secretly praised the young man's luck. When he won 5 rounds in a row, Jin Shiliang couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He absolutely couldn't believe that anyone could have such good luck, but to say this kid was cheating seemed unlikely. The gambling tools belonged to the casino and the dealer was from the casino. This kid hadn't even touched the gambling tools. How could he cheat? Yun Xiang wasn't greedy, winning over 10 taels of silver before leaving. As they exited the gambling den, Jin Shiliang couldn't help but catch up and whisper, "You must be cheating."
"How could I be cheating?" Yun Xiang asked with a smile.
"Brother Jin has been keeping a close watch on me. You must have seen everything clearly." Jin Shiliang huffed in annoyance, "I know you're cheating.
Next time I will definitely catch you."
He spoke with bravado, but in his heart he was no longer so confident. "This young master, please wait." Suddenly a woman's voice called from behind. The two turned around to see the red-clad girl from the gambling den, who like a man bowed her hand to Yun Xiang and said, "I am Kumanglan, may I ask for your esteemed name?"
Yun Xiang smiled. "Isn't it a bit presumptuous to ask for the name of a stranger?"
The red-clad girl was unconcerned by Yun Xiang's criticism. "Children of the rivers and lakes act freely. What rules are there?" Manglan couldn't help but chase after him to pay her respects, having witnessed the young master's impressive skills in seizing victory from the jaws of defeat. Yun Xiang clasped his hands, saying, "I am Yun Xiang, passing through your area with a lack of funds, so I had to borrow a few taels from the treasure house. I hope the young lady forgives me."
"You are too polite, young master Yun."
The red-clad girl waved her hand generously.
"We conduct business openly, so we naturally don't mind others winning money.
However, I noticed you were betting boldly, which is a huge taboo akin to eating meat from a tiger's mouth."
"Did you intentionally want to show off to catch my attention?" Yun Xiang smiled. "You are overthinking it. I was just borrowing light for the first time, acting recklessly and making a fool of myself." The red-clad girl frowned. "Young master, you conducted yourself calmly and composed. Even in the bustling casino you remained as tranquil as a deep pool." Saying it was his first time borrowing light, who would believe that? "I originally intended to befriend you, but if you reject me I will have to bid farewell." Yun Xiang didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward, which made him a bit awkward.
He hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "I was on guard causing the young lady to misunderstand. I sincerely apologize. In that case, can you step aside for a chat?" The red-clad girl made a gesture of invitation. "If the young lady sincerely invites me, how could I refuse?" Yun Xiang said, following the red-clad girl. Jin Shilian quickly caught up a few steps and whispered, "What were you two talking about? What is borrowing light? What does eating meat from a tiger mean? Seizing food from a tiger's mouth?" Yun Xiang smiled mysteriously. "Brother Jin needs to uncover it for yourself. Didn't we have an agreement? The more you say that, the less I want to admit defeat." Jin Shiliang replied angrily. "I swear I won't harm your life until I uncover these secrets. However, once I understand the key points, The two boarded a horse-drawn carriage with the red-clad girl and traveled through half of Yangzhou city, finally stopping in front of a magnificent mansion. The two followed the red-clad girl into the mansion and arrived outside a study. The red-clad girl shouted from a distance, "Father, I'm back." A middle-aged man came out looking curiously at Yun Xiang and Jin Shilian, who followed the girl. "Who are they?" "This is young Master Yun, a master of skills my daughter met at the gambling den today." Ko Menglan pointed at Jin Shiliang. "This brave warrior is young Master Yun's follower named." She suddenly felt awkward, realizing she had forgotten to ask Jin Shiliang's name. "The nickname is Jin Shiliang, but I almost forgot my real name," Jin Shiliang said casually. Jin Shiliang. The man seemed surprised. Could it be the famous swordsman from Laochi town? Exactly. Jin Shiliang hadn't expected his name to carry some weight in the Northwest Road. "I am Kushingdong. It's a pleasure to meet young Master Yun and brave warrior Jin." Kushingdong quickly clasped his hands in greeting to the two and gestured, "Young Master Yun, brave warrior Jin, please come inside." In the study, after the three took their seats, Kamenglan stood behind Kushingdong, who kept sizing up Yun Xiang. "May I ask where young Master Yun hails from? Where is your home?" Yun Xiang smiled lightly. "My ancestral home is in Jiangnan. Now I roam the world with no fixed abode." Kushingdong seemed to doubt, asking, "Young Master Yun is proficient in the art of skill?" "Proficient is an exaggeration. I only know a bit," Yun Xiang replied casually. "Someone! Bring the Paijiu!" Kushingdong shouted, and a servant quickly brought in a set of dark Paijiu. As soon as Kushingdong touched the Paijiu, he instantly transformed into a different person. With dazzling techniques, he arranged the Paijiu and gestured to Yun Xiang, "Please, young master." Yun Xiang didn't move but smiled and said, "Boss Ku, if you use the head-to-tail method to arrange the Paijiu, aren't you setting a trap for me to jump into?" "Young master has a keen eye." Kushingdong hurriedly rose from his seat, bowed to Yun Xiang, and his expression shifted from surprise to admiration. Jin Shiliang had just widened his eyes at how Kushingdong arranged the Paijiu, yet he couldn't see what trick the other party had pulled. Seeing Yun Xiang expose the other party's technique with a single word, he muttered unwillingly, "He's just a cheater. What's so special that Boss Ku respects him so much?" "What do you know?" Komenglan glared at him. "My father's gambling skills are among the top in Ganzhou. Young Master Yun can see through my father's techniques at a glance. Such insight is rare in the world. Even if he is skilled, he's just a cheater. What's so remarkable?" Jin Shiliang replied dismissively. Komenglan was about to argue further but was interrupted by Kushingdong raising his hand. He ignored Jin Shiliang's disparagement and bowed to Yun Xiang. "Your sudden appearance must be for a reason. May I ask what you seek?" Yun Xiang smiled. "I passed by the treasure house and noticed a notice of transfer outside. However, business seems to be thriving inside, so it doesn't appear to be a bad deal, which leads me to boldly speculate that the treasure house has encountered some trouble. Coincidentally, I am in need of money, so I arrogantly showcased my skills by winning 5 rounds in a row to establish my identity, hoping your daughter would take the initiative to find me." After so much exchange, he remained completely unaware of the secrets that flowed endlessly within him. Young Master Yun is truly a miraculous person. Kushingdong was overjoyed to speak frankly. "I am currently in a great deal of trouble. If young master could assist me, I would surely turn this crisis into safety. Bring in the wine quickly." A lavish feast was soon prepared, and Yun Xiang and Jin Shiliang happily took their seats. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yun Xiang asked directly, "May I ask what trouble Boss Ku has encountered?" Kushingdong was overjoyed to speak frankly. "I am currently in a great deal of trouble. If young master could assist me." Kushingdong sighed deeply. "To be honest, I have been in this business for over 20 years, weathering many storms, and I have gained a bit of fame in Ganzhou, but recently I have encountered a major setback. Half a month ago, a young man came to the gambling house taking advantage of the games to tease a young girl. After being scolded and losing cleanly to her, he became infuriated and declared that he would win back the entire gambling house. 3 days later, this lad brought several accomplices and won over 10,000 taels of silver in just 1 day. It is embarrassing to admit, but I have been a veteran at the gambling table for many years. I have seen all sorts of situations. Yet I could not discern what tricks the opponent was using. After losing 3 consecutive days, I was nearly out of capital and had no choice but to sell the gambling house to accept my fate. Little did I know that lad wanted to go to extremes, threatening anyone who dared to take over the gambling house that he would not let them off the hook. With my previous experience, who would dare to take over? He is coming again tomorrow. I know he is cheating, but I cannot catch him in the act, so I can only wait for my demise. Why is he going to such extremes?" Yun Xiang asked. "He is forcing me to give my daughter to him to avenge his previous humiliation."
Cushingdong said angrily, this lad has declared that unless I Cushingdong offer Menglan he will continue to win until I am bankrupt.
Hoof. Jin Shiliang sneered, pointing at Yun Xiang, this lad can win several rounds in your gambling house, so I see your skills are rather mediocre. It's only natural to be cleaned out by him.
What do you know?
Ko Menglan glared at Jin Shiliang. Young master, Yun only wins a bit of pocket money by riding on luck. He's not cheating. As long as he is not greedy, even if he knows he is snatching food from a tiger's mouth, we can do nothing about it. The gambling house is well aware of such tactics and can control the losses to an acceptable range.
Yet that lad is clearly cheating and we cannot see through it at all.
You want me to expose his methods?
Yun Xiang inquired. Exactly.
Cushingdong quickly replied, when I gamble with him tomorrow, if you can expose his tricks, I would be willing to reward you with a month's income from the gambling house.
It's a deal.
Yun Xiang immediately stood up and clasped hands with Cushingdong, then said, tomorrow's battle is imminent. I must take my rest early. I will have my servants prepare a guest room. Please rest at my humble abode tonight. Cushingdong said, not waiting for Yun Xiang to refuse, and signaled his servants to tidy up the guest room and take Yun Xiang there. As the two stepped out, Ko Menglan suddenly chased after them, blushing, and bowed to Yun Xiang. I entrust everything to you, young master Yun. After arriving at the guest room, Jin Shiliang began to complain to Yun Xiang, you didn't even ask Boss Ko how the other party operates.
You don't even know what the other side is betting on.
If you can't see through their tricks, won't that put Boss Ko in danger and make me suffer your misfortune? Yun Xiang smiled. Since Cushingdong cannot see through the other party's tricks, asking is useless. Tomorrow we can only rely on improvisation and adapt to the situation. He has placed all his hopes on me, a stranger. Clearly he is at his wits' end, treating a dead horse as a living one. It would be great if I can expose the other party's tricks. If not, I can only pay with my life for Cushingdong.
Hey! Your life is mine. Jin Shiliang reminded quickly. Rest assured, I will keep it safe for you. Yun Xiang laughed heartily, lying down on the bed. Aren't you going to put me to sleep? Since you have work tomorrow, I will let you off tonight, but don't try anything funny. I am used to sleeping after having my acupoints pressed. Aren't you making me insomniac? Don't take advantage and act cute.
Jin Shiliang lay down on another bed with his clothes on. Looking at Yun Xiang across from him, he was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's gamble, even secretly hoping that this lad could continue his miraculous streak.
Don't take advantage and act cute.
Jin Shiliang lay down on another bed with his clothes on. Looking at Yun Xiang across from him, he was filled with anticipation. Yun Xiang mixed in among the spectators, closely observing the unknown opponent. The opponent appeared very young, no more than 20 years old, casually waving a folding fan with a handsome face that showed arrogance and flamboyance, completely indifferent to the gambling stakes. Beside him stood a middle-aged scholar and an old man with white hair, both intently focused on the paigao tiles as if they were the true protagonists at the gambling table. Four fierce-looking subordinates stood behind the brocade-robed young master, showcasing quite a grand scene. Cushingdong began to roll the dice and deal the cards. They were gambling on big paigao, with each player receiving 4 cards to form 2 sets, competing against the banker and 3 idle players. Both sets win big when they match. 1 big and 1 flat wins single, 1 big and 1 small counts as a draw. Since they did not know the opponent's cards in advance, pairing the cards required strategy. Having good cards did not guarantee a win, and having small cards did not mean certain loss. For some reason, the brocade-robed young master and his 2 companions seemed to completely discern Cushingdong's cards, skillfully matching their hands against him and leaving him in a pitiful state. In a short time, the brocade-robed young master won several thousand taels of silver amidst laughter and banter. Finally, after enduring until the break for a meal, Cushingdong hurriedly left the gambling table as if fleeing for his life, and immediately called for Yun Xiang, urgently asking, young master Yun, do you see any clues?
If this continues, I will truly go bankrupt.
Yun Xiang did not answer directly, but inquired, does the opponent always start like today, with wins and losses being mutual at first, only to steadily gain the upper hand after a dozen rounds?
Indeed, it is almost always like this. Cushingdong recalled.
Yun Xiang sighed. From the opponent's performance, it is clear he knows the cards in Boss Ke's hand, and he can even see how you pair the cards. No wonder Boss Ko always ends up losing more than winning. Cushingdong shook his head. I had such suspicions at first, but I personally selected the cards and changed them daily. If they marked the cards while taking them, it would be impossible to deceive me, a veteran of this gambling house. Yun Xiang sighed. As far as I know, there is a special coating made from phosphorus powder that can be applied in small amounts to the back of the cards, which others cannot detect at all.
Only through diligent practice can one see the faint phosphorescent glow.
Are you saying that they took advantage of the moment to mark the cards with phosphorus powder on the back? Yun Xiang nodded. That middle-aged scholar always stares intently at the cards. Every time Boss Ko pairs the cards, he uses unique gestures to inform the brocade-robed young master next to him, allowing him to counter Boss Ke's cards perfectly. Although this method cannot guarantee winning every time, it greatly increases the chances of winning over time. They are bound to win without loss.
Yun Xiang continued, isn't that too unlikely? Jin Shiliang suddenly interjected, my eyesight isn't bad, how come I can't see any marks?
Yun Xiang chuckled. Such divine vision cannot be cultivated without at least 20 or 30 years of effort. Those who train such vision typically do not do it for gambling but for throwing hidden weapons.
If I am not mistaken, that middle-aged scholar must be a rare expert in hidden weapons.
However, judging from the opponent's technique, he does not seem to be a particularly high-level cheater. He is merely using his special skills to cheat.
Xingdong was overjoyed. Since young Master Yun can see through the opponent's methods, you must have a countermeasure. Yun Xiang replied, isn't this quite simple?
Before Yun Xiang could respond, Jin Shiliang, who was beside him, patted his chest proudly. Just find me Jin Shiliang and I will surely take care of it for you. Several people were somewhat surprised, and Xingdong hurriedly asked, what great strategy does Jin the Brave possess?
It's too simple.
Jin Shiliang replied proudly, just change the gambling method or switch to a different set of cards, wouldn't that solve it? Xingdong smiled wryly. Our gambling house is open for business and customers have the right to choose any gambling tools available. Furthermore, without a special reason, we cannot simply change the cards to avoid taking away a gambler's luck. This rule is one that no gambling house dares to break, otherwise they would ruin their reputation.
Give me 1,000 taels as a stake and I will go down to gamble as well. Yun Xiang suddenly said.
Have you thought of a way to crack it?
Xingdong asked hurriedly.
Yun Xiang calmly nodded. While I can't say it's foolproof, it's certainly better than waiting for my demise. Xingdong's confidence soared at Yun Xiang's expression, and he immediately had the accountant bring in 1,000 taels in banknotes. Though he knew that Yun Xiang as a side player could only win or lose against himself as the banker and could never affect the other idle players, he still had full confidence in Yun Xiang.
Just after noon, the grand gamble resumed.
Just as Xingdong was about to deal the cards, a drunken scholar suddenly stumbled into the crowd holding a wine jug in one hand and crashed down at the edge of the gambling table. The brocade-robed young master glared at him with disgust and shouted, where did this drunk come from?
Don't throw him out.
Several subordinates were about to take action, but the scholar pulled out a stack of banknotes and threw them onto the gambling table, squinting drunkenly at the brocade-robed young master, who says a drunk can't gamble.
The banker is currently unlucky. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and I cannot miss it.
Several subordinates quickly grabbed the drunk to throw him out, but Xingdong shouted, wait. Our gambling house is open for business and every gambler is our esteemed guest. There is no reason to drive away a customer for this young master. If this young master does not allow others to participate, I can only cease my involvement here. The brocade-robed young master hesitated for a moment and waved his hand to his subordinates. The subordinates released the drunk, who immediately sat down and shouted, deal the cards quickly. This young master will slaughter all.
Xingdong recognized the drunken scholar as Yun Xiang smiled and nodded, skillfully arranging the paigao tiles.
Just as he rolled the dice and was about to deal the cards, he suddenly heard Yun Xiang cough and spit out a mouthful of wine onto the cards without warning. He hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it off and kept apologizing to everyone. The middle-aged scholar, who had been staring at the card, suddenly widened his eyes. The faint markings that had been hard to discern became even more blurred with the drunken scholar's wiping, and he could no longer see clearly. The phosphorus powder had been wiped away by the wine. Fortunately, the cards that got wet by this drunken scholar were only a few, and he had memorized the cards that Xingdong was supposed to have. Although they were now blurry, it did not affect the overall situation, so he did not take this unexpected event to heart. The drunk quickly cleaned up the wine and awkwardly withdrew his hand. Xingdong looked at the brocade-robed young master and reminded him, since such an accident occurred in this round, anyone can propose a card change and this round will be void. The brocade-robed young master, seeing no signal from his companions to change cards, said, no need, deal the cards. The drunk also quickly added, no need to change, no need to change.
Changing cards will just swap the banker's bad luck away.
Xingdong arranged the cards and pushed them in front of everyone, then looked at his own cards, quickly pairing them into two sets and placing them face down on the table. The middle-aged scholar stared at Xingdong's cards. Although two of the marked cards had disappeared, he was still able to remember them. He immediately paired his cards according to the two sets from the opponent and used gestures to inform the brocade-robed young master and the old man with white hair. The two understood and paired their cards. Finally, amid the dealer's call to reveal the cards, they confidently turned over their cards. After everyone revealed their cards, Xingdong finally turned over his two sets. The dealer immediately proclaimed, the banker has two big sets, a total slaughter.
The middle-aged scholar's face changed drastically and he could not help but exclaim, these cards are wrong. Xingdong smiled and asked, what is wrong with these cards?
The drunken scholar squinted at the middle-aged scholar. Do you know what cards Bosco has?
The middle-aged scholar was rendered speechless.
Although he remembered that the cards Xingdong had were not these two, he could not articulate it. After a moment's thought, he guessed that the drunken scholar must have taken advantage of the chaos while wiping the wine to swiftly swap Xingdong's cards. What is wrong with these cards?
The brocade-robed young master looked at the middle-aged scholar dissatisfied.
I mistakenly saw it just now, the middle-aged scholar said apologetically. I won't make that mistake again. With you saying that, I will feel reassured. The drunken scholar smiled meaningfully, pushed the cards and said, quickly arrange the cards, don't let the banker's bad luck scatter. Xingdong skillfully arranged the cards and rolled the dice while the middle-aged scholar focused intently on the cards and the dice. Seeing that Xingdong was about to draw several cards with clear markings, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Xingdong was about to deal the cards, the drunken scholar suddenly shouted, wait.
What now?
Xingdong asked hurriedly. To prevent the banker from playing tricks, I want to draw the cards myself. The drunken scholar said seriously.
The brocade-robed young master glared at the drunken scholar in dissatisfaction. You are being too fussy.
Young master, you are wealthy and extravagant, I dare not compare with you. The drunken scholar smiled. This young master may proceed. Ku Xingdong gestured to the drunken scholar. For such requests from gamblers the banker typically agrees. It is a common practice in gambling houses. Although the brocade-robed young master was unhappy with the drunken scholar's fussiness, he could not voice any objections as they were all idle players.
Ku Xingdong cut the cards and signaled everyone to proceed.
The drunken scholar did not hold back, reaching for his cards. After looking at 2 cards he exclaimed loudly, calling them good cards. The middle-aged scholar's eyes widened again. After the drunken scholar drew the cards, Ku Xingdong's cards suddenly changed, with 2 of them becoming unmarked dark cards. He pointed at the drunken scholar and exclaimed, You.
What about me?
The drunken scholar looked at the astonished middle-aged scholar and blinked meaningfully. Don't worry, your request is negotiable.
My request? What request?
The middle-aged scholar found the drunken scholar's words somewhat perplexing. Although he clearly knew that the other party had quickly swapped the banker's cards during the earlier card draw, he couldn't catch them in the act. Seeing the brocade-robed young master staring at him with suspicion, he felt a chill in his heart. He wanted to explain, but in front of so many people he did not know where to start, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Ku Xingdong had already arranged his cards and pushed them to the center of the table. The brocade-robed young master tapped his paigao tiles and said to the middle-aged scholar, You must take a good look at your cards this time. The middle-aged scholar knew he was waiting for his signal, but the banker had 2 unmarked dark cards. How could he know how the opponent would pair them? He anxiously scratched his head. The drunken scholar, still with a teasing tone, said, Surely you know what to do this time, no need for me to remind you, right? Under the brocade-robed young master's urging, the middle-aged scholar could only guess the banker's cards and signaled. However, when the cards were revealed, they were vastly different from his estimation, leading to a total slaughter. The drunken scholar applauded and laughed. You truly lived up to expectations. Our boss will certainly not treat you poorly. The middle-aged scholar's face turned red with anxiety, but he had no way to argue. The brocade-robed young master pushed his cards and shot a resentful glare at the drunken scholar, angrily sweeping away. The middle-aged scholar hurriedly chased after the old man with white hair.
The spectators expressed their regret, lamenting that they did not witness the final showdown.
Ku Xingdong gratefully nodded at Yun Xiang, who was disguised as the drunken scholar. Behind him, Kumenglan also revealed an admiring expression towards Yun Xiang. Jin Shiliang, who had been watching from the crowd, excitedly squeezed over and whispered to Yun Xiang, How the hell did you do that? You managed to cheat right under everyone's noses.
Quickly teach me. Yun Xiang smiled calmly and whispered, Brother Jin, we have a pact. If you know my secret, wouldn't you immediately be dead? If you were me, would you be so foolish? Jin Shiliang was momentarily taken aback.
If it weren't for Yun Xiang's reminder, he would have almost forgotten about this matter.
After a moment's hesitation, he pulled Yun Xiang along, saying, I don't care anymore.
At worst, I will no longer be a hired sword and return the deposit to my employer.
No matter what, you have to teach me. Hey! Wait for me.
Seeing Jin Shiliang drag Yun Xiang out the door, Kumenglan hurriedly chased after them, not having time to explain to her father. I am no longer Jin Shiliang from this day forward. Jin Shiliang slammed his cup onto the ground with determination, declaring loudly, My name is Jin Biao, with Jin meaning gold and Biao meaning fierce. This was a large tavern in Yangzhou where Yun Xiang had been dragged by Jin Shiliang to celebrate their victory. Kumenglan happened to follow them, and the 3 of them ordered a table full of food and drinks to rejoice in their earlier success. Don't think that I, Jin Biao, can't understand anything, Jin Shiliang said smugly to Yun Xiang.
I've actually figured out how you won against those small gambling stalls on the street.
Oh, tell me about it, Yun Xiang replied with great interest. Jin Biao, filled with pride, explained, whether betting on big or small or on odd, or even though you haven't touched the betting chips and can't cheat the house in the gambling stalls, is cheating. They always pay less for more losses. For example, if the bet on odd is greater than that on even, they will declare even paying out on odd. So you should always stand on the side with the smaller bets, placing small wagers each time. This is called eating meat with the tiger, or perhaps snatching food from the tiger's mouth.
Yun Xiang nodded in surprise. To have realized this point on your own is indeed a glimpse into the depth of gambling techniques. Just a glimpse.
Jin Biao huffed in dissatisfaction, then shook his head and sighed. You're right, I still can't understand how the house manages to cheat, able to declare even when everyone is watching and declare odd when they want to. Yun Xiang smiled and said, in gambling 9 out of 10 times it's a trick, that's a universal truth. If you can understand the essence of such deception, why bother with the details?
Those are just small tricks. No way.
You must tell me or I won't be able to sleep well forever. Jin Biao insisted stubbornly. Yun Xiang chuckled, that's a secret of the gambling house, if I say it, it'll ruin someone else's livelihood. Kumenglan also smiled shyly, saying, in fact, gambling houses rarely cheat, only when luck is bad and they lose urgently do they resort to such tricks. This time I was forced to take desperate measures because the gambling house was about to close down. Who knew that a young master with sharp eyes would see through it and then take advantage, snatching food from the tiger's mouth, winning 5 rounds in a row.
Come, why talk about this?
Jean Biao slightly tipsy poured drinks for the two. Today we drink to celebrate the victory of my brother Yun, and this is also a feast to honor my brother Yun as my teacher in gambling techniques. Brother Yun, when there are no outsiders I'll casually call you master, and when there are I'll still call you brother. Let's skip the formalities of bowing and serving tea. I believe my brother doesn't care for such trivialities, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Xiang almost spat out the wine he had just swallowed, coughing and waving his hands repeatedly. Jean Biao hurriedly patted his back and laughed. Brother, there's no need to be anxious. Having me Jean Biao as a gifted and clever disciple should not make you this happy, right? You. Cough cough. Yun Xiang stared, barely suppressing his cough, finally uttering two words, no way. What do you mean no way? Jean Biao slammed the table, fuming. You drank my master's wine and now say no way. Do you want to get hit? Yun Xiang waved his sleeve and poured a cup of wine, placing it in front of Jean Biao. I'll return the wine to you. I dare not drink this. From now on do not mention the master-apprentice relationship, otherwise I won't even have friends left. Farewell. After finishing, Yun Xiang turned to leave, only to see Jean Biao suddenly bang the table and stand up. Stop. You're mine and you dare to act like this with me. Aren't you tired of living? Yun Xiang turned back and coldly laughed. Yun Xiang is powerless to harm even a chicken. Killing me would be as easy as pie for you, but forcing Yun Xiang to do something he doesn't want to do is another matter entirely. You think I wouldn't dare? Jean Biao exclaimed, drawing his saber with a clang. Seeing this, Kumenglan hurriedly stepped in front of Yun Xiang. At first she was watching the two quarrel with interest, thinking it was merely a joke between brothers, but when Jean Biao actually drew his weapon she was taken aback, not understanding what their relationship truly was. Get away, I won't hurt women under my blade. Jean Biao waved his hand at Kumenglan. We're all good brothers, what's with the need for knives to solve our problems? Kumenglan hurriedly asked who was his brother. Jean Biao reached out to pull Kumenglan, but unexpectedly she twisted his wrist aside, causing him to stumble slightly. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Good. You little girl actually dared to lay hands on me. Saying this he lunged forward and the two immediately began to fight in the tavern with loud thuds. As soon as they started the patrons were frightened and began shouting and fleeing. Kumenglan, using the tables and chairs as cover, dodged like a butterfly. Though she was at a disadvantage she was still able to protect herself. Due to the obstruction of tables and chairs Jean Biao couldn't keep up with her movements, so he turned around and lunged at Yun Xiang, bringing his blade to Yun Xiang's throat. Stop! Kumenglan exclaimed in horror. Disregarding her own safety she lunged toward Jean Biao. However, Jean Biao laughed. You little girl fell for it. As soon as he finished speaking his fist shot out like thunder, stopping just shy of Kumenglan's nose, startling her into a daze. Jean Biao, filled with self-satisfaction, withdrew his fist. And saber, smiling at Yun Xiang. Brother Yun, I drank too much earlier and spoke out of turn. Please don't hold it against this rough man. Although he had seen through Jean Biao's character and knew that he wouldn't harm him, Yun Xiang was still somewhat fearful after witnessing that punch aimed at Kumenglan. Seeing that the tavern's patrons and waiters had vanished without a trace, Yun Xiang hurriedly said, let's leave quickly, we should be careful not to attract trouble. The three exited the tavern and it was already dusk with few pedestrians on the streets. Jean Biao caught up with Yun Xiang and smiled. Brother, I have gambled for over a decade, losing all the while. It's rare to meet a master like you. You must teach me so I can finally have some glory at the gambling table. Kumenglan recalled Jean Biao's skills and knew that this rough man would be difficult to deal with if he decided to act recklessly. If this guy kept following Yun Xiang around he would always be a hidden danger, potentially turning against them at any time, but for now there was no way to get rid of him. She thought for a moment and immediately said, who would dare accept a disciple like you who doesn't distinguish between seniority and always threatens his master? Jean Biao's face turned red and he awkwardly chuckled. This is just my habit. If Brother Yun accepts me as your disciple I promise to treat you with utmost respect in the future. If I ever show the slightest disrespect may the heavens strike me down. Yun Xiang sighed, knowing that with Jean Biao's character once he set his sights on something he would not easily give up. Rather than being persistently entangled by him it would be better to put an end to his thoughts now. With that in mind Yun Xiang suddenly smiled and said, Brother Jean, how about we make a bet? If you win I'll teach you everything about gambling. If you lose don't ever mention the master-disciple relationship again. No way, no way. Jean Biao shook his head. You're full of tricks. How could I possibly win against you? If you don't even know how to gamble how can you be sure you will lose? Yun Xiang chuckled. Well then let's hear it, Jean Biao said suspiciously. But I won't necessarily agree. If I don't have confidence you'll have to change the betting method. Yun Xiang pointed toward the street, smiling. I wonder if Brother Jean has the confidence to win 3 times in a row. Following Yun Xiang's direction Jean Biao saw a dimly lit oil lamp on the street where a group of idle men were gathered around a table gambling with loud calls and cheers echoing, only to realize they were betting on odd and even using go pieces. Jean Biao was overjoyed and said, I just learned a trick from Brother Yun about snatching food from the tiger's mouth. If I still lose wouldn't that make me hopelessly foolish? Saying this he left the two behind and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. After seeing the bets on the table he immediately took out money to place a bet. Shortly after Jean Biao returned with a long face. What a strange thing. I followed brother's advice and consistently bet on the side with lower stakes, yet I still lost. Is it that I Jean Biao am inherently unlucky and can only lose when gambling? So that means Brother Jin admits defeat. Yun Xiang said with a smug smile. From now on the master-disciple relationship should not be mentioned again. Seeing Jin Biao helplessly lower his head, Yun Xiang laughed heartily and strode ahead.
Comenglan quietly pulled Jin Biao aside and whispered a few sentences.
Jin Biao's face gradually showed joy and he hurriedly caught up with Yun Xiang. I haven't lost yet, just watch me win 3 times in a row. Yun Xiang turned back just in time to see Comenglan exchanging glances with Jin Biao. Though he felt it was inappropriate, he still nodded, saying, alright, I'll quietly watch Brother Jin win 3 rounds in a row here.
Just wait.
Jin Biao and Comenglan exchanged smiles and turned to squeeze into the crowd. Comenglan took out a silver ingot weighing at least 10 taels and slapped it down on the table, betting on odd. Jin Biao pulled out a copper coin from his pocket and confidently slapped it on the table, betting on even. The dealer quickly lifted the cover and counted the pieces, opening even, paying out on odd. Comenglan didn't even look and slapped another silver ingot on the table, continue betting on odd. Jin Biao, flaunting his success, pushed 2 copper coins forward, betting on even again. In no time Comenglan had lost 30 taels of silver while Jin Biao won 3 rounds in a row. He gleefully weighed the several copper coins he had won, approaching the dumbfounded Yun Xiang. A bet must be honored, you must not deny it and let me. Jin Biao lose face. Yun Xiang could only smile bitterly at Comenglan, shaking his head repeatedly. How could you help him like this?
Comenglan laughed. I've never seen you lose before, so I wanted to see your expression after a loss.
Ah, he surely didn't expect to lose. Jin Biao laughed loudly and high-fived with Comenglan. Finally we let him understand that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. Let's see if he dares to act all high and mighty in front of us again.
Yun Xiang annoyed turned and left, ignoring the two.
Seeing this, Jin Biao hurriedly caught up, smiling. Master, don't be angry. Losing to your own disciple and your beloved is nothing to be ashamed of.
What beloved? What nonsense are you talking about?
Yun Xiang shot a glare at Jin Biao. Having spent time with Jin Biao, he had unwittingly picked up some coarse language.
I can see it.
Jin Biao quickly pulled Yun Xiang aside a few steps, lowering his voice. That girl just now disregarded her own safety for you. You don't understand martial arts, but if I had not held back I would have taken her life with that punch. I've never encountered a woman like this before. Brother, you must not let her slip away.
What are you two talking about?
Sneaky and secretive Comenglan called out to the two discontentedly. It's nothing. I was asking Brother Yun why I still lost after trying to snatch food from the tiger using his method. Yun Xiang, unable to avoid the question, had to say those street gambling stalls besides the dealer and assistants also have some who disguise as gamblers, referred to as pawns in the north.
They intentionally place bets to win and attract others so their bets cannot be counted.
If one cannot distinguish between the pawns and the real players, how can they snatch food from the tiger?
I see.
Jin Biao exclaimed, enlightened. No wonder I felt that the odd and even results were erratic and unrelated to the bets. It turns out it was for this reason. Later Miss Ko placed a hefty bet of 10 taels of silver, far exceeding all the bets in the stall, which finally helped me win 3 rounds. Yun Xiang sighed. Although the way of gambling cannot escape the word profit, the methods are varied and unpredictable. How can they be explained in just a few words? No one dares to claim they can see through all tricks. As he spoke, he saw Jin Biao turn to leave and hurriedly asked, what are you doing? I'm going back to win 3 rounds for real. How can I swallow this anger? Jin Biao said, striding back to the gambling stall they had just visited, suddenly hearing Comenglan exclaim, oh no.
Brother Yun is missing.
Jin Biao looked thoughtfully down the empty street. Oh no, this kid has probably encountered a master. Otherwise with his skills there's no way he could have escaped your notice. What should we do?
Comenglan asked anxiously, her eyes brimming with tears. We just arrived in Yangzhou. Aside from that well-dressed young master, we've made no enemies. This is likely related to him.
I'll have my father send someone to look for him, Comenglan said quickly. We have some friends in Yangzhou. It shouldn't be a problem to investigate the whereabouts of the outsiders. The two hurried off, completely unaware that around the corner Yun Xiang was being held by the throat by the white-haired old man who had walked with the well-dressed young master earlier, unable to make a sound. A splash of cold water was thrown on his face and Yun Xiang groggily woke up. As he opened his eyes, he saw the arrogant young master from earlier smiling down at him. Looking around, he found himself in a dimly lit ancient hall which, besides some furniture for guests, also had an elegant ancient gambling table.
Kid, weren't you very good at gambling?
The well-dressed young master patted Yun Xiang's face. I want to gamble against you. Now let's see if you can cheat again and win against me one more time. As he spoke, he sat down across from Yun Xiang. Let's gamble on big or small. I'll roll the dice and you place your bets. If you guess right once, I'll pay you 1,000 taels of silver notes. If you guess wrong, I'll smash one of your fingers. Yun Xiang coldly laughed. You can smash all 10 of my fingers, but don't think you can win against me at the gambling table.
An unfair game. I absolutely refuse to participate. Unfair.
The well-dressed young master laughed heartily. A cheat like you, even one finger worth 1,000 taels, is already overestimating you. Your worthless life isn't even worth 1,000 taels in my eyes. You're just a tiny ant that I can crush with a single step. If you don't want to play fairly with me, fine, let's change the betting method. Your 10 fingers will be the stakes. If you guess right, you keep a finger. If you lose, I'll smash one of your fingers.
That should be fair enough, right?
There are legends in the martial world about a miraculous gambling technique called distinguishing points by sound, but that was merely a legend. Though Yun Xiang had followed Master Yun for many days, he had mainly learned strategies and clever tricks, not gambling techniques, so he had no confidence in this sort of luck-based dice game. Knowing that this well-dressed young master wouldn't let him off easily after weighing the risks, he decided to take a gamble with his luck. "I'll bet with you," Yun Xiang said decisively, "but it's limited to 1 round and the stakes are all 10 fingers." "A master is indeed a master. You certainly have guts." The well-dressed young master laughed heartily. "I also like to go all in." "Good. Place your bets."
"I bet on small," Yun Xiang immediately stated.
The well-dressed young master revealed the dice. 1 2 4 5 12 points small.
"Ha, you're lucky. Let's do it again. You're tricking me."
Yun Xiang angrily slammed the table but was firmly held back in his seat by 2 men. The well-dressed young master laughed heartily. "I am tricking you, so what?
For the next round, let's bet on your hands. What do you say? Don't want to play with me anymore.
If you refuse to bet, you lose directly and I'll smash one of your hands." The middle-aged scholar from earlier picked up a hammer and measured it against Yun Xiang's wrist. "Kid, don't blame Tang for being ruthless. Blame yourself for being blind and daring to go against our young master.
But don't worry, the young master will spare your life and you will regret today's gambling match for the rest of your life."
Yun Xiang helplessly closed his eyes. He suddenly realized that although he had learned a wealth of wisdom and strategies, he lacked strong protection around him. He had recklessly intervened in the disputes of the martial world without knowing himself and his adversaries, exposing his wisdom that was not commensurate with his strength. It was like a toddler stumbling into the adult world, risking being kicked down and trampled at any moment. Now he had to pay a heavy price for his momentary recklessness. As the hammer was about to fall, a sudden voice shouted from outside, "Stop!"
A breathtaking aura of majesty filled the air.
As soon as the words fell, an old man dressed in black pushed the door open and entered. The old man was tall and imposing, with a face etched by the passage of time, yet the dominance in his eyes could not be concealed. The young man in splendid attire hurried to greet him, smilingly saying, "Why did you suddenly come, father?
You didn't even inform me."
The old man in black disregarded his son and turned to the white-haired elder beside him, saying, "Elder Xiang, your disciple is unruly. It is one thing for you not to advise him, but why do you indulge him in such nonsense?" The white-haired elder immediately knelt on the ground, saying, "I acknowledge my fault and am willing to accept the sect leader's punishment. Take 30 strikes and be confined in the Kunlun Forbidden Grounds for half a year." As soon as the old man in black finished speaking, the white-haired elder quickly bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, sect leader, for your leniency. It is not Elder Xiang's fault, it is all my son's responsibility." The young man in splendid attire hastily added. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in black slapped him across the face, sending him tumbling far away. Still not satisfied, the old man angrily shouted, "You worthless thing, how dare you mobilize the sex experts to pursue women for yourself? If you weren't my son, I would have killed you with a single slap. Get out. All of you get out." The crowd hurriedly exited, leaving only the old man in black and Yun Xiang in the hall. The old man in black squinted at Yun Xiang, gesturing, "Young Master Yun, please take a seat." Yun Xiang was somewhat astonished. He had just arrived in Yangzhou and only Komenglan and her father Jin Biao knew his name, others were unaware. The old man called out his name directly. It seemed he had someone investigate his background, and Yun Xiang couldn't fathom why he warranted such attention. He smiled, saying, "It seems you already know my background, but I do not know your esteemed name. May I ask for it?" "My original name is Ko Yan, but I fear that this name is known to very few now." The old man sighed slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of regret and unwillingness. "I usually do not apologize to anyone, but this time I will make an exception. I must apologize on behalf of my son Luo Wenjia to young Master Yun for the offense." "May I ask why you wish to make an exception on my behalf, Mr. Ko?" Yun Xiang asked curiously. "Young Master Yun is quite talented." Ko Yan fixed his gaze on Yun Xiang. "I have already learned the ins and outs of your conflict with my son. I am very interested in you, but that is not the main reason." As he spoke, Ko Yan took out a sheepskin book and a jade ring from his sleeve. Upon seeing them, Yun Xiang was taken aback, hurriedly searching his own chest, but the secret manual of the 1,000 Gates and the luminous stone ring he had kept hidden were nowhere to be found. "Young Master Yun, please forgive me." Ko Yan placed the sheepskin book and the ring on the table. "My son took advantage of your unconsciousness to have his subordinates search you, but unfortunately they failed to recognize the origins of the sheepskin book and the jade ring. The secret manual of the 1,000 Gates can be used to plot for the world. This saying circulates secretly in the martial world of Central Plains, but in this remote area no one knows. My son was blind and almost caused the heir of the 1,000 Gates to perish here without understanding, which is truly a grave sin." Yun Xiang's face flushed red, saying, "As a newcomer to the martial world, I was ignorant and offended your young master, and I fully accept my misfortune. If I were to die here today, I would have no face to see my former master, nor would I dare to call myself a disciple of the 1,000 Gates. Every person has strengths and weaknesses, you need not belittle yourself, young master." Ko Yan waved his hand dismissively. While being aggressive and competitive may not be the strengths of the 1,000 Gates, the ability to strategize and secure victory from afar is unmatched by anyone compared to a true expert of the 1,000 Gates. Zhu Yuanzhan could do without Su De and Shan Yechen, but he could not do without Lu Bo, and Lu Bang could do without Fan Quan and Ingbu, but he could not do without Zhang Zifang. Yun Xiang was moved as he heard Ko Yan directly mention the name of the Hangu Emperor without any hint of respect. He was intrigued, asking, "It seems there is some deep meaning in your words, senior." Ko Yan laughed heartily, gazing meaningfully at Yun Xiang. "Throughout history there have always been heroes who could change the world, and they have never lacked experts from the Thousand Gates. Since you are a descendant of the Thousand Gates, you should understand the deeper meaning of my words." Yun Xiang trembled all over and solemnly asked, "Then I must ask what qualifications you have to covet the 9 tripod." Ko Yan declared proudly, "Our sect was originally named Worship Fire, but I prefer outsiders to call us the Demonic Sect. As the leader of the Demonic Sect, Ko Yan commands hundreds of thousands of followers, including loyal and brave generals like Guanzhang Jiama and Huang, yet he is only missing a Zhuge." Yun Xiang was shocked. Even if he had never ventured into the martial world, he had heard Yun Yi mention the Demonic Sect, whose power far surpassed that of Shaolin and Wudong. He just didn't know why it had vanished from the martial world over a decade ago. Yun Xiang did not expect to encounter the leader of the Demonic Sect here. From the implications of his words, it was clear that he had intentions of recruiting him. Now that Ko Yan had revealed his identity, he left no room for refusal. Any improper response could lead to fatal consequences. Yun Xiang took a deep breath, saying, "Sect leader, do you truly trust the insignificant Yun Xiang?" Ko Yan replied, "I do not trust you, but I trust this." He pushed the secret manual of the Thousand Gates and the jade ring towards Yun Xiang, saying, "You possess the token of the Thousand Gates sect leader at such a young age. Even if I have my doubts, I cannot underestimate you. I have already read this manual. It is of no use to me." The saying "the secret manual of the Thousand Gates can be used to plot for the world" likely refers to the inheritor of the manual from the Thousand Gates. "I have already read this manual. It is of no use to me." The saying "the secret Yun Xiang knew that if he aligned himself with Ko Yan, he could indeed use the power of the Demonic Sect to take revenge. However, his fate would probably be entwined with this most sinister force in the world, making it difficult to extricate himself. Yet he had no choice but to comply. With this thought, Yun Xiang stood up and respectfully bowed to Ko Yan, saying, "I, Yun Xiang, wish to follow the sect leader from now on and realize my ambitions." Ko Yan was not surprised by Yun Xiang's bow and simply replied, "I know you may not be sincere, but I am confident that I can make you loyal to our sect." Experts of the Thousand Gates are all individuals who refuse to be anonymous, and their desire for dramatic changes in the world surpasses even their own lives. In today's world, only the Demonic Sect can provide you with sufficient leverage to showcase what you have learned throughout your life and compete with the world's heroes. However, even though you possess the token of the Thousand Gates sect leader, you still need to prove yourself first. "How do I prove myself?" Yun Xiang asked. Ko Yan said, "Before Zhuge Kongming emerged from the mountains, he divided the world with a single Longzhong Dui. He understood the dynamics of the world thoroughly. You must accomplish at least one task for our sect before I can trust you with greater responsibilities." "What task?" Yun Xiang eagerly inquired. Ko Yan did not answer directly, but instead spoke about the situation in the martial world, saying, "Though the martial world of Central Plains shares the same roots, each relies on its strength to govern its own territory, influencing and dominating both the righteous and the demonic factions. For example, the Su family in Jiling, the Nangong family in Yangzhou, and the Tang family in Bashu. Especially the Tang family in Shu, which through centuries of operation has established a firm grip on Bashu, almost ruling it entirely as the Tang family's territory unassailable and united. Our sect is situated in Kunlun, and to target the Central Plains we must first disturb Bashu. It is said that the world will not be in chaos until Shu is in chaos. Do you agree?" Ko Yan shook his head with a smile, saying, "The Tang family has operated in Bashu for hundreds of years and has deeply rooted foundations." Ko Yan shook his head with a smile, saying, "The Tang family has operated in Bashu for hundreds of years and has deeply rooted foundations. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot confront them hidden. However, the Tang family is indeed a martial family, and they are not skilled in other areas. Therefore they seek to recruit various talents to serve them. For instance, the wealthy Yi family in Shu has been merchants for generations and are quite adept in business. The Tang family has allied with them by marrying their children, thereby gaining a significant economic ally. If we can bring down the Yi family, it would be like removing an arm from the Tang family." Yun Xiang understood that today's matter left him no choice but to agree, so he nodded without hesitation, saying, "I will do my utmost to fulfill the sect leader's wishes." "I appreciate your confidence." Ko Yan smiled slightly. "I will provide you with sufficient support in terms of manpower and resources. However, 18 years ago, after losing a bet, I vowed that as long as my enemies are alive, no one from the Demonic Sect shall step into the Central Plains again. Thus the experts of our sect cannot be used by you. The only support I can offer is wealth." Yun Xiang was somewhat surprised and was about to inquire further when Ko Yan changed the subject, saying, "Fortunately, there are more suitable candidates right here." He then called out loudly towards the door, "Come in." A man in black entered in response, and Ko Yan commanded, "Go fetch Luo Wenjia and Mr. Tang." Before long, the young man in splendid attire and a middle-aged scholar entered together. Ko Yan introduced them to Yun Xiang, saying, "This is my son Luo Wenjia and the trader from the Tang family, Tang Gongqi, whom you have already met. Although Luo Wenjia is my son, he has not participated in the initiation ceremony. Mr. Tang is the brother of the Tang family sect leader, who was nearly killed 10 years ago due to underhanded tactics by his brother to seize the inheritance rights, and had no choice but to seek refuge in our sect. You three are not considered members of the Demonic Sect, so you can go to Bashu without me breaking my promise."
Mr.
Tang knows Bashu like the back of his hand, so with his help you will definitely avoid many troubles. Yun Wenjia is young and naive with little experience in the martial world.
He will accompany you this time to learn from you and gain some martial experience. Before Yun Xiang could respond, Luo Wenjia suddenly exclaimed, he's just a gambler, I could crush him with a single finger. Father wants me to learn from him. Do you doubt your father's judgment? Ko Yan snorted coldly, instantly silencing Luo Wenjia. He continued, it's settled. I will have someone prepare the money for you. You can choose a day to set off for Bashu. Wait.
Yun Xiang suddenly said, I have a small request that I hope the sect leader can grant.
Speak.
I have heard that the demonic sect's Wraithland gathers about 70 to 80% of the world's martial arts. I plead with the sect leader to allow me free access to it. Is it a bit excessive to make such a request before you have accomplished anything?
Ko Yan asked coldly.
Yun Xiang smiled, saying, to fulfill the sect leader's entrusted task I naturally need to put in more effort.
Ko Yan's eyes flickered with surprise. You wish to learn martial arts?
Yun Xiang shook his head, saying, I want to understand martial arts.
Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one will never be endangered in 100 battles. All right, I agree.
Ko Yan nodded in appreciation and tossed a jade pendant to Yun Xiang, saying, this is my token. With it you can enter and exit the Wraithland freely.
However, I must remind you that you can only read, you cannot take anything out.
Otherwise it will be considered theft and you may lose your eyes or hands. Yun Xiang nodded earnestly, carefully stowing the jade pendant in his bosom.
Gather your own belongings too. I hope you won't disappoint me.
Ko Yan pointed to the secret manual of the 1,000 gates and the jade ring on the table, reminding him, although the demonic sect cannot enter the Central Plains due to a wager made 18 years ago, we still have many friends there who can provide you with the necessary assistance. Most of them are wealthy and powerful, the only concern being how to turn their money into even more. Work diligently, and as long as you can prove your capabilities, I assure you will have plenty of stages to showcase your talents.
I won't disappoint the sect leader.
Yun Xiang smiled confidently. Outside, someone reported, sect leader, there are people outside claiming to be Jin Biao and Kumenglan wanting to break in to find young Master Yun. They are my friends, I hope sect leader Ko will not make things difficult for them.
Yun Xiang hurriedly said.
Your friends have some skill to find this place, Ko Yan said with a mixed expression. I will not quibble with ordinary people, but I must remind you that a member of the 1,000 gates should not have friends. After Ko Yan left, Yun Xiang quickly put away the sheepskin book and the jade ring, heading to meet the loud voices from afar, finally managing to block Jin Biao and Kumenglan from barging in.
Brother, are you all right? Did they make things difficult for you?
Jin Biao asked excitedly, grabbing him and bombarding him with questions. Yun Xiang had no time to explain and simply said, let's talk outside. Once they had distanced themselves from the grand mansion, Kumenglan asked with concern, Brother Yun, who are these people?
Why are they so mysterious that even the local gangs cannot uncover their backgrounds?
You must not investigate any further, Yun Xiang urged. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourselves, remember. Now that you mention it, I feel like provoking them, Jin Biao said, his eyes widening. Yun Xiang could not grab hold of him and had to chase after him, but unfortunately he could not keep up with Jin Biao's speed.
He saw Jin Biao kick open the mansion's grand door and stride right in.
Yun Xiang and Kumenglan hurriedly followed, only to see Jin Biao emerge with a face full of astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming, strange.
Strange.
In the blink of an eye the place was empty with not a hint of life left.
Did we just encounter ghosts?
Yun Xiang glanced around and saw that the large mansion was eerily silent, appearing even more desolate and deep under the dim moonlight.
He couldn't help but secretly lament the demonic sect's actions truly were mysterious and unfathomable.
Once their movements were discovered, they abandoned the grand mansion instantly. The swiftness and decisiveness were enough to instill terror. Having intertwined his fate with them, he feared he would find it difficult to escape their entanglement for the rest of his life. Brother Yun, let's leave quickly, this place is ominous and frightening.
Kumenglan tugged on Yun Xiang's sleeve, timidly hiding behind him. All right. Let's go. Yun Xiang took Kumenglan's hand and turned to beckon Jin Biao.
The three of them reached the long street outside, and Jin Biao could not help but ask, Brother, what are your plans after receiving the reward from Boss Ku? Yun Xiang gazed at the dull crescent moon on the horizon, saying, I will first go to Kunlun, then detour to Bashu.
To Bashu?
Jin Biao questioned, dissatisfied. The Shu road is perilous, harder than ascending to the heavens.
What do you plan to do there?
Seeing Yun Xiang remain silent, he laughed, saying, in any case I wander around without a fixed abode. I will accompany you for some fun. And I can learn some gambling skills from you, at least I want to shine at the gambling table.
I want to go too. Kumenglan gazed at Yun Xiang with hopeful eyes.
Yun Xiang dodged her fiery gaze, shaking his head, saying, I don't know what dangers await in Bashu. I don't want you to take the risk.
A pair of Song Dynasty Guanware blue and white porcelain vases.
Starting bid at 1,000 taels each, increment 100 taels. On the high platform, a young man in white announced the starting price of the auction item in a loud voice. This was the Peach Blossom Manor on the outskirts of Chengdu, a venue exclusively for the upper echelons of Bashu society, a place of luxury with multifarious functions. The blue and white porcelain vases were quickly snapped up. The young auctioneer clapped his hands and two burly men immediately carried forward a goldenly jade-adorned wooden chest, placing it in the center of the platform. Pointing at the chest, the young man said with a smile, "This is the final lot for today. To add a touch of mystery, I will not disclose what it contains. Its starting bid is 3,000 taels, each increment 500. The crowd murmured among themselves. Though ignorant of the chest's contents, someone immediately raised a hand. The Peach Blossom Manor was a property of the Tang sect. With the Tang sect's reputation, they would never inflate the price falsely. 3,000. 3,005. 4,000. 4,005. As the young auctioneer's calls continued, the bid doubled in the blink of an eye. Just as the number of bidders seemed to dwindle, a voice rang out, 10,000 taels. All eyes turned to see a richly dressed young man raising his right hand with an air of arrogant pride. His features were somewhat handsome, but his complexion bore the pallor of excessive indulgence in wine and women. The crowd recognized him as Yi Xiao, the second son of Bashu's wealthiest man Yi Jishuan and the future son-in-law of the Tang sect. The young man in blue robes beside him was Tang Shao, a disciple of the Tang sect. With his intervention, the others backed down. Just as the young auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel with no further bids, a hand slowly rose from a corner. The young man quickly called out, "The gentleman over there bids 10,500 taels." Without a second thought, Yi Xiao raised his hand and shouted 15,000. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the auctioneer shouted again, "The gentleman bids 15,500 taels." A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Xiao's face. He glanced at the unfamiliar frail-looking scholar in the corner and whispered to Tang Shao beside him, "Who is that kid? I've never seen him before." "He's a new guest brought by Bosku," Tang Shao replied, casting a glance at the scholar. He called over a young attendant and inquired quietly, then said to Yi Xiao, "He's from an ancient clan in Jiangnan, calling himself Gongzi Xiang." Gongzi Xiang. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Placing the honorific Gongzi before one's name was an archaic custom rarely used nowadays except by the direct descendants of ancient nobility. He looked at the other man again before slowly raising his hand. Uncertain of his opponent's strength, he dared not increase the bid recklessly. "Second young master, Yi bids 16,000. The young auctioneer's words had barely faded when the scholar raised his hand again. He quickly continued, "The gentleman bid 16,500. Yi Xiao, unwilling to be outdone, raised his hand once more, but saw the scholar seemingly impatient with the frequent bidding, simply kept his hand aloft. The young auctioneer's tongue worked tirelessly, calling out bids. The mysterious chest was soon driven up by the two to an exorbitant price of 30,000 taels. Yi Xiao hesitated, turning a questioning gaze to Tang Shao. Tang Shao whispered, "Today's auction item is worth well over 30,000 taels." Tang Shao's hint gave Yi Xiao confidence. Seeking a swift resolution, he resolutely shouted 40,000. The indifferent scholar still kept his hand raised. Amidst the murmuring crowd, the young auctioneer announced the new price, 40,500 taels. 50,000. Yi Xiao shouted again, his voice now somewhat hoarse. Though the son of Bashu's wealthiest man, his personal disposable funds were limited. 50,000 taels was nearing his limit. He didn't know why he was spending so much money on something he hadn't seen. Perhaps it was the adversary's aloof pride that stung his heart, which had never known defeat. The scholar still did not relent. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Xiao steeled himself and called out again, 60,000. The scholar, seemingly never bothered by Yi Xiao's increments, kept his hand raised. Seeing the other's unwavering resolve, Yi Xiao finally let out a resentful snort and reluctantly withdrew. "This chest belongs to that gentleman." The young auctioneer shouted, his voice trembling. "The price is 60,500 taels of silver. Once the gentleman pays the sum, the contents of this chest are yours." As his words fell, the sullen-faced young man beside the scholar immediately handed over several banknotes. "They are banknotes from Tongbao Bank, exactly 60,500 taels." The young man counted the notes with trembling hands, then called out to the scholar, "It is now yours. May I ask this gentleman, would you mind showing us what you have? One right here." Seeing the scholar gesture in indifferent sign, the young man opened the wooden chest and a soft melody of strings and woodwinds began to play. To the rhythm of the music, a half-naked golden-haired young girl rose slowly from the chest, swaying her supple boneless waist in time with the melody like a snake undulating to the music. The girl's skin was as white and smooth as lard. She wore only a narrow bodice on her upper body, and a thin veil covered her face, leaving only a pair of deep azure eyes visible as blue as the sea. "So it's a Persian cat," Yi Xiao chuckled despite himself. Though naturally fond of women, he knew well that even the most beautiful Western region maiden was not worth 60,000 taels of silver. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't continued bidding. Spending tens of thousands of taels on a Western slave girl would surely make him a laughingstock. "She is no ordinary Western woman," Tang Shao said with a mysterious smile, whispering, "She is the princess of Gaochang Kingdom." "So what?" Yi Xiao curled his lip dismissively. Though a princess status could increase her value tenfold, she still wasn't worth 60,000 taels of silver. Not long ago a rebellion broke out in Gaochang. The king was assassinated and the princess fled in exile to Bashu. Tang Shao explained in a low voice. "The princess came to Peach Blossom Manor the day before yesterday asking to sell herself. She seeks a powerful patron to help her restore her kingdom. It seems that young man got wind of it and didn't hesitate to spend 60,000 taels to buy the fallen princess, thus buying an opportunity to take over Gaochang. Yi Xiao's heart stirred, but he still said dismissively, even the throne of Gaochang doesn't hold much appeal for me.
Besides, I can't be her consort, you know that.
Yi Xiao was betrothed to a young lady of the Tang sect. Even if the Gaochang princess were before him, he wouldn't dare break the engagement to marry another.
Tang Xiao, though not a direct descendant of the Tang sect, was well aware of this.
Though he was Yi Xiao's friend in all manner of debauchery, he dared not encourage the Tang sect's future son-in-law to take a concubine.
He quickly explained Gaochang is the gateway to the western regions.
Whether it's Jiangnan silk or Fujian tea, all must pass through there to be sold to the western kingdoms. And western Kashmir rugs, gold, silver and jewels must also pass through there to be sold in the central plains.
Gaochang guards the vital throat between the western regions and the central plains.
It is truly a blessed land for effortless wealth. It would be a pity for you to miss this opportunity, young master. Since the princess is so valuable, why didn't the Tang sect keep her?
Yi Xiao asked with a smile.
Tang Xiao sighed. You know, those old fogies in our sect, always cautious and conservative, rarely stepping out of bashu. They only focus on managing this tiny patch of land. Last time when we cooperated with the Nangong Clan in Yangzhou to build a racetrack, I had to use all my wits to convince them, and that was only because of the alliance with the Nangong Clan. If you asked them to invest money in a distant little kingdom like Gaochang 10,000 li away, they'd rather just throw the money into the water to hear the splash.
That's true.
Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. Although the Yi family business reaches far and wide, the old man is getting on in years and has lost the boldness of his youth. He hasn't opened a new trade route in 5 years. If you asked him to invest in the western regions, a place he's never been, it would be like asking for his life.
So I envy that kid a bit.
He casually threw down over 60,000 taels of silver.
Impressive. Tang Xiao looked at the seemingly frail scholar not far away. Come. Let's go get acquainted.
Maybe we'll have a chance to cooperate in the future. The two approached the young scholar. Tang Xiao cupped his hands to the fat, big-eared old man beside him and said, Bosku, I heard you brought a distinguished guest today.
Why didn't you introduce him to us? Forgive me, young Master Tang. Bosku quickly returned the greeting with an apologetic smile. Come. Let me introduce you.
These are young Master Tang of the Tang sect and second young Master Yi of the Bashuhao clan.
This is Gongzi Xiang from Jiangnan. An honor. Tang Xiao studied the other man thoughtfully. Gongzi Xiang. Forgive my ignorance, but I don't believe I've ever heard of you before.
That's quite normal, the scholar said with a faint smile. I have always lived a secluded life, and this is my first time traveling to your esteemed region. However, even though this is our first meeting, I have long admired you too.
Tang Xiao felt that Gongzi Xiang looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him.
He quickly dismissed the thought. The other's transcendent calm and detachment were unlike anything he had ever seen. Even if he had met him once, he surely wouldn't have forgotten. He never imagined that the once honest and kind-hearted scholar had changed so completely, both in appearance and temperament.
May I ask what business Gongzi Xiang usually engages in? Tang Xiao asked casually.
I am too accustomed to a life of leisure to trouble myself over money, Gongzi Xiang said with a faint, indifferent smile. I usually entrust my wealth to those most skilled at making money, never troubling myself over it.
Brilliant.
Yi Xiao gave a thumbs up.
This is the true aristocratic manner.
Compared to you, Gongzi Xiang, we are all but mere mortals. The three exchanged smiles, instantly feeling like old friends.
Tang Xiao suggested, what kind of entertainment interests you, Gongzi Xiang? Peach Blossom Manor has everything. Why don't we chat while we play?
Splendid. Gongzi Xiang nodded readily, pointing to his companion who had been silent all along.
My cousin here loves horse racing the most. Unfortunately, it's getting late now. How about another day? Tomorrow it is then.
Yi Xiao quickly said. The Tang sect stables housed famous horses from all over, which Yi Xiao had always envied. He wanted to stir up some competition to see the Tang sect's fine steeds in action.
What is your cousin's name, Gongzi Xiang?
Tang Xiao asked, studying the cold, sullen-faced youth beside the scholar, a hint of surprise in his heart.
My cousin's name is Yun Xiang.
Yun Xiang, come and pay your respects to the two young masters.
Gongzi Xiang called back.
The youth reluctantly clasped his hands in a perfunctory salute to Tang Xiao and Yi Xiao, his expression suggesting he held them in little regard. Tang Xiao felt a flash of displeasure and decided to teach him a lesson. He feigned a return salute, seizing the opportunity to grab the other's wrist, intending to throw him off balance. But the youth's wrist slipped away like an eel, easily evading the move. A chill ran through Tang Xiao's heart, but his face remained impassive as he said with a smile, Young Master Yun Xiang, no need to stand on ceremony. Since you enjoy horse racing, I will accompany you for a ride tomorrow. After boarding the carriage, Yun Xiang couldn't help but complain to Gongzi Xiang in a low voice, why did you just throw away 60,000 taels? Our family may be wealthy, but you can't squander it like this. If you want to use me, you must trust me, Yun Xiang said, leaning back in the carriage with his eyes closed, his tone indifferent. If a paltry sum like this pains you, you are not fit to plan great matters. The carriage rumbled on, finally stopping in a bustling, noisy district. The two alighted and someone immediately led them through a large door. The atmosphere here was entirely different from Peach Blossom Manor. It was a place for common folk to enjoy themselves, crowded and filled with the cacophony of voices. Entering the main hall, Luo Wenjia spotted Menglan deeply engrossed in a heated gambling session at a table, while in a corner not far away Jin Biao was also shouting and betting against others.
Yun Xiang and the two.
After exchanging a glance, they ascended the stairs to a private room.
Moments later, Menglan pushed the door open and entered, first gulping down a large mouthful of tea from the table before wiping her mouth and saying, "I'm exhausted. I never thought winning money could be so tiring."
Seeing Yun Xiang looking at her with a half-smile, the girl blushed. "What are you looking at?
Do I have a flower on my face?"
Yun Xiang smiled leisurely. "I was just thinking, a beautiful girl like you, as soon as you stand by the gambling table, a gambler's attention is diverted by more than half. It's no wonder they lose money."
"Are you mocking me again?"
Menglan retorted, her face flushed.
"I've inquired thoroughly.
The Yi family primarily operates a money house, and the Siton money house is one of the largest in Chengdu. Besides that, the Yi family also has several pawnshops, businesses and stores, but those aren't their main ventures." As she spoke, Jin Biao pushed the door open with a long face, complaining to Yun Xiang, "Damn it, am I just born to lose? In the blink of an eye I've lost 1,000 taels of silver." Yun Xiang waved his hand dismissively. "I never intended for you to win."
"Where is the person I asked for?"
"Right behind you," Jin Biao said as he waved towards the door. An old man with a lecherous appearance immediately entered, his small green bean-sized eyes nervously scanning the surroundings, looking like a mouse sneaking out to steal food, ready to flee at the slightest noise.
"Is he reliable?" Yun Xiang asked, half in doubt. "Though I, Jin Biao, always lose at gambling, I've never misjudged a person." Jin Biao confidently patted his chest. "I can guarantee he is definitely the best informant in the area."
Yun Xiang assessed the lecherous old man before him. "What should I call you?"
"In response to the young master, my humble nickname is Wind. You can just call me a Yin."
The old man smiled obsequiously. Yun Xiang nodded and handed a stack of banknotes along with a pre-written note to the old man. "I usually do things straightforwardly. As long as you do well this time, I will work with you long-term in the future." Wind glanced at the banknotes and his face immediately broke into a wide smile. "No problem, no problem. I will not disappoint the young master." After Wind nodded and left, Luo Wenjia couldn't help but ask, "What exactly does this guy do? Why did you give him a few hundred taels of silver as soon as you met?" "There are people in the Jianghu who specialize in gathering information and investigating various intelligence. These people are commonly known as informants," Yun Xiang explained. "Although we have been in Bashu for over half a month, we are still like deaf and blind. Moreover, since we are unfamiliar with the place, without the help of various talented individuals, how can we compete with the local aristocracy?" Suddenly a soft knock was heard from outside the door, and the coachman quietly inquired, "Earlier someone from Taohua Mountain Villa came to ask where the young master wants to send the recently purchased princess by Ji. Send her to Bosca's Furong cottage first." After sending the coachman away, Yun Xiang sighed to the others, "We just left Taohua Mountain Villa and they easily found us here. Our whereabouts are entirely in their hands. After all, this is their territory." As he spoke, he stood up. "Let's go meet the princess from Gaochang." Yun Xiang and his group temporarily resided in a cottage owned by Boscu, who mainly operated a money house and a pawn shop. Although his strength couldn't compare to the Yi family, he was still one of the wealthiest in Bashu. He had previously received great kindness from Ko Yan, and since the demonic sect had a large sum of money deposited in his money house, he did not dare to neglect Yun Xiang, who possessed Ko Yan's token. Not only did he recommend them to Taohua Mountain Villa, but he also offered his best cottage for Yun Xiang's group to stay. When Yun Xiang returned to Furong Cottage, the Gaochang princess had been waiting for a long time, accompanied by 2 personal maids and 4 warriors from the western regions. Yun Xiang hadn't expected that purchasing a princess would come with extra attendants. Just as he was about to wave his hand to dismiss the warriors, the Gaochang princess preemptively bowed, saying, "Bai Ji pays her respects to the master." Yun Xiang coldly assessed her. Although she was already wrapped in a long robe, her graceful figure couldn't be concealed. The delicate features of her face, veiled in thin gauze, added an air of mysterious beauty. Recognizing Yun Xiang as the one who bought her at a high price, she immediately imitated Han women's etiquette and respectfully bowed. "Since you have sold yourself as a servant, there is no need to maintain any customs. I want you to remove your veil immediately," Yun Xiang suddenly said. Bai Ji's blue eyes gradually filled with tears of humiliation. Although the 4 warriors could not understand Chinese, seeing the exchange between the two, they knew the princess had been insulted, and they immediately placed their hands on their sword hilts and surrounded her. Bai Ji hurriedly instructed the 4, and despite their faces being filled with indignation, they still retreated with their heads down. After they left, Bai Ji gritted her teeth and finally removed the thin gauze covering her face. Everyone was suddenly dazzled, realizing for the first time that the foreign girl had distinct facial features and a complexion as white as jade, possessing an astonishing beauty. "Are you really the princess of Gaochang? How could you end up in such a situation, selling yourself as a servant?" Luo Wenjia stared wide-eyed, constantly assessing her. Although he had seen many foreign beauties with golden hair and blue eyes, he had never encountered a girl as beautiful as Bai Ji. "I am the 3rd princess of Gaochang," Bai Ji said, lowering her head in sorrow. A month ago there was a rebellion in the kingdom and the traitors with the support of the Walla people killed my father. I fled here with a few guards protecting me. Although I do not lack money, as a weak woman avenging my father is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. That is why I had no choice but to use this method, hoping to find a powerful lord to rely on to avenge my father and help me restore my kingdom. I am willing to offer half of Gaya Chang's treasury as a reward. Bai Ji's expression was pitiful, evoking sympathy. Luo Wenjia quickly said, "Rest assured, princess, I will definitely help you." Just as Princess Bai Ji was about to express her gratitude, she was interrupted by Yun Xiang raising his hand. "I don't care what your status was in the past, now you are just a maid. I am not interested in revenge or restoring your kingdom, I only need you to fulfill your duties as a maid. Prepare yourself, tonight you will come to my room to serve me." After saying this he raised his voice to call for the maid. "Come, take the princess to my room." At these words everyone was stunned. Especially Kamanglan, who reacted most intensely, glaring at Yun Xiang and questioning, "What did you say? You want her to serve you? What's wrong with that?" Yun Xiang replied nonchalantly, "Since I am her master, it is only natural for her to serve me." You scoundrel." Kamanglan's eyes turned red and she stomped her foot before rushing out. Jin Biao shot Yun Xiang a fierce glare, bewildered, and hurriedly chased after her. Seeing Bai Ji being taken away by the maid, Luo Wenjia looked at Yun Xiang with unfamiliar eyes, sneering, "I thought you were a gentleman, but it turns out I misjudged you. However, it seems you have forgotten that the money we gave you is not for you to indulge and enjoy life." Yun Xiang replied, "I know what I am doing. Spending 60,000 taels to befriend young Master Yi is not a waste. As for this Gao Chang princess, she is merely an extra. If you are interested, I can let her go to you. But you still need to race with Tang Xiao tomorrow. I suggest you rest early." "Nonsense!" Luo Wenjia scoffed. "Although I am not a righteous gentleman, I have not sunk to such a despicable level and will not take advantage of others. Your behavior disgusts me." Yun Xiang retorted, revealing a teasing expression in his eyes. "Do you not know that those in the Jianghu are all shameless? Do you know who this operation is led by? If I cannot act freely, I cannot guarantee that I can fulfill the wishes of the sect master." "You." Luo Wenjia was speechless, and as he saw Yun Xiang walking away he was about to angrily chase after him, but was stopped by Tang Gongqi beside him. He looked at Yun Xiang's retreating figure thoughtfully, saying, "Young master, I believe Yun Xiang must have his reasons for doing this. It is certainly not as simple as we imagine." "What reason?" Luo Wenjia angrily replied, "He is just a lecherous scoundrel." Yun Xiang entered his room and saw Bai Ji sitting alone, anxiously twisting her fingers. "What reason?" Luo Wenjia angrily replied, "He is just a lecherous scoundrel." Yun Xiang. Princess Bai Ji went over to blow out the candle but hesitated to get into bed, softly saying, "Young master, although Bai Ji is a maid, I am also the princess of Gaochang. I really do not wish for such a significant matter to be so hasty. As long as you can help Bai Ji avenge and restore her kingdom, I am willing to serve you for life as a dowry from Gaochang." "Enough, stop pretending." In the darkness Yun Xiang's calm voice could be heard, "You can only deceive others with those lies." Bai Ji trembled all over. "What do you mean by that, young master?" Yun Xiang let out a scoff. "We are all in the same profession, why must we state it plainly? A princess from Gaochang who has fallen on hard times had this idea is quite clever. It's just a pity that my nose is too sensitive. I could smell the scent of a fellow practitioner upon our first meeting." I don't know what you are talking about." Bai Ji suddenly stuttered. "Is that so?" Yun Xiang suddenly got out of bed, a wicked smile on his face as he approached Bai Ji. "I am not interested in your plans for restoring your kingdom, I am only interested in your body. If you serve me well, we can slowly discuss your grand plan for restoration afterward." Bai Ji was terrified and retreated, opening her mouth to call for help but hesitating to say anything. Seeing this, Yun Xiang teased, "Why don't you shout and let your partners come in to save you?" Bai Ji bit her lip, hesitated for a moment and finally said resentfully, "You are ruthless. Since you have seen through me." Bai Ji feels embarrassed to continue mixing in bashu tonight. "I will leave the silver you spent aside from the cut for Taohua Mountain Villa. I will return every single cent to you. However, I can't understand how you saw through me. Your appetite is quite large. 60,000 taels of silver is not enough for you. You want to gain even more." Yun Xiang laughed. "Actually, I was just a bit suspicious. Normally, if the princess of Gaochang wanted to find a reliable ally for restoration, she should go to the capital where high officials gather, not to Chengdu, which has only local wealthy landowners. So I couldn't help but test you. Who knew you were so poor at this? I haven't even begun to strip you of your garments and you already couldn't hold out and admitted defeat." "You." Bai Ji's face turned red with anger and she couldn't help but blurt out two words through clenched teeth: "Scoundrel." "Likewise." Yun Xiang said dismissively with a smile, "Tell me about your grand plan for restoration, perhaps we can cooperate." Bai Ji smiled slyly. "Young master, your actions are so extravagant, the target you aim for must be extraordinary. Yet you still have the heart to deal with small-time tricksters like us. Perhaps you need our help even more." "Indeed, since you require money, I will not disappoint you." "Why should I trust you?" "Trust me based on my advance payment of 60,000 taels." Yun Xiang replied leisurely, "If you do not trust me, you should at least trust the real silver. This is just a deposit. Once the task is completed, I guarantee you will receive a reward far exceeding this amount." After hesitating for a moment, Bai Ji finally slowly extended her hand. "Deal." After they clasped hands to seal the deal, Yun Xiang lay back on the bed. I am tired today. You can tell me your restoration plan tomorrow night.
Tonight you can sleep on the floor.
I am not used to sharing a bed with anyone. Bai Ji smiled mischievously, walked to the bed and murmured, I think this bed is wide enough. It should be no problem for 2 people to sleep on it, right? As she said this, she lay down on the bed. Yun Xiang was startled and jumped up, seeing she had no intention of giving up her spot on the bed, so he reluctantly sat down on a lounge chair, grumbling, I'm afraid of you now. I won't let you serve me again in the future. That night Yun Xiang could always sense a faint elusive fragrance lingering at his nose, leaving his mind restless and making it hard for him to fall asleep. The next morning, when the spiritless Yun Xiang and Bai Ji stepped out of the room, the gazes of the crowd towards Yun Xiang were somewhat different. Only Codex ignored Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang was initially worried that she would leave in anger, but he did not know what Jin Biao used to persuade her to come back. In the midst of everyone's peculiar gazes, he remained composed and did not offer any explanation. Young Master Tang and Young Master Yi have sent people to invite you several times, waiting for you and Young Master Luo Wenjia to go to Taohua Mountain Manor for the horse race. The doorman reported from the corridor. Only then did Yun Xiang recall yesterday's agreement and hurriedly said to Luo Wenjia, you go and have some fun with them. Winning or losing doesn't matter, the main thing is to make friends with them.
What about you?
Luo Wenjia replied with dissatisfaction.
I am a bit tired today, so I won't go.
After saying that, Yun Xiang disregarded the strange looks from everyone and went back to his room to rest. Once everyone had left, Yun Xiang emerged from his room. He had changed into a different outfit, wearing a shabby coarse-cloth robe and sporting 2 fake mustaches, completely shedding any semblance of a delicate scholar. Having experienced hard labor before, it was not difficult for him to dress as a common laborer. Avoiding the eyes and ears of the household staff, Yun Xiang made his way to the outside street through the back door. Wandering aimlessly in the city, he finally spotted the target he was looking for at a street corner. He saw several boys around 14 or 15 years old sitting together gambling at the street corner. Judging by their ragged and dirty attire, they were undoubtedly the street urchins that every city has. They were beggars and thieves, occasionally doing some light work to earn a meal or two, struggling to survive in the cracks at the bottom of the city. Yun Xiang noticed one of the boys using clumsy methods to cheat. In no time he had won most of the copper coins from the others. Yun Xiang chuckled silently, approaching like a bored idle man, and asked with a smile, can I play a couple of rounds? The boys looked at Yun Xiang warily. Yun Xiang pulled a piece of silver from his sleeve and placed it on the ground, saying, I don't have any copper coins, but I do have some silver. This piece is worth at least 2 qian. How about we bet 2 qian silver per round? The boys exchanged glances, uncertain. Given the current market rate, 2 qian of silver could be exchanged for at least 200 copper coins, and none of them had that much money. The boy who was cheating seemed to be the leader of these children. He exchanged glances with his companions, then instructed everyone to pool their money together, just enough for 210 copper coins. The boy pushed the money forward, saying, all right. I'll bet against you. This game involved betting on the size with 2 dice, and the rules were very simple. Yun Xiang grabbed the dice and casually tossed them into the bowl, rolling a 9, leaving him with a good chance of winning. The boy nervously took the dice, held them in his palm, and blew on them several times. Just as he was about to roll, someone suddenly patted Yun Xiang's shoulder. Turning around, he saw a boy handing him a copper coin, saying, Big brother, you dropped this money, right? Yun Xiang smiled and shook his head, gesturing for the boy tossing the dice to continue. The opponent, filled with confidence, threw the dice into the bowl, and amidst the cheers of the other boys, actually rolled a 12 for a jackpot. Yun Xiang knew that at the moment he turned around, the opponent had switched the dice for loaded ones, guaranteeing a jackpot no matter how they were thrown. However, he did not expose this and pulled out another piece of silver, saying, let's go again. The boys exchanged excited glances. Having finally encountered a moneyed fool, they naturally couldn't let this opportunity slip away. They worked together with some distracting Yun Xiang while others switched the dice. It wasn't long before they had won 7 or 8 taels of silver. In the end, Yun Xiang spread his hands and said, I'm out of money. I'll come back tomorrow to make up for it. Great. I'll wait for you. The boy happily patted Yun Xiang's shoulder, saying, my nickname is Bowsy. Everyone around here knows me. When Yun Xiang returned to the Furong courtyard, Jin Biao and Codex had already come back. Seeing him return, Codex turned and left with a cold face, while Jin Biao shot him a resentful glare and stuffed an invitation into his arms, saying, there's another drinking party to attend. Yun Xiang glanced at the invitation, which was from Tang Xiao, inviting him to the Peony Pavilion for drinks. After learning the address, he changed his clothes and left, disregarding the strange looks from Jin Biao and Codex. He waved for a carriage outside, heading straight for the Peony Pavilion. The carriage rattled along, speeding down the long street. This type of carriage was convenient for ordinary families who couldn't afford their own, as it only cost a handful of copper coins to take you anywhere in the city. Young master, there is news about the matter you inquired about. The driver suddenly spoke without turning his head. Yun Xiang was taken aback, about to ask, when he saw the driver turn back and smile. It was Feng Yan, whom he had just met yesterday. Did you find the person I was looking for? Yun Xiang asked. Of course. Feng Yan nodded proudly. The black and white twin snakes, they are definitely the best assassins in the Bashu region. Do you want me to help you contact them? Black and white twin snakes. Yun Xiang was taken aback, not expecting to encounter his old enemies so far from home. He pondered for a moment saying, "No hurry, I'll look for you when I need you." As he said this he handed over a silver note. Feng Yan looked at it and immediately beamed with delight. After carefully putting away the silver note he excitedly cracked his whip saying, "It's truly a pleasure to do business with young Master Feng Yan is willing to go through fire and water for you." The carriage finally stopped in front of a brilliantly decorated restaurant. As Yun Xiang entered he saw Yi Xiao coming down from upstairs waving from afar and saying, "Young Master Yun has just arrived, we've been waiting for you." Compared to calling him Young Master Xiang, he preferred to address him as Young Master Yun. Yun Xiang followed Yi Xiao into a private room on the upper floor where he saw not only Tang Xiao and Luo Wenjia but also several young men dressed in splendid garments all gathered around a table. Surrounding them were a few young girls serving dishes and pouring wine along with several performers playing music creating a lively atmosphere. Yun Xiang learned from Tang Xiao that everyone present was from wealthy and prominent families. Yesterday young Master Xiang's feat of defeating young Master Yi with over 60,000 taels of silver had already circulated in high society, so these wealthy young men were eager to seize the opportunity to witness young Master Xiang's prowess. After a while everyone finally settled down and raised their glasses to toast Yun Xiang. During the feast Tang Xiao smiled at Yun Xiang and said, "It's truly a pity that you didn't come to see young Master Yu Wenjia race with us today. Although I was lucky to win, it was quite a suspenseful win." "Oh. What kind of suspense?" Yun Xiang was somewhat surprised knowing that he hadn't prepared any good horses for this rush trip to Bashu, so he shouldn't pose any threat to Tang Xiao who had a renowned steed. Although young Master Yu Wenjia's mount is ordinary, his competitive spirit is commendable. Tang Xiao shook his head repeatedly saying he even used a dagger instead of a whip, driving an inferior horse to rival a famous steed, even going so far as to let the mount suffer a tragic end on the racetrack. If the distance hadn't been long enough my renowned steed would have lost to his inferior horse. Yun Xiang looked at Luo Wenjia in surprise only to see him glance meaningfully at him and casually say, "If it doesn't bring me victory, even a 1,000-mile horse is not worth regretting." Yun Xiang detected the warning in his words, smiled calmly and said to everyone, "My cousin has always been impatient for quick success. I apologize for any offense. Since young Master Xiang has purchased the Princess of Gaochang, I believe we will soon have famous horses from Dayuan sent to Bashu, so young Master Tang may not necessarily win." A wealthy young man flattered. Yun Xiang turned to him puzzled and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Yun Xiang frowned and shook his head saying, "You misunderstand. I have never worked hard for wealth that is too mundane." Yi Xiao was taken aback asking, "Then did young Master buy the Gaochang princess at a high price just for her?" Yun Xiang frowned and shook his head saying, "You misunderstand. I have never worked hard for wealth that is too mundane." Yi Xiao was taken aback asking, "Then did young Master buy the Gaochang princess at a high price just for her beauty?" Yun Xiang chuckled saying, "I had no idea that I was bidding on a woman. It was just a whim to compete with young Master Yi." "You had no idea what you were bidding on and yet you spent 60,000 taels on it?" Tang Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Yun Xiang nod nonchalantly, everyone could not help but express their amazement. Although they were all from wealthy families, it was the first time they encountered someone like young Master Xiang who was both rich and foolish. What a pity. Yi Xiao shook his head repeatedly saying, "Purchasing the Princess of Gaochang at such a high price without thinking of taking over Gaochang is truly a waste, a squandering of resources. Since young Master Yi is so interested, how about I give her to you?" Yun Xiang smiled. "Great!" Yi Xiao exclaimed in surprise, then quickly shook his head saying, "No way. Such a heavy gift, how could I accept? Besides, even if I had the Princess of Gaochang, I wouldn't have the financial power to help her seek revenge and restore her country. Why don't we jointly finance this and share the benefits?" Tang Xiao suggested. "What do you mean?" everyone asked in unison. Tang Xiao explained, "If we want to help the Princess of Gaochang seek revenge and restore her country, it will undoubtedly require a large sum of money. No one can bear such a burden alone. Why don't we pool our funds? Once the restoration is successful, everyone will share the profits according to their investment. However, this matter requires young Master Xiang to give the green light first, as the Princess of Gaochang is now his." Everyone turned their gaze to Yun Xiang only to see him shrug, saying, "I have no objections as long as I don't have to work hard or worry. I have no problem with sitting back and waiting for profits." "Wonderful." Tang Xiao applauded saying, "Since young Master Xiang has offered 60,000 taels to buy the Princess of Gaochang, that counts as 6 shares, each share being 10,000 taels, and everyone can invest as they see fit. Leave the matter of restoration to us. Young Master Xiang need not worry about it." Everyone had experience in partnering for business and they all knew each other well, so they mutually trusted one another and eagerly booked their investment amounts. Most people planned to invest around 10 to 20,000 taels, while Yi Xiao planned to invest 50,000 taels, amounting to nearly 200,000 taels altogether. Since young Master Xiang has no intention of worrying about this matter, let's leave the specific affairs to us. Tang Xiao suggested, "Let's deposit the money in the Yejia Sihui Bank tomorrow under young Master Yi's management. I will personally go to Gaochang to investigate the possibility of restoration. Leave the financial matters to young Master Yi and the personnel matters to me. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Yun Xiang knew that Tang Xiao wanted to sideline him as the largest investor, but since he had no interest in mundane matters, he naturally would not compete with Tang and Yi for power. His goal was not merely 20,000 taels, so he naturally applauded Tang Xiao's proposal. This matter must be agreed upon with the Princess of Gaochang first.
Tang Xiao said, turning to Yun Xiang. Young Master Xiang will need to make the necessary sacrifices and cannot treat the Princess of Gaochang as a private slave. No problem.
Yun Xiang smiled, saying, as long as she can bring wealth to everyone, I will naturally honor her as the goddess of wealth. Everyone cheered loudly, envisioning the future fate of Gaochang. Young masters like Yi Xiao and Tang Xiao, who had grown up in favorable conditions, had long developed a sense of superiority, but since family affairs were managed by elders, it was not yet their turn, so they were always eager to accomplish something grand to impress their elders. Now with the sudden appearance of the Princess of Gaochang, it naturally became a hope for them to expand their careers. If they could help her restore her country successfully, the annual customs tax on goods passing through Gaochang would be enough to recover their costs. Tang Xiao seemed well prepared and quickly drafted an agreement, handing it to Yun Xiang and saying young master should probe the Princess of Gaochang's stance and see if she can agree to all these terms. I believe a reclusive royal princess will agree to any conditions as long as she can seek revenge and restore her country. Yun Xiang glanced at the draft of the agreement and found that Tang Xiao's appetite was indeed not small. The main content of the agreement was for everyone to fund the restoration of the Princess of Gaochang. Once successful, everyone would share the customs duties on Gaochang's goods for 30 years and have full authority to appoint and dismiss the main officials and generals of Gaochang. According to this agreement, after the restoration, Princess Baiji could only be considered the nominal queen of Gaochang, while the real power would completely fall into the hands of Yi Xiao, Tang Xiao and others. Even if he became the prince consort of the queen, he would only be a wealthy man with no real power. Even as an outsider, Yun Xiang couldn't help but show a difficult expression saying this agreement. Tang Xiao chuckled, saying young master need not worry about such mundane matters. The agreement is merely a formality and does not need to be taken to heart. Rest assured, we will not mistreat any collaborators. Alright, I'll take it to Princess Baiji for her to review, Yun Xiang said, putting away the agreement, secretly laughing to himself. They truly regarded others as fools. The banquet lasted until the early hours before dispersing. Upon returning to the Furong courtyard, Yun Xiang, half drunk and half awake, shouted for Princess Baiji to come to his bed, which infuriated Kumainlan, who came to take care of him, prompting her to splash a bowl of cold tea into his face and storm out. After everyone left, Baiji coldly sneered at Yun Xiang, saying, "Stop pretending, what do you want from me? You should take a look at this first." Yun Xiang, with a drunken demeanor, pulled out the draft agreement from his bosom and handed it to Baiji. She took it, glanced over it quickly, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, saying, "Quite greedy, you deserve to be tricked. I will agree to all their conditions." "Wait." Yun Xiang stared at Baiji, who was hiding her joy, and said, "Before they spend money, they want to send someone to Gaochang to verify your identity and investigate the possibility of restoration. Are you confident in making them believe you?" Baiji smiled sweetly, saying, "You need not worry about this. After the rebellion in Gaochang, the king and prince have both perished, only a princess escaped the turmoil. Every word I say is absolutely true, the only falsehood is my identity as a princess. However, I possess the token of the princess and the imperial seal from the Ming emperor appointing Gaochang. Who would dare doubt my identity?" "Where is the real Princess Baiji?" Yun Xiang asked, frowning. "She and her attendant both died in the turmoil, otherwise how would I dare impersonate her?" Baiji smiled proudly, saying, "Rest assured, without proper arrangements, how would I dare to deceive on the territory of the Tang clan? In that case, you must not easily agree to this agreement." Yun Xiang instructed, "Since you are impersonating a princess, you must fully immerse yourself in your role. Consider whether the real princess would agree to such harsh conditions. Only if you truly believe you are Princess Baiji can you possibly deceive others. I fear unexpected complications will make young Master Yi and the others lose patience." Baiji hesitated. Yun Xiang shook his head, saying, "They are all young masters from wealthy families used to exorbitant demands and easy payments. If you easily agree to their harsh conditions, it will instead raise their vigilance. When the fish is on the hook, it tests the patience and skill of the angler. Young master is indeed brilliant." Baiji is enlightened. Baiji admired as she looked at Yun Xiang. "What should I do now?" "Negotiate the price with them," Yun Xiang instructed. "All the conditions they propose should be at least have 30 years of customs duty should be reduced to 10 years, and they can only take half. As for the appointment and dismissal of officials in Gaochang, they can only decide on those related to trade. Additionally, make sure they increase their investment. If they can't gather 40,000 taels, don't agree." 40,000 taels. Baiji exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect young master to have a bigger appetite than me." "It's not about appetite, it's about reality." Yun Xiang said, 40,000 taels is a huge sum for ordinary business, but for overturning a country and supporting a weak woman to ascend the throne, it's really nothing. Remember, you are a royal princess. Several 100,000 taels is merely a pittance for you. If it weren't for your current plight, you wouldn't even regard such a sum." "I understand." Baiji nodded in comprehension. "Even if they agree to provide 40,000 taels, I must act very reluctant, agreeing to cooperate with them with great difficulty." "It's not about acting reluctant, it's about genuinely feeling wronged," Yun Xiang corrected. "Only when you truly believe you are a princess can you make others believe it too." Baiji nodded vigorously but hesitated, saying, 40,000 taels is not a small amount. What if they can't come up with that much? Won't this matter? "Bathe." "Rest assured," Yun Xiang said leisurely, "as long as they believe you are the legitimate heir of the Gaochang kingdom and that the restoration of the country is hopeful, they will naturally find a way to gather the funds." With their local reputation, borrowing several thousand taels of silver from any money shop should be easy. If they truly cannot gather 400,000 taels, we can simply lower the price later. Bai Ji showed a surprised expression. Are you saying that 400,000 taels is not enough and we need them to keep investing? Bai Ji showed a surprised expression. Are you saying that 400,000 taels is not enough and we need them to keep investing?
Exactly.
Yun Xiang said coldly, as long as they see hope for recouping their investments, no one will be determined to let their initial input go to waste.
I believe your companions are already prepared. Every copper coin they spend for the restoration will ultimately end up in your pockets.
Our restoration plan requires bribing the leader of the rebel troops guarding Gaochang City.
However, this leader will be impersonated by one of our people.
Bribing a city guard with 400,000 is too extravagant. Yun Xiang laughed. We should let them spend money to buy the loyalty of the officials and generals who support the princess recruiting soldiers.
That spending will never run out.
However, at the beginning we must make them firmly believe that 400,000 taels is enough. But Bai Ji hesitated. If we don't see results and pull back once they have doubts, we might not be able to leave Bashu. Do you think that pulling back when things look good will let you leave safely? Yun Xiang sneered. Who is Tang Xiao? What kind of person is young Master Yi? Once they invest the first sum for your restoration, they will certainly keep a close watch on you, tightly holding you in their grasp.
Do you think their money is so easy to earn?
Do you think their investment comes without expectation of return?
Bai Ji's face turned pale, murmuring, are you saying I must risk my life to earn this money?
Yun Xiang smiled leisurely. If you follow my advice, I guarantee you will not only earn this money, but you will also have a life to spend it. Why should I trust you?
Don't mention your 60,000 taels, that wouldn't even buy me a fingertip.
Yun Xiang did not respond directly but seemed to casually ask. The divine skills of Yushan are renowned throughout history and his 8 generals are also well known.
Which sect do you belong to? How many incense sticks do you burn?
Bai Ji shuddered, looking at Yun Xiang with surprise, hesitating for a moment before slowly answering. The 8th general before the founding ancestor, the first incense on the black stone platform.
What about you, young master? How many incense sticks do you burn?
Yun Xiang's eyes flashed with surprise as he slowly extended his left hand, revealing the ancient and elegant jade ring on his thumb, saying solemnly, the first person directly transmitted from Yushan does not burn incense on the white stone platform.
Upon hearing Yun Xiang's introduction and seeing the ring on his hand, Bai Ji's expression changed drastically and she exclaimed, the Qianmen stone ring. You are the leader of the Qianmen.
That is not important, Yun Xiang said lightly. Will you trust me this once? What if I trust you? What if I don't trust you? Bai Ji bit her lip and asked. If you trust me, we will cooperate to seize this opportunity. I guarantee you will not only be safe but also earn a fortune, never having to risk again in your next life. Yun Xiang's face radiated with confidence. If you doubt me, we will stop here, letting that money remain forever in our dreams.
Based on my intuition, you are not seeking money, are you?
Bai Ji asked meaningfully with a smile. I wonder if you want to borrow a womb or to use a false pretext to attack Gua. Borrowing a womb and using a false pretext to attack Gua are 2 strategies among the 36 strategies of Qianmen.
Borrowing a womb is utilizing someone else's scheme to achieve one's own plan. Using a false pretext to attack Gua is an insidious black-and-black tactic.
Bai Ji knew that dealing with someone from Qianmen required careful vigilance. Yet she saw Yun Xiang sincerely smiling. I neither wish to borrow a womb nor use a false pretext to attack Gua, but rather to sincerely cooperate with you. I swear a poison oath to Yushan. Bai Ji knew that handing her life over to a fellow swindler was undoubtedly the greatest risk, and even if the other party was the leader of Qianmen, she was reluctant to give up the chance for overnight riches. Thinking of the tens of thousands of taels that were about to be within her grasp, if she were to let go now, she would probably spend the rest of her life in regret. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally knelt slowly to the ground, bowing and saying, Qianmen shaking General Dai Ji now respectfully greets the leader, young Master Xiang. Ji now bows to follow the leader to the death, only looking to the leader's commands. As she spoke, she revealed the black stone ring representing her identity as a shaking general of Qianmen. Since she had decided to trust the other party, she made a grand gesture and completely bowed down before young Master Xiang. Beneath the leader of Qianmen are originally 8 generals who are said to have had 8 loyal generals serving under the founding ancestor Yu, who achieved great merit in seizing the world for Yu.
The descendants of Qianmen revered them as the 8 generals of Qianmen.
Ancient people often had single character names, and the 8 generals under Yu were no exception, named Zheng Tifan, Tuofeng, Huachu and Yao, each represented by jade rings in 8 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet and black. Later Qianmen split and the 8 generals each passed down 8 branches of Qianmen, with their names becoming synonymous with the direct disciples of the sect.
The black stone platform and the white stone platform mentioned earlier are the origins of their respective sects.
Bai Ji claimed to burn the first incense, indicating her direct lineage as a shaking general. Yun Xiang claimed not to burn incense on the white stone platform because before the split of Qianmen the leader presided over the offerings to Yushan and did not personally burn incense. These introductions are codes for people within Qianmen to recognize each other, whispered only among sect members, and outsiders are not allowed to hear. Yun Xiang had already guessed that Bai Ji was from Qianmen but did not expect she was actually one of the 8 generals, the shaking general. Although aware that people from Qianmen are profit-driven, viewing loyalty and righteousness as dirt, he still felt pleased with Dai Ji Na's submission. He did not need this fake princess of Chang's eternal loyalty, he only needed her to trust him this time and act according to his orders.
Gently helping Dai Ji na up, Yun Xiang revealed a confident smile.
Princess Bai Ji did not agree to the conditions of the agreement, which did not surprise Tang Xiao, but the conditions she proposed greatly angered Tang Xiao and Yi Xiao, especially demanding an increase in the investment to 400,000 taels, which was clearly meant to make things difficult. When the crowd heard the message young Master Xiang brought on behalf of the princess during the banquet, they cursed loudly. Seeing this, Yun Xiang smiled and said, "Since everyone cannot accept the princess conditions, how about I just return to her now?"
"Don't rush."
Tang Xiao's eyes rolled. Such a large business always requires multiple rounds of bargaining to finalize. This is only natural. We hope to discuss with the princess in person to see if we can dispel these ridiculous thoughts of hers. Under Tang Xiao's arrangements, the negotiation was held at Taohua Mountain Villa. Amidst the melodious sound of silk and bamboo, Tang Xiao pointed around. "I wonder if Princess Bai Ji still remembers this place."
"Of course Bai Ji remembers." The young girl said gracefully. "This is the auction house where the host bought Bai Ji. So the princess has not forgotten."
Tang Xiao took out the originally drafted agreement and teased, "Since the princess has sold herself as a servant, what qualifications does she have to negotiate terms with the host?" The young girl replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Bai Ji only sold herself last time, not the entire Gaochang. Although Bai Ji is eager for revenge and restoration, willing to sell herself, she cannot agree to sell out her homeland." Tang Xiao did not expect a foreign princess to be so sharp-tongued, leaving him speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Yi Xiao laughed heartily. "The princess has spoken too harshly. No one is asking you to betray your country. If you are not satisfied with our conditions, feel free to propose some that are acceptable to both sides, so there is a possibility for cooperation." Bai Ji has already proposed her conditions. The young girl said indifferently, "Bai Ji is not a businessman and will not bargain. The matter of restoring the country is not a business transaction, so forgive Bai Ji for being unable to concede." Unexpectedly, Bai Ji was so resolute, greatly exceeding everyone's expectations. After half an hour of discussion, Bai Ji, under young Master Xiang's persuasion, reluctantly agreed to most of Tang Xiao's conditions but insisted that the investment of 400,000 taels could not be reduced by a single cent. Seeing the negotiation hit a deadlock, young Master Xiang proposed, "For the matter of restoring the country, 400,000 taels is merely a small sum. I wonder if everyone could find a money shop to borrow and gather these funds. It might not even cost that much, but we need to show Princess Bai Ji our strength and sincerity, right?" After some deliberation, a few wealthy young masters reluctantly agreed. After both sides made certain concessions, a secret agreement was signed. The agreement stipulated that Tang Xiao, Yi Xiao and others would invest 400,000 taels to assist Princess Bai Ji in restoring her country, and upon success she would return 20 years of Gaochang's customs duties as compensation, granting the group the right to freely open money shops and conduct business in Gaochang, becoming privileged foreign merchants. Although the agreement was drafted, Tang Xiao still needed to personally take people to Gaochang for inspection to determine the feasibility of the restoration and the required funds. Before actual investment, they would carefully assess risks and returns. Young Master Xiang was not worried about this. He had learned from Bai Ji that her companions had already made all arrangements in Gaochang, fully confident in deceiving the somewhat inexperienced Tang Xiao. If the demonic sect cooperates in Gaochang, it will surely allow that grand performance to be flawlessly executed. Seeing that the agreement was finally reached, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, suggesting, "Why don't we go to the Yew Garden for some fun? I wonder what young Master Xiang usually enjoys." Yun Xiang smiled and spread his hands. "Aside from spending money, I don't seem to have any particular hobbies." The crowd erupted in laughter. As they spoke, Yun Xiang had already arrived at the Yew Garden with Tang Xiao. Upon entering, they found a dogfighting arena where more than a dozen fierce dogs were tied to pillars, barking and howling, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Yun Xiang stopped in front of a motionless black mastiff whose dirty fur was covered in messy scars, a shocking sight. In front of strangers, it did not exhibit the fierce look typical of fighting dogs, but lay quietly like a gentleman. Upon sensing someone's approach, it merely turned its gaze coldly to assess the newcomer. Yun Xiang suddenly noticed that the mastiff's gaze bore some resemblance to a human's, proud, lonely, as if it despised associating with its kind. There was no trace of appeasement or hostility in its eyes. Yun Xiang couldn't help but take a couple of steps closer, wanting to pet its head, when he suddenly heard Tang Xiao's startled shout from behind, "Be careful! Don't approach Abu!" Yun Xiang turned back in confusion. "What's wrong?" Tang Xiao hurriedly pulled Yun Xiang back a couple of steps, looking pale. "Abu is a killer among dogs. Don't be fooled by its calm demeanor. Once it attacks, it often delivers a fatal bite, leaving no one, human or dog, unscathed, and even the trainers dare not approach easily." "Hey! You just stepped into its attack range, yet it didn't move." "Perhaps it sensed that I meant no harm," Yun Xiang replied with a smile. "Does it even bite its trainer? Who is its owner?" "I don't know." Tang Xiao shrugged. "Abu was originally a stray dog. After it killed more than a dozen pet dogs, we subdued it with drugs and brought it to this dogfighting arena. Unexpectedly, it became an undefeated killer, winning every fight. Recently, someone brought a killing king from the western regions, specifically wanting to challenge Abu, who had also never been defeated. 2 of the best Tibetan mastiffs have already died by its jaws." "Killing king from the western regions?" Yun Xiang chuckled. "Why does that sound like a criminal from the underworld?" Tang Xiao nodded. "That nickname is not exaggerated. It is born to kill, although its size is small. It is incredibly fierce and sturdy, with a large head, short neck and strong jaws capable of easily crushing cow bones.
Its tough fur feels no pain, and even if its belly is torn and bleeding it won't flinch.
Moreover, it has a naturally aggressive disposition. Once it bites its target, it locks its jaws tightly, refusing to let go until it has torn off a piece of flesh. This vicious dog can easily defeat 2 wolves twice its size. It is quite famous in the western regions, but here everyone calls it the Killing King from the west. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the dogfighting arena, which was a 3-zhang square iron cage, and many people were already seated around it. Tang Xiao arranged for Yun Xiang to sit close to the cage. Yi Xiao led the betting, and several wealthy young masters followed suit, eagerly betting on Abu's victory. Without waiting long, 2 fighting dogs were brought into the cage. As the chains were released, the small-bodied Killing King from the western regions darted out like lightning, biting towards Abu's neck. Abu had probably never encountered such a swift opponent and was somewhat caught off guard, barely dodging the fatal throat but still getting bitten on the shoulder. It struggled and jumped with all its might, tossing the small body of the Killing King into the air, yet it still couldn't make the opponent let go. The 2 fighting dogs clung tightly together until the Killing King managed to tear away a piece of flesh from Abu's mouth, finally separating. Abu gasped and shrank to the edge of the cage, its shoulder a bloody mess revealing stark white bone. The Killing King from the west swallowed the flesh it had just torn and lunged towards its opponent like lightning. Abu seemed unwilling to continue fighting, trying to turn and escape, but was bitten on the waist by the Killing King. Once the opponent bit down firmly, Abu finally got the chance to counterattack. It suddenly turned back, biting the Killing King's abdomen, desperately shaking its head to tear it. But since the opponent held on tightly to its waist, it was practically tearing its own flesh. As it ripped open the opponent's belly, it also tore open its own lower back, blood spurting everywhere. Both fighting dogs were incredibly valiant. Despite being heavily injured, they continued to cling tightly together, rolling and struggling on the ground. The spectators let out hoarse shouts, deafening the arena. Amidst the crowd's screams, Abu finally managed to pull the Killing King off its waist, flinging it far away. The 2 fighting dogs roared and collapsed to the ground, their bodies drenched in blood. Though the Killing King from the west was now severely wounded, it still crawled toward its opponent, dragging its intestines. Abu whined softly and slowly collapsed to the ground. The referee saw both fighting dogs unable to continue and immediately stopped the match. Since Abu had fallen and could not rise, the Killing King from the west was declared the final victor. The crowd sighed, praising the fighting spirit of the Killing King from the west. Yi Xiao and several wealthy young masters cursed Abu's unexpected defeat, which cost them a significant amount of silver. The trainer entered the cage and carried both fighting dogs out. Passing by Yun Xiang, he noticed that Abu's belly was still slightly moving and asked, "Is it still alive?" Only barely clinging to life, the trainer shook his head regretfully. "I want to buy it," Yun Xiang suddenly declared. "Forget it," Tang Xiao patted Yun Xiang's shoulder. "Even if it survives, it's already completely useless. If you like dogfighting, I can give you another one." "No. I want this one." Yun Xiang gazed into Abu's dim eyes, seeing in them a reflection of his own dying self in prison. "All right, I'll give it to you." Tang Xiao helplessly waved at the trainer. "Take it to young Master Xiang's carriage." After saying this, he turned to Yun Xiang, reminding, "No matter how good a fighting dog is, once it loses it can never regain its past ferocity. I want it not because it is an excellent fighting dog." As soon as Yun Xiang finished speaking, a loud wail of grief erupted from nearby. The Killing King from the west had succumbed to its injuries, causing its owner to mourn bitterly. The carriage slowly traveled along the dimly lit street where Yun Xiang silently bandaged Abu's bloodied wounds. "Young master, the matters you wanted to know have mostly been resolved." The coachman smiled back, handing over a thick letter. Yun Xiang tucked the letter into his pocket, a satisfied smile on his face. "Thank you for your hard work." "Young master, the leader of the Tang sect, Tangongda, suddenly arrived in Chengdu this evening. I don't know if this news is useful to you?" the coachman asked with a meaningful smile. "Any news is useful to me," Yun Xiang said, handing over a silver note, his expression unchanged, but his heart secretly astonished. The name Tangongda, the leader of the Tang sect, would send chills through anyone who heard it. Returning to the Furong courtyard, Yun Xiang first instructed the servants to carefully take Abu down and take good care of him before sending someone to invite Boss Gu. Before long, Boss Gu arrived. After some polite exchanges, Yun Xiang got straight to the point. "I heard that Tangongda has arrived in Chengdu. Could you arrange for me to meet him?" Boss Gu, looking utterly surprised, replied, "Young master, your news is indeed swift. I have only just learned of this myself. Master Tang has always been low-key and dislikes socializing. It is truly not easy for ordinary people to meet him. I am not looking to drink and socialize with him. I would be satisfied just to see him from afar," Yun Xiang hurriedly said. "Among the various sects there are skills in reading people." He wanted to see this local overlord with his own eyes, and only after truly understanding him would he have the confidence to execute his plan right under his nose. Boss Gu pondered for a moment. "Let me think of a way I will ensure that young master is not disappointed." After sending Boss Gu off, Yun Xiang returned to his room, carefully closed the door, and then took out the letter from Feng Yen. He pulled out a thick stack of letter paper, glanced through it hastily, and then selected a few sheets to spread out on the table, shoving the rest into a drawer. To avoid exposing his true intentions, he instructed Feng Yen to investigate many complex matters, ensuring that even Feng Yen would not know his actual interests. Information regarding the Tang clan and the Yi family did not occupy much space in all the reports. After staring at the few sheets of letter paper for a while and confirming that he had memorized the contents, Yun Xiang held the paper to the candle flame until it turned to ashes. He then spread out ink and paper, quickly wrote a letter and instructed a servant to call in Luo Wenjia. Handing the letter to him, solemnly deliver this letter immediately to the leader of the Ko clan. Once he sees the letter he will naturally know what to do.
Luo Wenjia, seeing that the envelope was tightly sealed, did not ask further and nodded before exiting.
After all, once his father saw the letter he would reply with the content. He was not worried about Yun Xiang stirring up trouble.
After Luo Wenjia left, Yun Xiang called out to the outside, "Come in. Have Princess Bai Ji come to serve me." Moments later, Bai Ji entered the room.
Yun Xiang instructed her, tomorrow morning Tang Xiao will set off for Gaochang with people. Those accompanying him are all seasoned veterans. Make sure your people are prepared, there must be no mistakes. Bai Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prey was finally approaching the trap. In the early morning the mist hung like smoke and the fields were deserted. Everyone had arrived early at the outskirts to send Tang Xiao off.
"Everyone please return."
Tang Xiao cupped his hands. "I will reach Gaochang in half a month and I will have a reply within a month at the earliest. Once they see my seal and handwritten letter they will decide whether to release the funds to Gaochang." Yi Xiao smiled and said, "Rest assured we will not act rashly without seeing your handwritten letter." Seeing Tang Xiao and his group right away, Yun Xiang exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Wenjia, both subtly nodding in understanding.
The letter from last night would reach Ko Yan before Tang Xiao.
Even if Bai Ji's accomplices encountered any mishap, the Devil Sect would certainly have a way to cover the flaws. Yun Xiang was deeply convinced of this. Returning to the courtyard he found Boss Gu had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yun Xiang return he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight Yi Jishuan is hosting a banquet for Tang Gongda at Yakaju.
You will be able to meet Master Tang there.
Yi Xiao sighed. "My elder brother is foolish. It should be me who is most qualified to inherit the family business, especially since I have a marriage pact with the 7th lady of the Tang clan. Recently my father has been weak and sick, intending to hand over the business entirely to me to manage. If he discovers a shortfall of 1,000,000 taels in my accounts at this critical moment he would surely kill me. My father has repeatedly warned that for families like ours extravagance is not much of a concern, but chaos is to be feared. So I need young master's help to cover this up for now. 100,000 taels is not a small amount, although I can provide it. I cannot take on such a significant risk alone." Yun Xiang sighed.
"How about this? Let's meet a few partners first and see how much they can contribute. If it's not enough we can split the difference between us," Yi Xiao suggested. "However, I cannot produce the silver right now, so I can only give you an IOU. Once this investment yields profit I will repay you with both principal and interest." "What if this investment ultimately fails?" Yun Xiang asked. "I will not owe you a single coin."
Yi Xiao quickly replied, "As long as you help me through this difficult time, 20 or 30,000 taels is not a big deal for me."
Yun Xiang thought for a moment and finally nodded. "All right. Let it be as Yi Gongzi said."
Yi Xiao was overjoyed and repeatedly cupped his hands to Yun Xiang. "Young master Yun, you have helped me immensely.
To have a friend like you, young master, is truly my fortune in this life."
After their discussion they immediately summoned a few wealthy young men to invest together, and as Yi Xiao expected, none of them were willing to contribute more money. In the end Yi Xiao and Yun Xiang each had to bear 50,000 taels, and as agreed Yi Xiao wrote Yun Xiang an IOU for 50,000 taels with Yun Xiang to deliver the total of 200,000 taels to Tang Xiao on a chosen day. When Bai Ji heard that Yun Xiang had spent 200,000 taels for merely an IOU she nearly swallowed him whole. "Have you gone mad?
We are borrowing someone else's money, not spending our own."
Yun Xiang smiled as he carefully tucked the IOU away.
"What is this IOU worth?"
Bai Ji's face flushed in anger. "Besides, where are we going to come up with 20,000 taels? Who said we need to raise the silver?" Yun Xiang smiled mysteriously. "We just need to load a few carts with stones, seal them, and have a trustworthy escort deliver them to Gaochang. The cost will only be a few thousand taels for the journey. But even if we send it as escort silver it can temporarily deceive the escort agency, but once Tang Xiao receives the stones won't he immediately expose our scheme? Are we not digging our own graves? Rest assured. Tang Xiao will cooperate with us," Yun Xiang said with a relaxed smile, waving his hand to Bai Ji. "Prepare the ink for me, I need to write him a letter."
"Tang Xiao will cooperate with us."
Bai Ji was completely confused this time.
Yun Xiang ignored Bai Ji's astonishment and instructed her, "Have Luo Wenjia come over. I want him to secretly arrange for someone to escort this shipment. There must be no mistakes on the road."
More than half a month later, when the cart loaded with stones arrived in Gaochang, someone immediately came to receive it with Tang Xiao's token. After receiving the receipt and payment, the escort guards thanked them profusely as they returned home, secretly celebrating the success of this transport, unaware that they had only escorted a few large carts of stones.
In the death row of Gaochang City prison, Tang Xiao was worried about whether he would survive.
A few months ago he and his followers had just set foot in Gaochang when they were pursued by several men in black claiming to be Gaochang's constables. He initially thought that with the reputation of the prominent martial families of the Great Heavenly Dynasty even the Gaochang monarch would have to give way, but those constables showed him no respect at all. At first Tang Xiao did not take them seriously, believing that with his martial skills escaping from the small western nation would not be difficult. However, after the first confrontation he discovered that the martial prowess of those constables exceeded his expectations, completely defeating him and his group and capturing them all without exception, leaving him imprisoned in this death row for several months. As Tang Xiao was lost and fought, a man in black approached the prison door handing in paper, ink and brushes, shouting, "I tell you to write. If you miss a single character I will cut off a piece of your flesh for my drink." Tang Xiao knew that the man was not making idle threats. A follower had already been cooked and served to save him. Their brutal terror had completely crushed Tang Xiao's will to resist. Although he knew that writing such a letter would be akin to aiding a tiger swindling his friends of their money, his life was more important than money, and besides that money belonged to others. Tang Xiao tremblingly spread out the letter paper. He had already written a similar letter before, feeling no guilt or unease this time. Half a month later, when Tang Xiao's handwritten letter reached Yi Xiao's hands, he finally sighed in relief. He hurried to the Furong courtyard and handed the letter to Yun Xiang. This matter finally has some clarity. Tang Xiao's letter says that as long as Princess Baiji is escorted back to Gaochang, the loyal soldiers will gather under her command and eliminate the traitorous king to reclaim the throne. Yun Xiang quickly scanned the letter and returned it to Yi Xiao. "This is no problem. I will dispatch someone to escort the princess tomorrow." Yi Xiao sighed in relief and said, "The important task of escorting the princess should have been my responsibility, but my father is currently in a difficult position regarding the heir issue and I truly cannot leave. So I hope that you, young master, can personally take on this heavy responsibility of escorting the princess. I will hire the best escorts along with a few experts from the Tang clan to ensure the safety of both you and the princess." Yun Xiang understood that this was meant to send him, the chief creditor, away lest he interfere with Yi Xiao's pursuit of the heir position. He did not expose it but spread his hands helplessly. "I have always lived a life of comfort and know nothing about the western regions. This is a major matter. It is better to entrust it to someone else. I truly find it hard to undertake." Seeing Yun Xiang's firm attitude, Yi Xiao had no choice but to concede and promise to find someone more suitable. After concluding their discussion, Yi Xiao took his leave. Once he left, Baiji, who had been listening for a long time, asked curiously, "What is the matter with Tang Xiao's letter?" "That was my idea." "Your idea? Now is a critical moment. How can I leave? If you do not leave now, you may never have the chance to escape." Yun Xiang said coldly, "Ever since someone made the first investment, you have been closely monitored. Every move you make is under someone else's watch. If there is any flaw, you will never be able to leave Chengdu safely. Take this opportunity before you give yourself away. Hurry and leave this place of chaos. Only by distancing yourself from Bashu will you have the chance to spend that silver." Baiji bit her lip, hesitating for a long time. She finally said, "If I leave, how can I trust you not to play tricks?" Yun Xiang smiled lightly. "Since we are collaborating, we should be honest and trust each other. I swear by the god of you that whatever I earn you will have half. If I owe you a single coin, may I die a miserable death." The people of the Qianmen sect worship the ancestor Yu, so this was the most solemn oath. Baiji looked at Yun Xiang, who appeared sincere, and suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. She couldn't help but smile. "If you short me even a single tail, I will definitely cling to you for the rest of my life, ensuring you can never escape my entanglement." Saying this without waiting for Yun Xiang to comprehend, she blushed and fled. Yun Xiang did not notice Baiji's unusual expression. His thoughts had already immersed in his own plans. Only by ensuring Baiji's safety could he fully execute his plans step by step. Strolling into the backyard, Yun Xiang gently whistled, and from the darkness came the sound of footsteps. A huge mastiff slowly approached Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang reached out to pat its head, but it instinctively backed away. Seeing this, Yun Xiang couldn't help but smile. "Abu, I am your savior. Can I even give you a pat?" After months of care, the dying fighting dog had miraculously survived, leaving only a shocking scar on its shoulder. Yun Xiang reached out to pat its head, but it instinctively backed away. Seeing this, Yun Xiang couldn't help but smile. "Abu, I am your savior. Can..." Facing Yun Xiang's teasing, it hesitantly moved its tail a bit and then looked back behind it. Following its gaze, Yun Xiang discovered a girl in red quietly standing by the stones in the backyard. It was from that direction that Abu had... "Menglan." Yun Xiang was somewhat surprised. Ever since he had let Baiji serve him, Menglan had not acknowledged him again. However, Yun Xiang seemed unconcerned and continued in a tone of casual authority, "Tomorrow Princess Baiji will leave Chengdu for the western regions. You will escort her on her journey." "Why should I listen to you?" The girl's anger suddenly erupted. "Who are you to me? What qualifications do you have to command me to do this and that? Even if you helped my father, we have already paid you. We are squared away." Yun Xiang was somewhat taken aback by Menglan's reaction and was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Luo Wenjia had sensed the unusual atmosphere in the room, and without waiting for Yun Xiang to respond, rushed to say, "I will return to her immediately and tell her that you are unavailable." After spending these months with Yi Xiao, Yun Xiang had become a frequent visitor to various brothels. With his wealth and intelligence, he quickly became the favored young master in the eyes of the courtesans, and Yao Hong from Tianxiang Tower was one of them, sending someone to invite him every few days. At this moment, Luo Wenjia had sensed the unusual atmosphere in the room, and without waiting for Yun Xiang to respond, rushed to say, "I will return to her immediately and tell her that you are unavailable." "No, I will go now," Yun Xiang said, ignoring the despair and sorrow in Menglan's eyes, acting as if nothing was amiss. As his words fell, Menglan slapped him hard across the face and angrily shouted, "Go die. I never want to see you again." After saying this she covered her mouth and turned to run, nearly colliding with Jin Biao who was coming in. Jin Biao had witnessed the whole scene and pointed at Yun Xiang, angrily unsure of what to say before turning to chase after Kumenglan.
Yun Xiang's eyebrows twitched. Excellent. Thank you Boss Gu for the arrangement. Yi Jixuan was the head of the wealthy Yi family in Bashu, and being able to meet two of the prominent figures in the Bashu region at the same time made Yun Xiang very happy. However, this time I must trouble you, young master, Boss Gu said, rubbing his hands in embarrassment. Yi Jixuan hasn't invited anyone else this time, so I can only arrange for you to disguise as a servant serving wine and dishes. The owner of Yakaju was a close friend of mine. I have recommended you to work there for a few days as a servant. I wonder if you would accept. Yun Xiang laughed heartily. This is even better. I don't want to draw their attention. Yakaju is a well-known restaurant in Chengdu, though not large. It hosts the prominent figures of the Bashu region. Here, from the environment to the dishes and the serving staff, everything is meticulously attended to. Therefore, when Tang Gongda saw a clumsy new servant bringing in dishes, he casually asked, "New here?" Bai Ji nodded vigorously but hesitated, saying, 40,000 taels is not a small amount. What if they can't come up with that much? Won't this, alas, in getting old, and it's not good. The weary-faced elderly man waved his hand regretfully. Though he was much younger than Tang Gongda, he appeared considerably older. I've been falling ill frequently, and it has made my in-laws laugh at me. The seventh young lady of the Tang clan is engaged to the second son of the Yi family. Although the marriage has not yet been formalized privately, Yi Jixuan has already referred to Tang Gongda as his in-law. Although they were wealthy in Bashu, the Yi family could only secure long-term fortune by aligning themselves with the Tang clan. After taking a sip from his teacup, Yi Jixuan finally stated his purpose for today. Alas, I'm getting old and I wish to see the seventh young lady married soon. It would fulfill my heart's wish. Tang Gongda smiled but did not respond. The Yi family had two sons. The eldest son, Yi Xiang, was born of Yi Jixuan's first wife. Though he was somewhat foolish, he was honest and kind-hearted. The second son, Yi Xiao, was born of Yi Jixuan's current wife. Although clever and resourceful, he was notorious for being a wastrel. Originally, Yi Jixuan intended to pass on the family business to his favored younger son, but he feared that his slippery nature made him unsuitable to manage the family affairs. While the eldest son was indeed steady, he lacked the shrewdness of a businessman, making it difficult to ensure he wouldn't be deceived in the future. Hence, Yi Jixuan was still torn between his two sons. Tang Gongda hoped his future son-in-law would become the head of the Yi family, thus applying pressure through the marriage of their children, urging Yi Jixuan to make a decision soon. The seventh young lady is still young. The ancestors are reluctant to let her go out. Tang Gongda sighed, but you need not worry, my in-law. I will do my utmost to persuade the ancestors to fulfill your wish. The ancestors referred to Tang Gongda, mother, the last elder of the Tang clan. Seeing this trump card being played, Yi Jixuan could only sigh helplessly. At this moment the door creaked open and the waiter who had served earlier came in with tea. Yi Jixuan's expression darkened. What's going on? You didn't even knock. Don't you know the rules? The waiter turned pale with fear, standing there nervously, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Seeing this, Tang Gongda smiled and waved his hand. That's enough, you can leave now. Without a summons one must not enter without permission. Yes. The waiter lowered his hands and withdrew. After exiting, the fear on his face vanished completely. From the snippets of conversation and two observations, he had already confirmed some rumors about the Yi family. Yi Jixuan had labored throughout his life and had reached a point where he had to let go, yet he still had not chosen a successor. It was like the crack appearing on an egg. What was even more surprising was that Tang Gongda and Tang Gongqi, despite being a few years apart in age, looked remarkably alike, proving they were true brothers. On the way out of Yakaju, a complete plan began to take shape in Yun Xiang's mind. After observing Tang Gongda and Yi Jixuan with his ability to read people, he knew the plan had a considerable chance of success. Before long, a personal letter from Tang Xiao arrived as scheduled. Yi Xiao immediately took out the money everyone had deposited in the bank and hired the best bodyguards to send it to Gaochang. After anxiously waiting for a month, Tang Xiao's second letter reached Yi Xiao's hands. After hastily reading the letter, he rushed out to find young Master Xiang. For the past 2 months, young Master Xiang had not worried at all about Gaochang, spending his days indulging in feasting and merriment. When Yi Xiao found him, young Master Xiang was drinking and enjoying himself at Peach Blossom Villa with a group of young women. Young Master Yun, take a look. Yi Xiao, disregarding the presence of the courtesans, urgently handed over Tang Xiao's letter. You must make a decision. Otherwise, well, all be done for. Yun Xiang took the letter and glanced at it with his drunken eyes, only to see a brief message: the situation has changed, an additional 200,000 taels is needed urgently. Then let's add another 200,000 taels of silver. Yun Xiang said nonchalantly, returning the letter to Yi Xiao and resuming his playful banter with the nearby ladies. You make it sound so easy. Yi Xiao waved his hand, sending the young women away. We don't know the situation over there. Rashly adding silver may not achieve our goals. Do you trust Tang Xiao? Yun Xiang asked with a smile. Of course. Tang Xiao is a friend I've grown up with, there's no problem. Then that's settled. Since he said we need to add another 200,000 taels, we shall comply, otherwise the previous investments will be wasted. It's not just about the money. Yi Xiao anxiously stomped his feet. From the beginning we knew the risks were considerable. This amount of money is something we can afford to lose.
I can calmly tell everyone that the plan has failed and we've lost 400,000 taels, but persuading everyone to invest more is another matter. We've been in business long enough to know that a losing venture should never receive further investment. Then wouldn't our prior investment be in vain?
Yun Xiang said, quite unwilling.
How about this, young master Yun? You take on this 200,000 taels by yourself. Yi Xiao looked at Yun Xiang with hopeful eyes. We can trust Tang Xiao. If he says we need to add 200,000 taels, he must have assurance. Once the plan succeeds, we will share the profits according to our investments, and young master Yun will become the largest stakeholder.
He truly considered others to be fools.
Yun Xiang secretly laughed in his heart but wore a look of regret on his face, shaking his head repeatedly. 200,000 taels isn't a problem for me, but you, the Yi family, are wealthy in Bashu, yet you contribute nothing. How can you expect me to believe there are no risks in this investment? Yi Xiao hesitated, stammering, in the past I could have taken out this amount of money myself, but recently I've been tight on funds.
Not to mention 200,000, even 20,000 is a bit difficult for me. To be honest, I kept this venture from my father. If I invest more money, it might. My father is currently evaluating me and my brother to choose a successor.
If he discovers I've secretly diverted such a large sum of money and lost 100,000 taels, I fear I will never inherit the family business again.
That can't be.
Yun Xiang exclaimed. The Yi family is a wealthy clan in Bashu. A few tens of thousands of taels is just a small amount. Your father wouldn't change his mind over such a trivial sum, would he? Yun Xiang touched his flushed cheek and silently gestured for Luo Wenjia to lead the way. The two climbed into the carriage waiting outside, which immediately set off. Inside the warm carriage, Luo Wenjia observed the dazed Yun Xiang, unable to suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. When the carriage stopped and Yun Xiang got out, he was already beaming with joy, laughing heartily at the approaching courtesan. Where is Miss Xiaohong? Quickly bring her to welcome me tonight. I want to drink with her until we are intoxicated. The next morning, when Yun Xiang returned to the Furong courtyard, he saw Tang Gongqi waiting for him, handing him a letter. Miss Ku has left and Jin Biao has also departed.
You are becoming more and more like the person we need.
Yun Xiang silently accepted the letter and with indifference said, prepare the horses, I need to send off Princess Bai Ji. Baozi was bored gambling with several little beggars. When he looked up, he saw the fat sheep who had given him money last time happily waving his hand. Over here.
We are here.
The group of street children welcomed him into the dilapidated temple like a VIP, chatting eagerly. Why hasn't your brother come for a long time?
Is he afraid of losing?
Afraid? The fat sheep instantly turned red with anger, slamming a silver ingot on the table. Today I brought 10 taels of silver. If you have the ability, win it all. The street children's eyes lit up, exchanging excited glances, finally focusing on Baozi. He calmly took out a few pieces of broken silver from his pocket, gathered them on the table and awkwardly said, I only have 5 coins, shall we bet with 5 coins? The fat sheep showed a hint of disdain, pocketing the silver and preparing to leave, but Baozi quickly stopped him. Wait a moment. He signaled to the street children and hesitantly a few of them pulled out a small package from a mouse hole behind the altar. Upon opening it, there were broken silver, copper coins, jade bracelets, silver hairpins and other small items, some of which were clearly of dubious origin. Baozi placed the package on the rickety table. This is all our savings. It's worth about 10 taels of silver.
What do you think? The fat sheep casually glanced through it. Although these things couldn't quite reach 10 taels, they weren't too far off either. He reluctantly nodded. Fine, we'll count it as 10 taels. Let's settle this in one round. Just one round.
Although confident of winning, Baozi still felt somewhat uneasy and suggested, wouldn't one round be insufficient?
3 rounds, 2 wins would be more appropriate.
All right, as you wish, you go first. The fat sheep generously agreed. Baozi signaled to the street children, and seeing that they understood, he pulled out the 2 loaded dice from his pocket, blew on them and tossed them into the bowl, shouting leopard. The 2 dice rolled and clattered, ultimately showing a pair of 6s, guaranteed win the leopard.
Baozi secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Although these loaded dice usually rolled a leopard 9 times out of 10, the stakes were high this time, so he still feared unforeseen events, insisting on 3 rounds 2 wins to ensure complete assurance. However, rolling a leopard was just the first step. If these dice fell into the opponent's hands, he could also roll a leopard and might discover the secret of the dice, thus he had to get those 2 special dice back first. The street children had long coordinated well. One quietly threw a small snake at the fat sheep's feet, while another suddenly pointed at the snake and shouted, a poisonous snake. At this point, as long as the fat sheep was distracted by the small snake, Baozi could quietly swap the loaded dice back, a trick he had successfully used many times before. To his surprise, the fat sheep didn't pay any attention to the little snake at his feet. Before Baozi could act, he quickly picked up the dice, then stepped on the small snake and laughed dismissively, just a little snake, don't ruin my luck. Saying this, he threw the dice into the bowl. There was a clattering sound, and in the end it was also a leopard.
This round is a draw, let's go again.
Baozi laughed and picked up the dice, not worried at all. Although this time he hadn't managed to swap the dice back, there would be even more ruthless tricks next time. He blew on the dice again and tossed them into the bowl, shouting leopard. The dice rolled, but this time it showed a 3 and a 2, totaling only 5 points. Baozi was dumbfounded. His specially made dice could not possibly fail to show at least 1 6. Caught off guard, the fat sheep grabbed the dice, laughing as he tossed them casually, only to hear the dice roll and settle on 4 and 5, totaling 9 points. The fat sheep laughed heartily. 9 points. I win this round. Hihibazi, filled with doubts, picked up the dice and examined them closely only to discover that they were no longer his familiar loaded dice. He realized that when the fat sheep first threw the dice he had already swapped in the two loaded dice. Judging by the other party's composed demeanor, these two were clearly not ordinary dice but likely the legendary Mercury dice. Hihibazi had only heard of Mercury dice that could land on whatever number one desired, but in the hands of someone unaware of the trick they behaved like regular dice, so there was no need for constant swapping. Hihibazi knew that his tricks had already been seen through by his opponent, but he couldn't be sure whether the dice in his hand were Mercury dice. Though filled with doubt, he had no choice but to gamble on. After hesitating for a while, he had an idea and signaled to one of his companions. Then, gritting his teeth, he threw the dice into the sea bowl. 1 5 and 1 6, 11 points, a good chance to win. The fat sheep said just as he was about to take the dice. A street child suddenly screamed, jumping up to kick over the sea bowl, yelling, "Oh no, I've been bitten by a snake." When everyone looked, they indeed saw a small snake stuck to his bottom. Taking advantage of the chaos as everyone scrambled to help him remove the snake, Hihibazi quickly snatched the two Mercury dice. When he placed the dice back into the sea bowl, he had already swapped them for the ordinary dice he had prepared earlier. He did not believe that the fat sheep could roll a leopard with ordinary dice. The fat sheep seemed oblivious to the trick Hihibazi had pulled off. He picked up the two dice, blew on them, and casually tossed them into the sea bowl, only for the two dice to jump around and ultimately land on 2 6s. You cheated. Hihibazi jumped up in a fit of anger. Seeing this, the fat sheep asked with a smile, "I cheated. Do you even know whose dice these are?" Hihibazi picked up the two dice and looked closely, only to find they were his own loaded dice. The opponent had first swapped his loaded dice for Mercury dice, and now they had swapped back his loaded dice for ordinary dice. Hihibazi suddenly realized that all his tricks had been thoroughly understood by the opponent, who had cleverly employed even more sophisticated methods. He wasn't the fat sheep but rather a fox. "I lost." Hihibazi hung his head in defeat. "You can take the items, but I hope you can leave a name for me." The fat sheep revealed a fox-like smile, pushing the package of items and the 10 taels of silver in front of Hihibazi. "I don't want the items, I just need you to help me with a small task." Hihibazi suddenly realized, staring at the fox, "With your skills you certainly wouldn't care about these small items. You've lost to me several times, you must have something to ask for." "Clever." The fox's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. "Rest assured I won't mistreat you." Hihibazi grinned slyly and took out the two dice he had just swapped. "These must be Mercury dice, right? Teach me how to use them first, and then I will consider whether to help you with your tasks. You do have a lot of conditions." The fox shook his head helplessly and briefly taught Hihibazi how to use the Mercury dice. He then quietly told him about the tasks he needed help with and finally cautioned, "I will come to see you every 3 to 5 days. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, we are experts at delivering messages, spreading rumors, and creating confusion. Do well and I won't mistreat you." The fox smiled, patted Hihibazi on the shoulder, and then turned to leave the temple. Hihibazi suddenly realized he still didn't know the other party's name and hurriedly ran out the door, asking, "What is your name?" "My name is Luo Wenjia." The fox flashed that inscrutable smile again, "Be sure not to tell anyone else." 3 days later at dusk, Yun Xiang was amusing Abu in the rear courtyard when Yi Xiao hurried in. By then the two had become close companions, bonded not by principle but by wine and meat, and needed no formal announcement to enter. Without exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xiao wiped sweat from his brow and blurted urgently, "Brother, you must help me this time." "What's happened?" Yun Xiang asked hastily. "Word of the Gaochang affair has somehow leaked. Rumors now flood the market claiming I invested over 1 million taels of silver there and lost it all. Panic is spreading rapidly." "Poof. The silver belongs to us, whether we profit or suffer loss is no concern of outsiders," Yun Xiang replied with a wry smile. "You don't understand, we Yi family run a money house." Yi Xiao explained patiently, "More than half the households in Qingdu deposit their silver with our Sitong money house. Once this rumor spread, numerous wealthy merchants began pressing my father for answers. You've invested no more than 200,000 taels, only 100,000 in ready silver. Even if the Gaochang venture collapses, such an amount is but a speck of dust to the mighty Yi family of Bashu. Why the urgency? That's not how it works." Yi Xiao shook his head. "This isn't about money, it's about credibility. The rumor claims I've squandered over 1 million taels. If left uncorrected, it will shatter public confidence in our family. Who would dare entrust their silver to Sitong money house thereafter? That alone would be grave enough, but now my father has ordered my elder brother to audit my accounts. If you refuse to help, I'm doomed. Merely diverting 100,000 taels, is that truly so extraordinary?" Yun Xiang chuckled dismissively. "Even if your father uncovers it, he'll likely just spank you. Would he truly disown you? Besides, the Gaochang matter is nearing fruition, silver will soon flow like rivers and your father will praise you before you know it. How can I wait that long?" Yi Xiao ignored Yun Xiang's teasing, nervously rubbing his palms together. "It wasn't 10,000 taels, I diverted nearly 300,000 taels. 300,000 taels. Yun Xiang raised an eyebrow. "How could that be?" Yi Xiao grinned sheepishly. "My expenses have always been enormous, yet I earn no additional income, so I borrowed here, shifted funds there. After all, the Yi family fortune will inevitably fall to me. I'm merely drawing upon what's already mine. I'd hoped Gao Chang would open a new vein of wealth, but now at this critical juncture. Brother, please lend me 30,000 taels immediately lest my elder brother uncover the shortfall and report me to our father.
Yun Xiang sighed.
I just sent 20,000 taels to Tangzhou. I hold no ready silver. And you still owe me 10,000 taels. Old debts unpaid, new loans denied, even as brothers certain rules must stand. Yi Xiao flushed and laughed awkwardly. Though you lack cash, Master Gu certainly does. You're close friends, he even entrusted you with this Furong villa. Act as intermediary, surely he'll lend me 30,000 taels without hesitation. If I fail to surmount this crisis, my father may well hand the entire enterprise to my elder brother. Our father's health has long been frail, he could depart this world at any moment. Should he pass before I inherit, repaying your debt may prove impossible. Yun Xiang, startled by Yi Xiao's sudden brazenness, inwardly cursed, but outwardly remained impassive, musing silently for a long moment before offering a cryptic smile. I'll take you to meet a true magnate. Should he consent, 30,000 taels, or even 3 million, will pose no difficulty. Who is he? Yi Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. He could conceive of no one in Bashu worthy of such reverence from Yun Xiang.
Yun Xiang offered no answer, simply took Yi Xiao's arm and led him away.
Come with me, he happens to be in Chengdu today, otherwise we might never have met. The carriage wound through countless desolate narrow streets before stopping at a secluded alley. Yi Xiao stepped down and scanned his surroundings. Though born and raised in Chengdu, he found this district utterly unfamiliar. It resembled a slum where artisans and laborers dwelled. He couldn't fathom who here might lend him 30,000 taels. Yun Xiang guided him deep into the alley to a tightly shut door and gently tapped the bronze knocker. The door cracked open just enough to reveal an elderly man peering out. Who is it? He whispered. It is I, Jiangnan gentleman Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang replied, bowing with unprecedented deference. The elder glanced coldly at them both and tossed a curt command, wait. With a sharp bang the door slammed shut. Who is this? So arrogant. Yi Xiao bristled. No one in Basha dared treat the second young master of the Yi family with such disdain. He nearly stormed the door, only restrained by Yun Xiang's earnest entreaties. Though seething inwardly, Yi Xiao observed that even Yun Xiang, who prided himself on lofty detachment, stood respectfully waiting outside. With his own fate hanging in the balance, curiosity and resentment yielded to reluctant patience. After what felt like a full meal's duration, the door finally opened again. The same elder gestured wordlessly from within. Enter. Yi Xiao followed Yun Xiang inside and discovered a hidden realm behind the modest facade. Winding corridors and layered gates rivaled those of any grand estate. Though its decor was understated rather than opulent, it far surpassed ordinary dwellings. Under the old servant's guidance they arrived at a tranquil study. Dragon musk incense burned softly, thick candlelight, its flames as thick as a child's forearm, struggled against dense curling smoke, casting the room in hazy twilight. A white-robed elder sat motionless behind a scholar's desk, observing them with icy scrutiny. At the sight of him, Yi Xiao's knees buckled, he nearly collapsed to the floor. Yun Xiang stepped forward and bowed deeply. Your humble nephew pays respects to Uncle Tang. The elder grunted noncommittally, his gaze shifting to Yi Xiao. Why bring him along when you sought me out? Yi Xiao dropped to his knees, kowtowing fully. Your unworthy future son-in-law greets father-in-law. May your honor enjoy eternal longevity and boundless peace. Though he'd met the elder only twice years earlier, Yi Xiao instantly recognized him, the patriarch of the Tang sect, Tang Gongda, his future father-in-law. Young Master Yi, please refrain from such titles. The elder waved a hand. My daughter has yet to enter your household. I cannot claim the title of father-in-law just yet. Yes, yes. Yi Xiao nodded vigorously. He hadn't expected to encounter his future father-in-law here, nor imagined Yun Xiang's magnate would be none other than Tang Gongda. Flustered, he stammered incoherently. Rise, young Master Yi, and speak plainly, the elder commanded, then turned his inquiring gaze toward Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang quickly added with a deferential smile, young Master Yi and I are close confidants. 2 days ago he urgently required capital for liquidity and approached me. Lacking sufficient funds myself, and learning uncle was in Chengdu, I reasoned that as kin by marriage you'd surely assist him. Thus I brought him unannounced. I beg your forgiveness. The elder frowned, turning to Yi Xiao. What precisely transpired? How much silver do you require? Yi Xiao broke into cold sweat, tongue-tied and speechless. Over half the missing 30,000 taels had been spent on courtesans. Now he stood before his future father-in-law begging funds to cover his own debauchery. The words stuck fast in his throat. Sensing his distress, the elder dismissed Yun Xiang with a wave, then spoke calmly. Speak freely, no harm will come to you. But I demand absolute honesty. Deceit would anger me deeply. Yi Xiao knew full well the consequences of provoking Tang Gongda's wrath, and confessed the truth, detailing every aspect of his prediction. Yet he omitted the portion spent on women. Fortunately, Tang Gongda did not press him on the silver's destination, merely remarking 30,000 taels is trivial, your father overreacts. Indeed. Relief flooded Yi Xiao. Seeing Tang Gongda show no disapproval of his extravagance, he vented bitterly, my father guards silver like sacred relics, my monthly stipend is pitifully meager. Social engagements, business expansion, intelligence gathering, all demand expenditure. Were I to sit idle in the accounting office like my elder brother, frugality would be assured, but so too would opportunity vanish.
Yet my father cherishes his thrift above all, viewing me with perpetual disfavor.
Then does your father favor your elder brother as heir to the Yi family fortune?
Tang Gongda asked.
The Yi family generations of merchants built their vast fortune not only through astute management but also through an unbroken ancestral decree never divide the estate. No matter how many children they bore, only one would inherit the entire enterprise, the rest received fixed monthly allowances, guaranteeing lifelong comfort but no ownership. Thus the Yi fortune snowballed across generations, culminating in their status as one of Bashu's wealthiest dynasties. To inherit meant everything, to be passed over nothing. Ye shall seize the opening. So long as my elder brother fails to expose my misstep, I retain a chance at succession. Even if he fails this time, how long before he succeeds next? Beyond borrowing to plug holes, do you possess no better strategy?
What strategy?
Yi Xiao looked bewildered.
Let me tell you a tale. Tang Gongda lifted his gaze, eyes drifting into distant memory.
Long ago the Tang sect produced two exceptional brothers, masters of our ancestral martial arts. The younger possessed eyes like lightning and hands swifter than wind. Elders debated choosing one as heir. After exhaustive scrutiny, preference gradually settled upon the younger. The elder, unwilling to surrender his birthright, secretly hired a top-tier assassin from the Shadow Kill Hall.
What did he do next?
He ordered the assassin to kill his brother, eliminating his rival, thus securing succession.
Yi Xiao interjected eagerly. Tang Gongda smiled faintly and shook his head. Tang sect law punishes intra-family bloodshed most severely. Any disciple harming kin suffers identical retribution.
If he ordered his brother's murder, success was uncertain, and even if achieved, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him.
Without concrete proof, mere suspicion would forever bar him from succession.
So he hired the assassin to kill himself.
Kill himself? Why?
Yi Xiao gaped. Tang Gongda gave a quiet smile. His skill was formidable, he anticipated the strike and prepared accordingly.
Yet he contacted the assassin using his brother's identity.
Within the Tang sect's reach, tracing the employer was effortless.
I see.
Yi Xiao gasped. He framed his brother, leveraging sect law to eliminate his rival.
Tang Gongda inclined his head slightly.
To sell the deception utterly, he forbade the assassin any restraint and refused protection. It was the greatest gamble of his life. The assassin's blade pierced his side, stopping less than an inch from his heart. He nearly died, but the risk paid off spectacularly. The Tang elders concluded the younger brother had hired the killer and sentenced him to death under sect law. Their mother, unable to bear her son's execution, secretly freed him. He fled Chengdu that very night, becoming a fugitive, branded a traitor to the Tang sect. Yi Xiao shuddered violently. He'd heard vague whispers of Tang Gongda's younger brother vanished over a decade ago under mysterious circumstances. In that instant he realized the elder brother in the story was none other than Tang Gongda himself, and that revealing such a guarded secret signaled an ultimatum: obey his implicit instruction to remove his elder brother or face annihilation, even if it meant his daughter remained a widow for life. There exists one thing more sordid and bloody than any battlefield, that is power.
Tang Gongda fixed Yi Xiao with a piercing stare.
However much you despise it, you cannot escape its net.
The sole safeguard against its cruelty is to seize it and hold it tight. I will not wed my daughter to a powerless wretch. Nor will I accept a vacillating failure as my son-in-law.
Yi Xiao met Tang Gongda's sharp gaze and whispered hoarsely, "What must I do? This is your family's affair, I shall not in—" Tang Gongda withdrew a slip of paper from his sleeve and placed it upon the desk, his voice calm as still water. "I will not lend you silver to cover your shortfall.
Nor will I meddle in your inheritance.
But I happen to know how to contact the two finest assassins currently operating in Chengdu.
Here is their intermediary's address, you may find it useful."
Yi Xiao trembled as he reached for the note and cried out in dismay, "The black and white serpents, 10,000 taels per contract. Every account I hold is frozen, where shall I raise such a sum?"
Tang Gongda lifted his teacup and sipped slowly.
"Should you become the sole heir to the Yi fortune, even a blank promissory note will carry the weight of 10,000 taels. Merely convince the serpents of your imminent succession, they may accept your IOU."
Seeing Tang Gongda lift his cup in silent dismissal, Yi Xiao hastily bowed and withdrew.
Hardly had he stepped outside when Yun Xiang approached, asking, "Well, did you secure the funds?" Yi Xiao stood pale and mute. Han Luopa nodded and Yun Xiang let out a sigh of relief, smiling, "With Master Tang as such a solid backing, what challenge could you possibly not overcome?
Let's go. Let's have a drink to celebrate."
Yi Xiao couldn't help but ask, "How do you know Master Tang?"
"Oh, my father is very close friends with Master Tang. This time I came to Bashu to pay a visit to Master Tang on behalf of my father."
"Young Master Yi is to be the future son-in-law of the Tang clan, so you should take care of your younger brother more in the future," Yun Xiang said with a smile. Of course, of course." Yi Xiao nodded in a daze. Glancing outside, the sky was completely dark. He said in a hoarse voice, "Please take me home first, we can celebrate again another day." Yun Xiang quickly instructed the driver to take Yi Xiao back to the Yi residence, dropping him off at the gate. After Yi Xiao watched the carriage disappear into the distance, he quietly turned and headed home. As soon as he entered he saw his elder brother Yun Xiang coming out of the door with a cold smile on his face. Are you still in the mood to stay out all night? I've been checking your accounts for the past 2 days and found them to be quite chaotic. At least 200,000 taels of silver are unaccounted for.
You better think of how to explain this to father.
Yun Xiao's originally dazed and hesitant gaze gradually turned cold and fierce as he quietly took out the note from his pocket, glancing at the address of Wenshu Monastery under the moonlight. Early the next morning, as soon as Wenshu Monastery opened, Yun Xiao followed the directions on the note to the main hall, paying 10 taels of silver to light a high incense stick.
The attending monk quickly asked, "What does the benefactor seek?"
"I would like to see Master Yangzhou," Yun Xiao said nervously. The monk was somewhat surprised. Master Yangzhou is just a wandering monk affiliated with this temple without much renown. "I just want to see Master Yangzhou," Yun Xiao insisted.
"All right, follow me."
Yun Xiao followed him to the Zen room in the back courtyard. The monk pointed to a shabby Zen room and said, "Master Yangzhou is right in there, you can go in directly."
"I shall take my leave."
Yun Xiao pushed the door open and saw an old monk in tattered robes sitting cross-legged counting prayer beads and chanting sutras.
Yun Xiao hesitantly said, "I would like to ask the master to perform a rite."
"What kind of rite?"
"To guide a soul to the western paradise.
The fee for the rite is quite high, at least 10,1/2 must be paid in advance."
The old monk finally opened his eyes.
Yun Xiao understood that the 10,1 referred to 100,000 taels of silver. He silently placed the promissory note he had already written in front of the old monk. "I have no cash, only this note I wrote by hand."
"A promissory note?" The old monk was somewhat surprised. "Do you not know that I never accept debts?"
"I know," Yun Xiao hurriedly replied, "but perhaps the master will change his mind after seeing the note." The old monk, skeptical, picked up the note, and upon seeing the seal and signature his expression changed slightly. "So it is young Master Yi. No wonder you were so confident. However, even if you are the son of a wealthy family in Bashu, I cannot break my rules."
"Are you afraid that I will be unable to repay?"
Yun Xiao took out a note detailing his brother's name and whereabouts and gently placed it in front of Master Yangzhou, saying, "Please take a look at this target before making a decision." Master Yangzhou picked it up, and upon seeing it his eyes widened with surprise. "You wish to guide young Master Yi de?
Once he dies you will be the only heir of the Yi family. No wonder you dare to bring a promissory note to me. As long as you don't fail, I am indeed the only heir of the Yi family. I wonder if this promissory note is worth 100,000 taels."
"It is. Of course it is worth it. I will take on this rite and it will be completed within 3 days.
You may return and wait for news."
Yun Xiao let out a sigh of relief and quietly instructed, "I hope you can do it without anyone noticing.
Moreover, you must not disclose my identity. Rest assured, in our line of work, reputation is more important than life itself." Master Yangzhou closed his eyes once more.
Yun Xiao quietly backed out upon seeing this. Once he left, the old monk suddenly changed his demeanor and asked pleasantly from behind the door, "Young master, how did I perform?"
"Very well. Better than I imagined."
A figure with a sinister countenance, Luo Wenjia, emerged from behind the door handing a silver note to Master Yangzhou. "Leave Chengdu immediately, the farther the better."
"Thank you, young master."
Master Yangzhi's eyes lit up. Just as he reached out to take the silver note, he noticed the other party pointing at his pocket. Master Yangzhou suddenly realized and hurriedly pulled out the promissory note and the other note from his pocket, handing them to Luo Wenjia. At the first watch of the night, the streets were quiet and empty. Yun Xiang returned from the tea house after watching a play, and the carriage suddenly stopped half a street away from the Yi residence.
Yun Xiang asked the accompanying martial artist, "What's going on?
Why did we stop here?" Just as he spoke, the driver swayed and fell to the ground from the carriage. Immediately after, 2 figures like snakes, 1 man and 1 woman, 1 black and 1 white, slid down from the eaves. Upon seeing this, the 2 martial artists were instantly terrified, shouting, "Young master, run! They are assassins!"
A long whip suddenly flew out, wrapping around Yun Xiang's neck like a snake.
His body was instantly lifted into the air and landed in front of the black-clad figure, who grasped Yun Xiang by the neck, and then Yun Xiang heard the sound of his neck breaking. "Help! Someone help! The young master has been attacked!" The 2 martial artists shouted as they rushed toward the Yi residence gate. Just 10 paces from the gate, the black and white snakes caught up with the 2 martial artists, each using a whip to kill them. As the 2 were about to float away, 2 figures suddenly emerged from a hidden corner by the street. Their attire also suggested they were martial artists from the Yi residence, but their skills were far superior to those of the 2 martial artists before. The black and white snakes were caught off guard. The white snake was struck in the chest by a palm from the younger martial artist, while the black snake was hit in the leg by an iron thorn from the older martial artist. At this moment, the gate of the Yi residence swung open and a dozen martial artists rushed out in a chaotic manner. The 2 martial artists who had previously attacked quickly took advantage of the chaos to slip away, and as the other martial artists surrounded the black and white snakes, the 2 had already quietly disappeared into a dark corner of the street. In the hidden corner of the street, the older and younger martial artists saw Yi Jishuan collapse onto his son weeping loudly, and the 2 exchanged knowing smiles before quietly drifting away. The next morning, when the news of the assassination of young Master Yi reached the Furong courtyard, Yun Xiang's expression changed drastically. He hurried to the back courtyard, disregarding Luo Wenjia and Tang Gengqi's exhaustion from the previous night, knocked on the door to awaken them, and threw the note from the window in front of them, angrily questioning, "What is going on?" Luo Wenjia picked up the note and looked at it laughing nonchalantly. News comes swiftly.
Wasn't it said that no one would be harmed?
Yun Xiang angrily said according to the plan you should have stopped them before the black and white snakes succeeded. As long as the Yi brothers have internal strife I have ways to make the Yi family never recover.
Mr. Tang and I believe that while your plan is feasible it is far from sufficient, Luo Wenjia said smugly.
So we made temporary adjustments to let young Master Yi die at the hands of the black and white snakes. With us guiding from the shadows the authorities will quickly trace the matter back to young Master Yi, and that promissory note found on the black and white snakes is solid evidence. Once young Master Yi is imprisoned he might even take his own life out of fear of guilt. If the Yi family is cut off from their lineage I don't believe Yi Jishuan can withstand it. If young Master Yi does not take his own life out of guilt we will find a way to assist him, Tang Gongqi sneered. As long as the two sons of the Yi family engage in mutual slaughter over inheritance, dying from unnatural causes, the Yi family's reputation and standing will plummet to the ground. Even if Yi Jishuan does not die of anger he will never be able to recover. Yun Xiang pointed at the two, unable to find words in his anger, and stormed off. The Yi family is a prestigious family in Bashu and also has ties to the Tang clan. The assassination of young Master Yi is a major issue in the eyes of the authorities, so they naturally do not dare to neglect it and immediately dispatch their best captains for a thorough investigation. Some constables recognized the identities of the black and white snakes, and young Master Yi's promissory note was also found on the white snake, immediately revealing the plot of hiring someone to kill his brother to the public. Upon learning the truth Yi Jishuan was so enraged that he suffered a stroke and became bedridden. Although Yi Xiao was temporarily detained by the authorities considering he was to be the future son-in-law of the Tang clan, he had not yet faced much hardship. However, even so he was already terrified and in a daze. When Yun Xiang visited him in prison he couldn't believe that the disheveled man before him looking so haggard was the pampered young Master Yi. Help me. Please save me. Upon suddenly seeing Yun Xiang, Yi Xiao instantly perked up, rushing to the bars and urgently saying to Yun Xiang like he had found a lifeline, please help me seek Master Tang for assistance. I did everything according to his guidance, that's why I committed such a grave crime, he cannot ignore me. Yun Xiang looked at the lost and helpless Yi Xiao and secretly sighed softly, saying, I will ask Master Tang for you, but during the trial you must not mention him, otherwise no one can save you.
I know. I will definitely not mention anything related to Master Tang.
Although Yi Xiao was a frivolous young man with no real skills, he was not foolish and understood that exposing Tang Gongda would not only fail to save himself but would rather lead to a quicker demise. Fearing that Yun Xiang would not fully help him, he gritted his teeth and whispered, Brother Yun, as long as you help me get out of here I am willing to reward you with my family's treasured heirloom. Yun Xiang frowned and said, rest assured I will do my utmost to help you. Yi Xiao, seeing that the other party did not care for his reward, hastily said, that is the Lushi Shangjing written by Prime Minister Lu Bui during the Warring States period. Yun Xiang frowned and said, rest assured I will do my utmost to help you. Yi Xiao, seeing that the other party did not care for his reward, hastily said, that is the Lushi Shangjing written by Prime Minister. The world knows Lu Gong for his Lushi Chuanqiu, but few know that Lushi Shangjing is the true treasure he left for posterity. Yun Xiang's heart stirred as he recalled the effort and cost the demonic sect expended to deal with the Yi family. He vaguely guessed the true purpose of Luo Wenjia's visit. After leaving, Yun Xiang drove straight to a secluded street where He Baozi often frequented. Without much effort, Yun Xiang found He Baozi gambling in a sheltered corner. Upon seeing the god of wealth arrive, He Baozi dropped his companions and laughed as he approached. Did Big Brother come to bring me money again? Yun Xiang shoved a letter into the boy's hand, saying, immediately take this letter to the Tang clan.
Tang clan.
He Baozi suddenly seemed troubled. Chengdu was still several days' journey from the Tang clan, and that wasn't the worst of it. A family of the Tang clan stature intimidated him the most. Yun Xiang pulled out a silver note from his pocket, tore it in half and handed one half to He Baozi.
This is a silver note for 100 taels from Tongbao Bank. You take half first, when you return I will give you the other half. He Baozi's eyes brightened and he immediately nodded in agreement. Okay. I will leave right away.
After watching He Baozi leave, Yun Xiang handed the remaining half of the silver note to a street urchin, instructing, when your boss returns give him this half of the silver note. The news of the eldest son of the Yi family being attacked and the second son being detained quickly spread throughout Chengdu. In addition, rumors of Yi Jishuan suffering a stroke and young Master Yi losing over 1 million taels in the western regions immediately created panic across the city. People flocked to the Yi family's Qintong Bank, all demanding their silver deposits. This wave of panic spread through the city like an epidemic, and the bank quickly ran out of cash. The Yi family's reputation plummeted and all merchants were chasing debts from the Yi family, but no one was willing to lend money to help them through the crisis. When He Baozi delivered the letter to the Tang clan, Tang Gongda had already received a letter from Taohua Mountain Villa via carrier pigeon. Since Yi Xiao was to be the future son-in-law of the Tang clan, they could not ignore such trouble. Tang Gongda set out for Chengdu immediately after receiving the letter, bringing He Baozi alone. In the carriage he looked at He Baozi and asked, who asked you to deliver this letter? He is Luo Wenjia, He Baozi replied nervously. Faced with the imposing figure who commanded respect in Bashu, he lowered his head and did not dare to look him in the eye. Who is he? What does he do? Why did he ask you to deliver this letter?
Tang Gongda asked several questions in a row, but He Baozi could only shake his head in confusion. He could only instruct the disciple driving the carriage. When we reach Chengdu, I will first visit Yi Jixuan and young Master Yi Er. You need to investigate Ko Yuanji's background immediately.
The disciple nodded in response, cracking the whip to quicken the carriage's speed. The next evening the carriage arrived in Chengdu, and without much trouble Tang Gongda soon met his future son-in-law in the dimly lit prison of the government office. As soon as Yi Xiao saw someone arriving, tears streamed down his face. Lord Taishan, please save my life.
After Tang Gongda waved his hand to dismiss those present, he asked what happened. Why did you hire someone to kill your brother? This was your guidance, wasn't it? Yi Xiao asked in astonishment. I did everything according to your instructions, even the assassin was arranged by you. Now that something unexpected has happened, you cannot abandon your son-in-law. Nonsense. When did I ever guide you? Tang Gongda roared in anger. Didn't you tell me your story and ask me to learn from you? My story? What story? It's the one where you bribed an assassin to scheme against yourself, framing your brother. I completely acted on your hints. Yi Xiao continued to speak, oblivious to the fact that Tang Gongda's expression had completely changed. After carefully inquiring about all the details, Tang Gongda understood the matter's origin. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and spit out a name: Tang Gongxi. Yi Xiao looked confused, a forced smile barely appearing at the corner of his mouth as he comforted, you will be here for a few days and I will find a way to get you out. With that he turned coldly and walked away. The disciple waiting outside saw Tang Gongda coming out alone and hurriedly followed, whispering, aren't we taking young Master Yi with us? The Tang clan ruled the Bashu region like emperors, and Tang Gongda did not need prior approval from the authorities to take a prisoner from the cell. Thus the disciple was somewhat surprised that the sect leader did not take away the future son-in-law of the Tang clan. Unexpectedly Tang Gongda shot him a fierce glare and coldly said, he is no longer the Tang clan's son-in-law, he must completely vanish from this world. You will handle this personally. Make sure he disappears forever, leaving no trace behind. The disciple was taken aback. This meant young Master Yi would be left without a burial ground. He did not understand why the sect leader would give such orders, but he did not dare to ask further and immediately nodded, saying understood. I will take care of it tonight. Also, Tang Gongda suddenly stopped and said, notify all Tang clan disciples to secretly investigate the traitor Tang Gongxi. If you discover his whereabouts, inform me immediately. In addition, investigate the two wealthy young masters who recently appeared in Chengdu, one named Ko Wenjia and the other Yun Xiang. If necessary, inform the authorities to enforce citywide martial law. We cannot let these individuals leave Chengdu. The disciple immediately cupped his hands in salute and departed to inform the Tang clan's forces in Chengdu. Tang Gongda climbed into the carriage outside the government office and waved to the driver to Yes residence. The carriage stopped outside Yes residence. Without waiting for an announcement, Tang Gongda barged in. The atmosphere in the Yi residence was filled with a sense of despair, like monkeys scattering with the fall of a tree, but Tang Gongda's arrival brought a glimmer of life to the place. Upon seeing the bedridden Yi Jixuan in the inner courtyard, Tang Gongda finally confirmed that the Yi family could no longer survive this crisis. Yi Jixuan had crooked mouth and nose, half his body paralyzed, unable to utter a single coherent word. When he saw Tang Gongda visiting him, he could only grasp his hand, tears streaming down his face. Rest assured, my father-in-law, I will ensure that the second young master is protected. Tang Gongda held Yi Jixuan's hand and comforted him. Is there anything you want to entrust to the second young master? I will certainly see it through. Yi Jixuan looked at the old steward beside him, who immediately presented the account books and land contracts to Tang Gongda. Tang Gongda took them, casually placing them aside, and gazed at Yi Jixuan softly. My father-in-law, you are now bedridden and your household is in chaos. This is the time when servants are most likely to take advantage, so the book of Lu's business should be handed over to the second young master as soon as possible. Although the Yi family had encountered such a calamity, their foundation remained remarkably solid. However, in the eyes of Tang Gongda, nothing could compare to the book of Lu's business. Yi Jixuan struggled to move his mouth but could not utter a single word. Seeing this, Tang Gongda hurriedly placed paper and pen into his left hand, which had not yet been paralyzed. Yi Jixuan trembled as he wrote a few words on the paper. I want to hand it to my son personally. Tang Gongda's expression darkened as he quietly asked, do you not trust me? Yi Jixuan wrote again, it is a matter of great importance, please understand. A flicker of anger flashed in Tang Gongda's eyes, and with a subtle force he sealed Yi Jixuan's acupoint, then crushed the note in his hand, loudly declaring, thank you for your trust, my father-in-law. I will personally deliver the book of Lu's business to the second young master. With that he turned to the old steward behind him. Steward Yi, quickly bring out the scriptures. Earlier Tang Gongda had his back to the steward and did not see the actions he had taken. Without hesitation the steward retrieved a volume of sheepskin from the secret compartment on the wall, holding it with both hands and about to hand it to Tang Gongda when he suddenly noticed Yi Jixuan's eyes widen in horror. The old steward was startled and hurriedly leaned over to his master, saying, Master, what is wrong? Did this old servant do something wrong? Yi Jixuan was unable to move at all and could only signal the steward with his eyes. Having served each other for many years, the steward immediately understood his master's thoughts and hurriedly put away the scriptures, saying to Tang Gongda's sect leader, Tang, I apologize, but the master wishes to personally hand over the scriptures to the young master. Tang Gongda's expression darkened, and just as he was about to bend down to snatch the scriptures, he suddenly felt sharp winds shooting in from the window, precisely sealing off all his escape routes.
He had no choice but to dodge a few sharp winds and then extended his fingers to catch the silver light shooting towards him. Upon grasping it, the silver light suddenly split into two. One part was firmly held by his fingers, but the other part did not slow down and continued to shoot towards him. Tang Gongda was taken aback, and as he saw he could not evade, he opened his mouth and swallowed the silver light. Mother and child needles. Tang Gongqi. As he spoke, Tang Gongda figure swayed and he dashed towards the direction from which the silver light had come. The mother and child needles were a unique hidden weapon of the Tang clan, with one needle nested inside the other, both insidious and complex. It was Tang Gongqi's most celebrated skill from his years of practice. Ever since he escaped from the Tang clan, Tang Gongda had diligently practiced a method to counter the mother and child needles, which involved holding a piece of magnetite in his mouth to guard against the small child needle. Originally, the mouth shield was supposed to spit out the magnetite to catch the child needle, but the child needle had come too swiftly for Tang Gongda to react, and he had no choice but to receive the needle in his mouth, risking his life to break it. With the most dangerous enemy suddenly appearing, Tang Gongda had no time to think of anyone else and immediately chased after. As soon as he left, a martial artist lying on the ground suddenly sprang up and coldly laughed as he approached the old steward. The old steward scrutinized the unfamiliar face and exclaimed, "Who are you? What do you want?" The young man smiled smugly. "I am Luo Wenjia, and I would like to borrow a look at the book of Lu's business in your hand." "You cannot," the old steward said as he turned to run, but he saw a cold light sweep past his neck and blood gushed forth like a fountain, followed by him collapsing to the ground. The young martial artist seized the sheepskin book from his hands, casually flipped through it, and then whistled with delight. He collected the scriptures and bowed to the bedridden Yi Jishuan, saying, "Thank you, farewell." As Luo Wenjia turned to leave with the scriptures, Yi Jishuan rolled his eyes back. A thick phlegm lodged in his throat and he suffocated to death. Luo Wenjia pushed open the door and was about to leave this place of trouble when he suddenly felt a killing intent coming from behind. Just as he was about to draw his sword in defense, he suddenly heard a sharp voice yell, "Don't move." The killing intent instantly chilled him to the bone, and Luo Wenjia did not dare to make a move. He vaguely recognized that the voice sounded familiar and couldn't help but exclaim, "Jin Biao. What do you want?" "Put the scriptures on the ground, then walk straight ahead without looking back." "Why should I listen to you?" Luo Wenjia sneered. "You can also take a gamble and see if you can evade my blade." Luo Wenjia hesitated, gripping the sword hilt. He was not afraid of facing this swordsman heathen, but in this situation he felt no assurance. After a moment's pause he stalled, saying, "Weren't you leaving? Why are you back? What do you want with the scriptures?" "I will count to 3. If you do not comply, I will strike. 1. 2. The killing intent intensified, and the opponent was not merely bluffing. "You are ruthless." Luo Wenjia angrily placed the scriptures on the ground and stepped outside. He realized he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, and without hesitation he strode out without looking back. The moonlight shone like silver and the earth was shrouded in mist. By the roadside outside the city, a carriage quietly stood among the trees. A shadow crept into the carriage like a spirit fox, followed by Jin Biao's hearty laughter. "We succeeded. Everything is going according to the young master's plan. Good, let's hit the road." A calm voice came from the carriage belonging to Yun Xiang. "Did you encounter any trouble?" "No. The Tang clan is looking for Tang Gongqi and Luo Wenjia. No one paid attention to this nameless young fellow," Jin Biao said, patting the driver. "Moreover, with the wind eyes arrangements in advance, leaving the city was very smooth." The driver turned around and laughed. "The young master acted decisively, so the wind eye certainly did everything possible. I hope the young master will have the opportunity to return to Chengdu, and the wind eye will serve you again." Yun Xiang smiled lightly. "Chengdu will probably be turned upside down by Tang Gongda. I won't be coming back for a while. You should also find a place to avoid the storm for a few days." Wind eye laughed. "Young master, you worry too much. People like us commoners are the real local snakes in Chengdu. Even the Tang clan cannot do anything to us. However, once we leave Chengdu, I will not be able to assist you. The Tang clan's influence is everywhere in the Bashu region, so you must be cautious." Yun Xiang smiled leisurely. "I am more worried about Tang Gongqi and Luo Wenjia. I wonder how they will escape." However, with the demon sect's Tang Xiao on their side, even if Luo Wenjia falls into the hands of the Tang clan, he should not be in danger, but Tang Gongqi is another story. I fear that his elder brother will stop at nothing to eliminate him." Jin Biao laughed loudly. "Although I despise the demon sect, I did not expect you to dare to play a trick on them, making me and Miss Ku act in concert, even including Tang Gongda and Luo Wenjia in your scheme. I wonder why you want to turn against the demon sect. Do you want to be a dog for the demon sect used by Ko Yen?" Yun Xiang asked with a smile. "Of course not," Jin Biao hurriedly replied. "I don't want to either. Ever since Ko Yen forced me to cooperate, I have never intended to be at his mercy. Moreover, the ambition of the demon sect is to covet the 9 tripod. I certainly cannot act as their accomplice. One must understand that when war breaks out, lives are lost, and as the saying goes, in chaotic times a man is worse than a dog. Although the court is incompetent and the officialdom is corrupt, at least it is a relatively peaceful world now. If I were to assist the demon sect in causing trouble, I would become a sinner in the world." With that, Yun Xiang sighed deeply. "Although I have little goodwill towards the Yi family, I never intended to harm anyone's life. Tang Gongqi and Luo Wenjia acted against the plan assassinating Yun Xiang, causing the Yi family to be ruined. From that moment I resolved that they must pay the price. However, I am the one who orchestrated the downfall of the Yi family, perhaps I should also pay the price for it.
Young master, you must not think this way.
Jin Biao hurriedly said, families like the Yi family may not have a clean copper coin. Who knows how many people have been driven to ruin by them. This time heaven is merely using your hand to collect debts from them.
I have become heaven's messenger.
Yun Xiang was speechless, looking up at the sky and sighing. They say that 3 feet above there are deities, but who has seen a real deity?
Who can represent true heavenly will?
Jin Biao was at a loss for words, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. At dawn the carriage arrived at the riverbank, where a black canopy boat was anchored and a woman in black was peering anxiously from the bow. Seeing the carriage approach, she immediately paddled a small boat to the riverbank and like a bird flung herself in front of Jin Biao and Yun Xiang, complaining, "Why did you take so long?
I was so worried."
Jin Biao teased, "I wonder if Miss Ku was worried about me, Jin Biao, or worried about young Master Yun."
Comenglan's face turned red. "Of course I'm worried about both. Enough of the chatter, hurry aboard.
I spent a lot of silver to arrange this boat." When I saw the boat flag from a distance and nodded slightly to Yun Xiang, so the young master had already prepared an escape route. This old servant was overly worried. With the boat flag of the Tsongbong for protection, even the Tang clan must show some courtesy. The 3 boarded the large ship and waved goodbye to Wind Eye. With the call of the helmsman, the riverbank receded and the ship sped downstream. As Comenglan gazed at the gradually receding mountains and rivers, she suddenly sighed. On this trip to Bashu, although we earned quite a bit of silver, it all fell into the hands of the demon sect and by JIS group. Aside from that broken book, we almost wasted our efforts and have now attracted 2 powerful enemies, the demon sect and the Tang clan. It feels quite not worth the trouble.